other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Oh, there is no other. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes past the hour. Welcome in to a brand new week, a brand new day together. If you're joining us live, the Monday after Thanksgiving weekend, so much to talk about. Day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Our first two winners, they each received $100 of beaver bucks from Buc-ee's. We got Jim from Huntsville and Mark from Wiggins, Mississippi. They both are your winners of day 1 and day 2. We got Jim won day 1 and Mark won day 2. Day 3 is today. What will Santa Bubba bring in? It's so secretive the staff doesn't know. So we'll have to see what Santa Bubba brings in and what he has in stores. I know it will in store for us. I know it won't disappoint because everybody's loving their beaver bucks that they won. Let's bring in the other half of the kickoff hour. Here to the left is Mr. Greg Burgess. How are you doing, sir?
I'm good. I'm good.
Everybody good?
Everybody's good.
Everybody good.
Got it again.
Hey. We were just talking about There's Santa Bubba now.
There he is.
What will day 3 bring?
Got a knapsack on his back.
Yeah, I know. So we have that today. We also have Don Juan Demarco scheduled to join us today. He was communicating with me right before Thanksgiving and said he gave us a couple of days. Today works for him, and so we look forward to catching up with Don Juan, his infectious laugh, and you be nice now. Everything it's been long enough. It's been long enough.
Yeah.
You know.
Come on, D. Train me. I remember I spent a week with him before he left.
Yeah.
Hey,
he's something
we blink,
else,
it's been 16 years. That makes sense, doesn't it?
Yes.
Wow.
And I know Thanksgiving enjoyed the Black Friday best of. Everybody got into it. And apparently everybody was out and about shopping. According to my drive in, I saw a lot of folks getting ready that early in the morning. My drive home was crazy. Had to make one stop. Unfortunate for me, and got off in it and really tough getting out.
Yeah, it's hard.
But how was your Thanksgiving?
It was great. We ate good. It was good. I've ate all weekend and then some.
Yes. We made the drive over. You know, and you did it too because you came over to Rick's. But whenever you have a couple of hours to get somewhere, the front end's important. You know, it's like get up and get going so you can get there. And so we had an early exit. We targeted 7:30 a.m. And when you're dealing with a 20 and 23-year-old, you got to get them going a little bit. And they're in another car, and I've got mom and dad, and Terry's in with me. Trying to get out on time and all that is it can be a little complicated.
It can.
But I tried to make sure it didn't steal my joy of Thanksgiving. But they had scheduled to I went up to Huntsville, got them Tuesday. They'd been with us Tuesday, rest of Tuesday, Wednesday, and was able to kind of hang out with Terry's parents and had a great time Wednesday. And everybody came over Wednesday night, and it was a lot of fun. And then they are scheduled to go down to Pensacola with my sister post-Thanksgiving. So they had packed.
They got a road trip.
Greg, they had packed for a week, which means I think I stopped counting 8 suitcases.
Hey, now.
Hey, Mom, what are we doing? But we got in and out of there. But, it took, some.
You need another vehicle just to haul the luggage.
We got hanging bags. We got all kinds of stuff. It worked out, but, packing that truck back up and everything. I told my sister, good luck getting to Pensacola in your car. But they got down there, and Johnette and Reg, they just, Sturgis, Mississippi's finest power couple. They movers and shakers in the Starkville area, and they hosted. They did a great job.
Yeah.
They really did, man. It was fun. They had the fire pit going. A little windy and cool over in Starkville, Mississippi.
Yeah, it was a little nippy out.
It was. It was one of those days. If you're in the shade, you're like,
yeah.
You step out in the sun, you're like, okay, this is kind of nice.
The sun heats you up a little bit.
But they, we pulled up. They had breakfast casseroles. They had cinnamon roll. I mean, they had everything. It was so good.
You love that.
And then we ate that mid-afternoon dinner and. Went back for seconds, and whenever you pile the plate up the way we did, sometimes seconds isn't necessary, but it was so good we all got seconds.
I did too, and then Lisa and her sister had whipped up some dressing, so I ate at the family gathering, and then I got home and I forgot. Hey, I got dressing at home too. So I've been eating on it all weekend.
Oh, that's great.
Just tearing it up.
That is awesome.
It's really good too.
I saw some pictures
Perfect.
from Rick hosting, so I know we'll have stories of everybody being there. That looked like a lot of fun.
Yeah,
though.
we had fun.
Him under the table with all the kids is
the
funny.
kids, they think he's like Barney. Of course, they don't know Barney.
I
Think he's Danny Go.
yeah. And then Friday, I got to go down after the best of and do an afternoon hunt, and then I went back over to Tommy's and ate more because they had leftovers. They hosted, so we nothing better than Thanksgiving leftovers.
Oh,
either a good old turkey or ham sandwich, or just make another plate. It doesn't matter.
Get you some more dressing out. Put a little gravy on it.
Yeah,
I love it. I've been eating dressing all weekend.
yeah. Oh, yeah.
I finally said that's enough.
I ate so much Thanksgiving I couldn't hardly breathe. It's one of those deep breaths.
Yeah, that's one of them holidays you do that.
Yeah. So I know that also on your mind was that daggum Christmas tree in the attic.
Oh yeah, every Thanksgiving I get to deal with him.
And you had said, "Hey, let me get through Thanksgiving, and it might be staring at me Saturday." Is that what happened?
You got it Friday.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So you got ahead of it.
I did. Or was it Saturday? I don't. No, it was Friday.
Okay.
I think. I don't know.
So you decided.
But see,
here I go.
Here's the handle I get in. This is why I fell through the floor. I mean, the ceiling that time is. I get trying to get that big box out of where I store it, and it barely fits out the door. And there's nobody to help me because Lisa can't. I mean, you have no idea how heavy this box is. So I'm sliding it, right? That's led. And I look down as I'm standing on the board that I put down after I fell through the second time, and I said, if you'd have done this originally, it was just one area, just one little area. It's all I needed, but I'd just step over it. I'm sharp. I'll step over.
Oh
it.
yeah, you got to.
Anyway, so at least I didn't have to worry about that. And so, because used to trying to get it to make the turn to go out the door and not fall through the sheetrock,
right?
While it was all hand in hand. So I get it out, and I have it's upstairs. So I push it, slide it, push it, and get it in the hallway on the upstairs. So what I have to do now when I have no help to help me come all the way down the stairs with it, I open the box and I grab it a piece at a time and bring it down the stairs.
Well, that's better than the box falling down the stairs.
One piece at a time back, and they're all whited up.
Sure they are.
And they're huge.
So
and
big.
Then, it's not straight. Once finally got it. Lisa, obviously, when I get to pulling the branches out, she gets in there and starts, because that's,
Can I tell you, that's my least favorite.
It is.
Oh, we got to separate all
because I'll halfway do it, and it's a really big tree, so it's easy to miss them. And she'll point it out.
Oh yeah,
and that
needs to look.
Well, you didn't even open this one. Well, no, I didn't. You know why? Because there's 9,000 other ones.
Right,
Maybe
I missed it. I missed a limb.
So she got in there, and we double teamed that thing. Then here come the pre-lit don't work no more.
No.
So
how many did at least one section work?
No, I didn't even. I don't even attempt them. Now,
okay. Did you get a whole new set of
yes.
of lights?
Yes, I did.
Okay.
And of course I keep lights every year, and then half of them don't work.
Yeah.
So I was in Walmart earlier, and I said I just grabbed. You wouldn't believe how many lights I grabbed.
Thousands.
The 300 pack.
Yeah.
And so it's 12 foot, and I understand this ain't one of these skinny ones. You see a lot of the tall ones are really. Oh no! This looks like a redwood, and. So
you can't reach around it. You got it up and down, up and down, up and down, up and down.
You can walk around it until you get out of your reach, and then you got to go here, throw it to the other side, go
catch it, honey.
Move the ladder,
yeah,
and grab it and pull it around, throw it back to the other side, move the ladder.
Yeah.
It's ridiculous.
And then when you're trying to throw, the string of gets hung where you are, and it doesn't go anywhere.
Yeah, and then
it just falls down, and
now you straight in,
and you say bad words.
Oh, I do. So got that. Finally got it, and it actually turned out really well.
Okay. How was your attitude?
Bad. And by the time I got through with it, then it was time for the redbird tree, which that's nothing. That's about like a 6-footer,
You're smart though. Let's get the most difficult done. Because if not, we're just thinking about the big one.
But now I've got a few more trees. Of course, a lot of these are not as in depth. It's mostly just lights. But believe me, I'm not quite done with all the trees. We're still in the process.
Yeah.
So, but I am relieved to get that part because that big. And I will say this. Considering that we've had it 16 years and it's been put up and wadded up and all this, once you get it out, now it takes a minute.
Yeah.
I mean, it takes a long time.
Sure.
It does look really nice.
Yeah.
I mean, it's
well,
huge.
the key is like you're saying is to make it all those little limbs look full,
Good.
which that is so tedious.
And over the years they get stretched
Oh,
out
sure
where
they do.
Where they don't.
Sure they do.
You know how that works.
So, I got an email when we started talking about these trees, and it's kind of interesting. It says here, the manufacturers of Christmas trees on pre-lit say never box it back up. I think that's our problem.
Well, excuse me. I don't have a place just to put a 12-foot tree.
It says use a tree back. I don't know what that means. I guess there's and leave assembled, but if not possible, allow 24 hours to cool the bulbs before boxing and place each section in their own box. He says, this person says, I have had my pre-lit tree for 10 years and no bulbs have blown or gone out.
Well, yeah, but you got to do all that.
Yeah.
First of all, I don't have I've heard of people that do, and that's awesome that you can leave them decorated and just put them in a closet.
I can't do that.
My house, I don't have anything.
I don't
like
either.
that.
But letting the bulbs cool off for 24 hours, and then each section having its own box to where they're not all crammed together. That maybe. But I mean, we're so far gone now. I'm past, but now the next tree we get, maybe I try this. I don't know.
Like last year, I finally broke down and got a new box for the redbird tree because that tree's old too, and the box had it.
Yeah.
In fact, I think I'd put it in a box that really wasn't a tree box. At Walmart, they'll have the big plastic containers for trees.
Yeah.
And finally, last year, I said, okay, I'm getting one.
Uh-huh.
Oh, that thing's like unpacking it this year. Like I said, I didn't have to mash it up as bad.
Yeah.
It was worth it. So if I got like 3 of those, maybe 2.
And each section you put it in the. I don't know.
When I get mine, I almost bought another 12 pre-lit. In fact, if they'd had it in stock, I'd have probably took it.
Yeah.
But if I do that, I may try that. What you're talking about?
If not, that first year, it's so glorious.
Oh, it is. And then it never lights again.
No.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're ever worried about the safety of your home and family, there's no better time to act. Right now, you get 60% off a new Simply Safe security system, their best deal of the year at simplysafe.com/bigbox. Simply Safe stops criminals from entering your home with exclusive Active Guard outdoor protection. Professional monitoring plans start at around $1 a day. Act now and get 60% off any new system with a select professional monitoring plan. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox. There's no safe like Simply Safe. The best thing about Black Friday and Cyber Monday is getting an amazing deal you wouldn't normally get. Raycon is actually doubling down on their already amazing value by offering our listeners up to 30% off site-wide. Raycon's everyday earbuds come with active noise cancellation and feature a 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Go to raycon.com/bigbox to get up to 30% off site-wide. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink, is on sale right now. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. Visit fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE, S-A-L-E, or rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. No one wants to think about debt, but many of us will get deeper in debt during the holidays. PDS Debt has customized options for anyone struggling with credit cards, personal loans, collections, or medical bills. Everyone with $10,000 or more in eligible debt qualifies, and there is no minimum credit score required, bad and fair credit accepted. Start planning today. Get a free debt analysis right now at pdsdebt.com/bigbox. It only takes 30 seconds. That's pdsdebt.com/bigbox, or find the link at rickandbubba.com under sponsors. If your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, then repeat that cycle all over again. It's time to try Relief Factor. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it with a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start pack for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com, or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can also find that information at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Our friends at TheraBreath have some good news if you have bad breath. Try TheraBreath Fresh Breath Oral Rinse. TheraBreath is dentist formulated by Dr. Katz himself. TheraBreath doesn't mask bad breath like those burning alcohol mouthwashes that can actually irritate sensitive mouths. It's alcohol-free and free of gluten with no added dyes or colors. Find TheraBreath in all your favorite retail and drug stores. Look for the bright orange cap or online at TheraBreath.com. You can find a direct link at rickandbubba.com saga.com under the sponsors. TheraBreath, confidence in every capful.
The Man Church Conferences are coming in 2025. Inspiring speakers, powerful worship, great fellowship, and incredible resources designed for men's discipleship. Tickets are on sale now for Birmingham, Panama City, and Atlanta. Get your tickets and all the details now at themanchurch.com. Disciple men. Change everything.
We love the Helix Sleep mattress. They are so comfortable. If your spine needs extra TLC, then you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Each Helix mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort. With 20 unique mattresses, you'll find one that's right for you. And Helix lets you try it out for 100 nights risk-free. Take the 2-minute Helix Sleep quiz to get matched with the perfect mattress. Head to helixsleep.com/bigbox. Save 20% off your mattress order, plus a free gift. Our friends at Tax Network USA tell us if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. It's a no-win. You need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor, even if you haven't filed in a few years. They've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Talk with one of their strategists for free. Call 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox. If you're ever worried about the safety of your home and family, there's no better time to act. Right now, you get 60% off a new Simply Safe security system, their best deal of the year at simplysafe.com/bigbox. Simply Safe stops criminals from entering your home with exclusive Active Guard outdoor protection. Professional monitoring plans start at around $1 a day. Act now and get 60% off any new system with a select professional monitoring plan. Head to simplysafe.com/bigbox. There's no safe like Simply Safe.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
All right, 22 minutes past the hour. Welcome into the kickoff hour here on the Rick and Bubba Show. Day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. What will Santa Bubba have for us?
I don't know.
It's so secretive, we don't know, which is kind of cool. It's like Christmas morning.
Yeah.
It's a surprise.
It is. That's true.
You know?
You walk down the hall, what's in there?
Yeah. It's
God,
like,
when I was a kid.
oh, was that not awesome?
Oh, you'd round that corner
Yeah.
and there'd be a bicycle or something.
Yeah.
Oh, my goodness.
And you look, now
There was nothing. Couldn't sleep a
no,
wink.
no, so excited.
Just holding your pillow trying to go to sleep.
Oh, man, that was
Did
something
you ever
else.
get up so early your parents sent you back to bed?
Oh, yeah.
They go, no, not yet.
Now that I look at it, I remember I got my first bite, and it was real cold.
Mm-hmm.
And I think I was on that thing at 5:30 riding up and down the road.
Oh, yeah, freezing.
Freezing, dark.
Yes.
And I think back what I did to my parents that morning. You know, but I was so excited.
I can remember them making us go back. No, it's 2 a.m. Go
Yeah,
back to bed.
you need to go back to sleep. Or looking around the corner
Yeah.
to see. Because the way my family, excuse me, the way Santa Claus did it,
Yeah.
where he would lay things out around the tree.
Yes.
And I don't know how he knew. Well, he's Santa. He knew how to put everything for each one of us, in
Yes,
their own
in
little
their
pile.
section.
Yeah, in their little section, and it was spread out. And having a sister, obviously, we knew which was whose.
what-
But now raising 3 boys at our house,
you go.
I
Yeah,
mean,
that got
Santa
tough.
had to be. This is.
They had to put a nameplate
Oh,
on
I
it.
mean, but they would look around the corner and I could hear them.
They're wide awake.
Yeah. And then every now and then we'd forget cookies and have to run out there about 1 a.m. and throw cookies and some milk down.
Oh, yeah.
Because if not, the boys would be like, "Where's the cookies?" Santa was probably hungry.
Yeah, no, he's mad. He won't come back next year.
Right. So we'd have to get that going.
So-
but God, it was so exciting when we were young and just the anticipation of it all.
Oh, yeah. What we did, our Christmas morning presents weren't wrapped. But
Okay.
the ones on Christmas Eve were.
Okay.
So, like, when we would get up Christmas morning, now, with my kids, it was a little different. But our stuff was just set out.
So you're saying Santa didn't wrap them?
No,
Okay.
just set out.
Yeah.
So we didn't
And
have to. I
it's
guess
kind of-
your
it's kind of
parents let
interesting.
them know which way they want it.
It's
They-
kind of
they
interesting
tell
because
Santa which
we
way to do it.
were both the same way. The Santa gifts that he brought weren't wrapped.
Weren't wrapped, yeah.
But if it was like from the parents
It
or
would be
family,
wrapped.
it would be wrapped.
And we
yeah.
usually opened them on Christmas Eve and then left the other for Christmas
Right.
Day.
That's good.
And then we would always, and it was fun because I love my family, but we lived an hour from my grandparents, and we'd have to pack up on Christmas Day and go to their house, and I'd be looking at my toys. And I could grab a couple, probably take them with me in the car, but I'd be looking at them going, I kind of want to stay here and play with my toys.
Yeah,
and I
I
love
know.
my grandparents, and once I got there, I was glad I was there.
Yeah.
But
Well, do you know that's
I'm a
why?
little kid.
Do you know that's why we changed to hosting? Is because the boys were so young and we were ripping the Christmas, the presents from them, and we'd go up to Huntsville, which was awesome. My parents hosted,
it was great,
and it was great. But I mean, we're having to pull, a little bike or something.
They get an
I don't
armful of
know.
stuff and want to take it with them.
And there's things too big we couldn't take, and so finally we was like, hey. Mom, Dad, but they were very receptive to it. They're like, yeah, you're the one with the kids. We'll come to you.
Well, we do it now. We do everything on Christmas Eve, and then on Christmas Day, nobody has to.
No,
we
that's
can go.
smart.
Let's go
Yeah.
see with the guide or whatever.
Right.
And plus, we don't live. Well, yeah, Taylor lives kind of far away. But
Mm-hmm.
anyway, so
That's
it's just
good.
it's exciting, fun for the kids. They get fired up. And,
Now, my boys are 28, 23, and 20. Okay, now. So now that's like, what do you want? And but I claim that, what do you want from Santa? Dad, what are you talking about? You got to believe. What do you don't want? So if you don't believe, you're not going to get nothing. And I stay on them about that, and they get to laughing, and they're like, "What? What do you mean? Well, you don't believe?
yeah,
You got to believe."
Lisa gets on our kids about that.
Well, I mean, Dad, what do you think? I mean, do you think I'm going to get that? I don't know. You talking about from Santa?
Yeah, did you see them?
And they just look, hey. And I'm like, well, I mean, I'm just saying, if you don't believe, it might not. I mean,
It
we'll have
may
to
not
see.
happen.
I don't know what Santa's going to bring you. I'm talking to a 28-year-old
Yeah.
at this time.
He's
I don't
looking
know what he's going to
He's
bring.
on his way to work.
Right.
Like, okay.
Kid, married.
Yeah.
Really?
Still, Lisa does the same thing.
And
though.
it's funny though. But you just don't know what
No,
Santa's
you
going to
don't.
bring. You have no idea. But when you were younger, the anticipation.
Oh my goodness!
Are you kidding me? But
And like I say, if it's something for the outside, it was usually cold. If it was cold, you'd get out in the cold. You didn't care. Put a toboggan on, get out there, get on your bike. We one year we got these Yamaha bicycles, and they were really cool. They had shocks on them and all this stuff. Because see, we were bad to tear our bicycles up. So Dad told us. He said, and those were from them. Mm-hmm. That was our Christmas present from Mom and Dad.
Okay.
And he told us, he said, you tear these up, I'll never buy you another bike. Mm-hmm. Of course, we destroyed them.
Right.
So then we had to piece them all together from all different bikes. He said, that's it. He said, these were supposed to be indestructible, and y'all destroyed them anyway.
Do you know that's how I got, as an adult and as dad, that's how I got my four-wheeler, is that Tyler asked Santa for like a little 90 four-wheeler, but he also asked Santa to bring me one. And
lucky you.
He wanted Dad to have one too, so we could ride. And it's a Yamaha Bruin 350 2004, and that's what I still ride.
Still got it. From Santa.
From Santa. And
It's tough for him to
Tyler
fly that thing in there.
Tyler wrote down and bring Dad one too. I showed it to Terry, and I went,
Like a good idea. Sounds like a good idea to me.
I mean, I don't.
Maybe Santa bring it on. He's bringing one. He might as well bring two.
Yeah, exactly. But so it's real. The Black Friday sales today, Cyber Monday.
Cyber Monday.
The deals keep on going. I will say this: I normally don't give those much, but I mean, there's things that were like 50, 60, 65% off. That if you're looking, you're like, hey, this isn't bad.
Ain't bad.
Let's go for it. We'll take a break. We'll be right back. I hope all of you had a great Thanksgiving weekend. We got lots of stories. Juan DeMarco is here today. He'll be stopping by and hanging out with us. Day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We have a whole lot to talk about, and we thank you for being with us. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
When the doctors at Brickhouse Nutrition announce a Black Friday sale, it's a big event. Now's the time to save a bundle while you reboot and optimize your health. This is the biggest sale of the year on everything. Field of Greens, the life-changing superfruit and vegetable drink that promises your doctor will notice your improved health or your money back. And this special Black Friday sale includes Lean, the physician-formulated weight loss phenomena that helps turn and burn excess fat into energy. Even Radiance, the collagen accelerator, with 4 times more health and anti-aging power than that influencer collagen. Yes, that's on sale too. From weight loss to sleep aids, from creatine to whole food bars, they're all on sale. All you need to do is go to fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. fieldofgreens.com and use the code SALE. That's promo code SALE for this Black Friday deal. This is a different code than usual, folks, only for this Black Friday event. fieldofgreens.com, use the code SALE. Or you can go to rickandbubba.com and just look under the sponsors button. We love our Helix mattresses. If your spine needs extra TLC, you need a Helix Sleep mattress from helixsleep.com/bigbox. Everyone sleeps differently. Helix has several different mattress models to choose from, and each mattress is designed for specific sleep positions and comfort preferences. In fact, the Helix lineup has 20 unique mattresses, including the award-winning Luxe Collection, the Helix Elite Collection, a mattress designed for big and tall sleepers, even a mattress made just for kids. Nervous about buying a mattress online? Don't be. The Helix Sleep Quiz takes into account your individual sleep preferences to match you with the perfect mattress. It only takes a few minutes to answer a couple of questions, and once you pick your mattress, Helix knows there's no better way to test it than by sleeping on it. You're going to get a 100-night trial to see how you like it. With more than 12,000 5-star reviews, it's time to head to helixsleep.com/bigbox and save 20% off your mattress and get a free gift. If you have ever worried about the safety of your home and your family, there's no better time to act than right now. You get 60% off a new Simply Safe security system. Their best deal of the year, Simply Safe is the home security we trust. We've been using it for years and love the peace of mind it brings knowing the home is protected 24/7. Get 60% off today just by visiting simplysafe.com/bigbox. Old school alarm systems only kick in once someone is already inside your home. Simply Safe stops criminals from entering your home in the first place with its exclusive Active Guard outdoor protection. Live agents keep watch outside your property 24/7. Plus, there's no long-term contracts, no cancellation fees, and professional monitoring plans start at about $1 a day. Right now, Simply Safe is offering our listeners 60% off any new system with a select professional monitoring plan. This is their best offer of the year. Go to simplysafe.com/bigbox or rickandbubba.com for a link. There's no safe like Simply Safe. The best thing about Black Friday and Cyber Monday is getting an amazing deal you wouldn't normally get. Now with Raycon, you can get great deals with our promo codes every day of the year. But that doesn't mean they're not having any sales for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. They're actually doubling down on their amazing value by offering our listeners up to 30% off site-wide. Raycon's everyday earbuds come with active noise cancellation, which can be difficult to find at an accessible price point until now. They also feature a 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and they start at just half of the price. If you're not impressed yet, they even offer a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you really can't lose. It's time to save big for the Black Friday and Cyber Monday deal. So go to buyraycon.com/bigbox to get up to 30% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com and click on sponsors. I asked our friends at Tax Network USA about the IRS crackdown that everybody's talking about. Their advice: if you owe back taxes, don't gamble with the IRS. That's a no-win. That's why you need Tax Network USA on your side. Their attorneys and expert negotiators employ aggressive strategies to help settle your IRS issues quickly and in your favor. Even if you haven't filed in 1, 5, or 10 years, what gives Tax Network USA the edge? Their preferred direct line to the IRS and their knowledge about which agents to talk to and which ones to avoid. Now, they're not going to back down until they secure the best settlement for you, which could save you thousands. That's how they've helped resolve over $1 billion in tax debt for people just like you. Don't wait until the IRS closes in. Give Tax Network USA a call. It's free to talk to one of their strategists. 1-800-780-8888 or go to tnusa.com/bigbox or the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button.
Rick and Bubba's in Ohio.
Rick and Bubba.
Pass the gravy, please.
Rick and Bubba.
Ooh, it brings me to my knees.
Rick and Bubba.
I can't start another
Thank you so much for tuning in to the Rick and Bubba Show's kickoff hour. It is day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. What will Santa Bubba have in store for us today?
Who knows?
Day 1 and 2 was $100 of Beaver Bucks to Buc-ee's. Had 2 winners. One from Huntsville, Mississippi. One's from Huntsville, Alabama. One's from Wiggins, Mississippi. And so they're your 2 winners, day 1 and day 2. Day 3 today. Don Juan DeMarco scheduled to be with us today. Looking forward to that. Tons of Thanksgiving weekend stories. I hope all of yours went well. Now, Greg, you said I've got a hamburger question.
Yeah, I was reading an article here because I know the answer. But I'm going to throw it out there anyway.
I got you.
This is from the king. He was the butler for the king.
The butler for the king.
Yes.
All right.
Well, he's king now. Was Charles.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway, former royal butler. He says the only way to eat a hamburger is with a fork and a knife.
What?
Have you ever eaten a hamburger with a fork and a knife?
No, the only reason I've ever grabbed a knife at all is that if you get one of these that's so big you can't even get your mouth. You have to cut it in half, which I feel like I'm losing my man card even doing that.
I get it. I've had few.
Very few. I mean, not many at all. But no, you pick up a hamburger and eat it with your hands and just go to town on it, right?
Well, they say using a knife and fork was certainly the technique employed by the members of the monarchy during his tenure. Yeah. That's what he's saying.
It's proper.
But numerous high-end clientele I've worked with worldwide over the years also do the same thing, according to this guy. He said and there's pictures of people cutting up a hamburger.
So is he saying how the royals eat it?
Yeah, he does. And plus, some other food expert weighs in. They go mainly at fancy events. First of all, who's serving a hamburger at a fancy event?
Right.
But they say those things that it's kind of, accepted that you use a cutlery, but otherwise not. But,
well, I mean, if you just got the patty itself, yeah, I can see cutting it up like a steak. If it's, if you're doing a hamburger patty with something. But if it's a hamburger with buns,
it's kind of like a piece of pizza. They're made to hold. And
yes,
I hope you watch.
Well, you're going to cut a hot dog up too?
Yeah,
I wouldn't. They probably wouldn't dare eat one of them.
Well, and tacos, you pick them up.
Yeah, there's certain things you eat with your hands, right?
Yeah,
what are we doing?
And I have seen some of these hamburgers that are ridiculous.
Yes,
that
that one you had to eat that one time
my God.
From where was it, Moe's? Was it? No, it was Mugshots.
Mugshots. Yeah.
And they had
the challenge.
The challenge, I think, was so big you had to have something.
You had too much
a utensil to cut that up or something. I mean, you can't.
I didn't even get close to eating.
No,
and I'm a pretty good eater.
Yeah,
but I'm no Joey Chestnut. Mm-hmm. But anyway, I thought it was weird. It was said that I guess if we were more fancy, we would use a fork and
buddy,
you just to eat our hamburger.
Whatever.
Picture pulling a Big Mac out and start sawing on it. I mean,
come on.
How
many times have you tried to smush the hamburger
I have
down?
Done that.
Yeah, I've tried to smush it down a little bit. So big, can't even get your mouth around it.
I try every technique to avoid cutting it. Mm-hmm. And it's rare. There are some. And like I say, really, I enjoy a good thick hamburger. But some of them, though, there's no reason for that.
I agree.
There's no reason to have to fight that.
No, I agree 100%.
But anyway, I saw that and I thought, well, maybe Speedy's royalty and
no,
he cuts
no, I have not.
That picture, they got a knife and a fork.
Now I will say that is about as big as that smallest girl the other day that we talked about how tall she is. That one there sitting on the table. That is huge.
First thing I do on this is lose some of that lettuce.
Yes,
I got too much lettuce on there.
Yeah, let's just not stack it up like that.
Yeah,
that's so big that you're going to have to cut it up.
Yeah, you are.
So that's how they eat theirs. Huh?
That's it. The Royals, they're a threat to.
I mean,
Charles. Well,
hunted a lot this past weekend.
You did.
Got in the hardwood.
I hunt none.
Saturday morning was rethinking life as it was in the upper 20s. Saw a couple. Saw a couple of bucks cruising through. Too young to shoot. And one was a 7-point and looked pretty good, just a thin rack or whatever. But it was a nice morning. Boy, after I sat there, and it's that weird thing we've talked to Span about, when the sun starts coming up for about that 30 minutes, it gets cooler.
What is that?
I don't know. But I had so many layers on, I couldn't hardly bend down to pick up anything. But it was a great morning. But I was really checked out of football a lot. We would come in and look a little bit, but we did catch the Ohio State-Michigan ending, that post-game fight that happened at midfield, which now I'm seeing that like they had actual police out there pepper spraying players.
That's when it's gone too far.
It's gone too far. And Jason Day just sitting there like watching it, like he's one of the boys.
Well, he couldn't believe that whooping he just got.
No, and this whole thing of I'm going to go to midfield on your logo and I'm going to celebrate and I'm going to put a flag and I know that's happened, but I mean, as far as coaches and leadership, you probably want to prevent that. But
you do.
I see where the Big Ten has issued fines to both Michigan and Ohio State of $100,000 for the fight.
Dang, between rushing the field, fights, planting the flag.
Mm-hmm. There was a number of altercations this past weekend.
Listen,
a number
it's almost
of them.
like they all got together and said, "Look, whoever wins in the rivalry game, go get your flag and stick it in the middle of the field."
Yeah,
because it was happening everywhere.
Right,
fights everywhere.
Yeah, and I know the broadcast kind of talked about it too. Hey, this isn't new. Should it have happened? Probably not. It's not new. And I heard one comment: if you don't want the flag at midfield, just beat your opponent. I get that too.
Yeah, but
you got all kinds. I think
field.
Bottom line is the coaching staff should make sure that doesn't happen. That way, there's not get off the field. And then they couldn't get them off the field. It's like they continued to just kind of the mob would get pushed around. It was really bizarre.
But
and then Ohio State, the head coach is just standing there in the middle of it, not saying a word to anybody, just letting it happen.
And I kept seeing highlights, and I go, "Well, that's a different game." I thought at first, "Well, we had this happen at one game." But I would look and I go, "Well, that's two different teams. This is going on all over the nation.
It's all over the place." Now I understand if you're probably a Michigan fan, you think it should have happened. If you're an Ohio State fan, you're disrespected, and if you're a player, you're going, "Well, that's not happening on my field." I get that too. I just think that the coaching staff should have probably stepped in and made sure it didn't happen. So
this, and again, and they still may be. I'm not saying, but we've all pretty much all year Ohio State probably top 3 team, no doubt.
Yep.
So you're going to get beat by a backup former walk-on quarterback that threw for like 62 yards.
Yeah.
And you're going to lose the ball game.
Yep. How about that?
And I don't know how you did on the flag fight. I don't know if you won it or not.
Right.
But
that was bizarre. And then the NFL had it too.
They planting flags up there too?
The game that everybody was talking about was the Jaguar game, and they had a fight there on a dirty hit. And I'm trying to pull the story up here, make sure I get the names right. But it was a situation where the teammates were kind of coming to the aid of the quarterback. See here is Aziz Al-Shair or whatever.
Wow.
One of the players for the Texans came in and had a dirty blow to Trevor Lawrence.
Blow.
He was sliding and he came in with his elbow and hit him in the head, knocked him out. Trevor Lawrence is sitting here with stiff arms, and he's out. And of course, all the players come to
sliding, giving it up.
Yep, and it was obvious too. It wasn't a late slide.
Wow.
And so now to add to that, now the player that was ejected. He was giving it to the fans as he was getting walked out of the stadium, and he had cleats that sometimes they'll personalize their cleats and write messages on it and stuff. It was Free Palestine. He's
Free Palestine.
Yeah, he's an outspoken Muslim, it says on one cleat it read, "Surely to Allah we belong, and to Him we will all return." And then talked about the Palestinians that have been killed. That was all written on his cleats.
Well, he must have big feet.
Yeah, I'm telling you. But the story that everybody was talking about was just Trevor Lawrence being knocked out. And so the fight that ensued was all of his players coming to his defense going, that was dirty. And it was. It was real dirty because it was obvious he was sliding. And he came in towards his head. But
knock him out.
Yep. The new AP poll is out, and just a quick glance, I know, but the AP poll, college football playoff poll, has kind of mirrored this pretty close. And Oregon is 1.
We don't know until we crown the winners of the conferences. But
Oregon is 1, Texas 2, Penn State now 3. After the Ohio State loss, they now play Oregon in the Big Ten championship game.
How about that?
Notre Dame beat USC 49-35, so they're done. They just sit back and wait. Which is, I know things. Oh, hey, it's fair. It's unfair. If you're not even playing the championship game, you're just sitting there.
Well, they need to do away with the championship game
or something. Georgia's at 5. Georgia will play Texas in the SEC championship game. Tennessee 6. Ohio State 7. SMU is 8. SMU 11-1. They now play Clemson in the ACC championship game after Miami got beat. Indiana sitting there at 9 at 11-1. Boise State is at 10. They will now play UNLV in the Mountain West championship game. Alabama has moved up to 11, and Arizona State is at 12. I think they play Iowa State in the Big 12 championship game. South Carolina is 13. Miami slipped to 14. Ole Miss is at 15, and Iowa State is at 16. BYU, Clemson, and then it moves on down the list.
So Clemson's that far back, but if they win the championship, they're in the playoffs.
They're in the playoffs, and they were talking about what would hurt some of the teams like Alabama or South Carolina or Ole Miss that are just right there on the outside looking in. It would be something like that. Yeah. Like Clemson beating UNLV because or SMU because everybody's saying that SMU, even if they lost, they're still in.
Yeah,
which that's another argument for another day. But something like that hurts those teams. But if SMU was to beat Clemson, then you just never know. And I think one thing we have learned is that the rankings and the seedings, they're totally different.
Yeah.
So we'll see how that plays out.
How about this? I didn't know Georgia and Georgia Tech played Friday night and went 8 overtime.
8. I just went to bed because I knew we were hunting Saturday morning. So I went to bed. We spent the night down at the farm. And I woke up and it was like, who won? We started looking and we're like, 8 overtimes.
That's unbelievable.
That is insane.
Good night.
We'll take a break. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
The Spirit of the Cowboy special.
Spirit comes from soul. It's not something that happens to you. It's something that happens in you.
You take pride in yourself. You take pride in your brand.
It's hard work. It's perseverance. It's dedication. And it's preserving what's old and keeping it new.
The Spirit of the Cowboy is the last wild, free thing left.
Boot Barn. Share the West.
Guys, it's finally here. Wendy's new salted caramel frosty. It's cold, salted, yet perfectly sweet, delicious, and it's at the top of Santa's Christmas list. What? Santa has a list too, you know. And he's a huge salted caramel frosty fan. Probably why he's so jolly all the time. The iconic frosty with a salted caramel twist? Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only at participating U.S. Wendy's. Salted caramel frosty flavored with other natural flavors.
Shop Dell Technologies Cyber Monday event for their lowest prices of the year. The future is on sale today with limited time deals on select PCs like the XPS 16 that accelerate AI with Intel Core Ultra processors. Cyber Monday is their biggest sale of the year and the best time to upgrade, but it's only here for a limited time. Shop now at Dell.com/deals. That's Dell.com/deals.
I juggle a lot. And managing constipation with belly pain from my irritable bowel syndrome with constipation, or IBS-C, with laxatives and fiber isn't enough. My doctor recommended a way to get ahead of it. Then I said yes to Linzess.
Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, cultural enrichment, and all-inclusive fares. Discover more at Viking.com.
All right, if your approach to everyday aches and pains is to mask them, feel better for a few hours only to have the pain return, then repeat that cycle all over again, it's time to try Relief Factor. And the good news is Relief Factor makes that easy. Their 3-week quick start is only $19.95, less than $1 a day. Instead of masking pain, Relief Factor helps eliminate it. How? Well, it's a unique formula of ingredients that helps support your body's response to inflammation. Relief Factor was developed by doctors and is 100% drug-free. And for so many people, including some of us here on the show, Relief Factor has been a game changer because you just feel better when you're not in constant pain. You'll feel the difference. Give it a try and get the 3-week quick start for just $19.95 at relieffactor.com or call 1-800-4-RELIEF to get that deal. You can find that info at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors as well. Don't mask pain. Fight it naturally with Relief Factor. Go right now to rickandbubba.com under the sponsors button or go directly to relieffactor.com. The best thing about Black Friday and Cyber Monday is getting an amazing deal you wouldn't normally get. Now with Raycon, you can get great deals with our promo codes every day of the year. But that doesn't mean they're not having any sales for Black Friday and Cyber Monday. They're actually doubling down on their amazing value by offering our listeners up to 30% off site-wide. Raycon's everyday earbuds come with active noise cancellation, which can be difficult to find at an accessible price point until now. They also feature a 32-hour battery life and multi-point connectivity that lets you pair 2 devices at once. Raycon's quality rivals some of the biggest names in premium audio, and they start at just half of the price. If you're not impressed yet, they even offer a 30-day happiness guarantee, so you really can't lose. It's time to save big for the Black Friday and Cyber Monday deal. So go to buyraycon.com/bigbox to get up to 30% off site-wide. That's buyraycon.com/bigbox or go to rickandbubba.com and click on sponsors.
Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba. I can't start another Rick and Bubba. Day without a
8 minutes until top of the hour on this day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. We hope all of you are enjoying your time today and had a great Thanksgiving weekend. Don't forget the new number for the remainder of the year. It is 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. You can still text the same number you've all programmed in. That hasn't changed, but the number you call if you want to talk to the show or be involved with the 12 working days of Christmas, when we hit the sounder and all that, it's 629-WE-BE-BIG. And, we had to do this last year after we shut down 911 services and other businesses. Apparently, with the load of the calls that came in, it just the whole system crashed.
911,
and so they said we're going to give you a designated line that's your own, and so that's what we've had. That's what we've had to do. So 629-WE-BE-BIG is the number on day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. Don Juan's scheduled to stop by, and we got lots to talk about. This portion of the show, though, I notice you look a little perky, and that's because you got a Helix Sleep mattress.
That's right, buddy.
You, too, can go and get one. HelixSleep.com/BigVox. If you're not sleeping well and you desire to sleep better, it could be your mattress. A great mattress can make a world of difference on your quality of life, because if you sleep better, you feel better. So right now, go to HelixSleep.com/BigVox, and when you do, you're going to save 20%. This is top quality luxury, too, that's also very affordable. Unlike a lot of the mattress companies out there, Helix owns their own manufacturing facility right here in the USA by skilled manufacturers, and it's shipped directly from their facility to your door. Right. So this allows Helix to keep the prices down. It's still, just because it's a good price doesn't mean the quality's, no, it's high-level quality mattress, but they've taken that middle part out, and it just comes from them straight to your door.
Straight to you in a big box, and you cut it loose, and here you go.
Yep, and you, like you said, get it where you want.
Yes, because once that baby unfolds, it's heavy.
Then it's unfolded. They'll get you to take a sleep quiz. Takes under about 2 minutes, and they need to see preferences.
Little questions.
Look, preferences, right?
Yeah, how you like sleep? On your back, your side? You like a stiff mattress, a soft mattress, medium?
Yeah. And so right now it's going to ship straight to your door free of charge. And if you aren't satisfied, they'll pick it up and you can return it. Full refund, no questions asked. 100-night risk-free trial. Not too many companies will do that. They do. So go to helixsleep.com/BigVox, save 20%, or you can always go to rickandbubba.com, look under the sponsors button. All right, so the crew is here today. As I said, scheduled to appear is Don, Juan, Demarco, playing a lot of the best ofs on Friday and hearing that infectious laugh from some of those bits way back when. It's going to be fun seeing him. And I know he's a busy man, and we're honored he would take time to actually come to the studio and be here today. Also scheduled this Thursday, Blair and Karen, former intern.
Oh, good.
And Hobie. They are scheduled to stop by.
Well, good.
Blair and Karen claims she wants to go screen phone calls again.
Well, she can be more than welcome to do that.
If you're new to the show, let's not forget, I think she screened out Sean Hannity. If I remember correctly. I think that's who it was. She was a tough one. Yeah. She knew her job and she did it well.
Yeah.
So we will have that as we look forward to this week together. And don't forget too, this coming Thursday, it will be the last Rick and Bubba University podcast of the year. It's letters from the audience. So this is where the guys are just going to sit back and talk about the show, the history of the show, answer questions that you might have.
Yeah, that'd be a good one.
And if you have those questions, you can always email me, speedy@rickandbubba.com. So there. All right, so we've hit a number of things. Greg wrestled the big tree out of the attic, didn't fall through.
No.
So that's good. Still got a couple more to get up.
It's amazing what a little decking can do.
Yeah. Talked some hunting, cold weather, some other stuff. Talked about the top 25 AP poll that just came out. It's the only reason we mention it is because a lot of times the college football playoff poll is pretty dead on and very similar. So that's kind of what we can expect. The reveal show is Tuesday night. This one was kind of interesting. Randy Moss. Didn't see this, but I saw this in the headlines today. He revealed that he's battling an illness and actually asked all the prayer warriors to pray for him. He appeared on their NFL show, and he said, I want the viewers to know that me and my wife and my family are battling something internally. I have some great doctors around me, he said on the Sunday NFL Countdown show that's on ESPN. He said, I didn't want to miss the show. I wanted to be here with you guys. But he said, these Michigan turnover glasses that I'm wearing, I'm not trying to I know I'm on TV. I'm not disrespecting anybody. It's not like a style thing. He said it's I've got to wear, and I'm battling something. He said
battling some kind of.
I need all the prayer warriors. God bless you all. Thanks for your prayers.
Sounds
he said.
Serious, doesn't it?
Mm-hmm. So we'll see here. He also encouraged his male followers to get regular checkups and their blood work done in a video posted to his Instagram.
Male followers?
Yeah, male followers. Like, I don't know if it's whatever he's battling. Maybe it's, I don't know. But I don't know why his vision would be.
I know.
He said, we'll work it out. And I don't know.
So has he been? I haven't watched the NFL this year. Has he been on there? And he's just now.
Yeah. He's been a part of the ESPN Sunday NFL Countdown show.
Let's just call it. There was a time when we didn't think Randy would turn out like this. He's had a good career in the NFL. Had a little controversy every now and then, but he's done really good as a broadcaster.
Mm-hmm. Others in the ESPN family have come out. Mike Greenberg, Rex Ryan, Alex Smith, the whole crew, and said, "Hey, we're in it together. You're not in it alone." So it must be something
serious.
Yeah.
Sounds
so
really serious.
That was surprising to me, and something that was in the headlines. That's a household name that kind of jumps out at you. We'll take a break. We'll come right back. That'll wrap up this hour. We have got a lot to discuss. Adler is here. Rick is here. Bubba is here. Full staff today. And Don Juan's scheduled to come by and hang out with us, which all of you have been asking. Please tell me he's going to come by. Please tell me. Well, today's the day. Day 3 of the 12 working days of Christmas. What will Bubba have in store today? I don't know. And yes, Greg is standing up again for some reason. All right, we'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
The gravy, please. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Ooh, it brings me to my knees. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Here we go, 6 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, brand new hour. Thank you for being with us today. We start this hour with the national anthem. It is 7.5 minutes past the hour. The Rick and Bubba Show, 866-WE-BE-BIG. No longer the number. As we go to the end, it's now 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. You can still text us on the old line, no problem there. But as far as calling us, all the way to the end, it's 629-WE-BE-BIG. Speedy and Greg have given you the kickoff hour. That is behind us. Eddie Van Adler now joins the team. As we go forward, 10 Rick and Bubba Show remains, or they remain, and then the remains will be left. Best of shows will be through the holiday season, and so we'll wrap up 31 years. So look forward to spending time with you today. And there is a lot to do on the program today and a lot to recap. Juan Demarco Williams is scheduled to be with us on this edition of the Rick and Bubba Show, and it looks pretty solid that he is going to be here. I think we just saw him. But we're missing one, the silver-tongued one, the man with a golden voice, Professional Lunch Eaters Man of the Year, the inventor of pizza and a cup, Shakespeare's worst nightmare, and the master of the King's English. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for Bill Bubba Bussey! Howdy, Bubba.
How about it, Rick Burgess? Friends, neighbors, associates everywhere. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Let's all sing the song together. Here we go. It's a white trash Christmas.
bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone. Come on, y'all. Shirts and deodorant. Yeah.
Fresh beef jerky and a 6 of Miller Lite.
We'll be having us a party on Christmas night.
Bacon, eggs, and beer. Santa
God bless us, everyone.
Bacon, eggs, and beer. Santa
God bless us, everyone. God bless us, everyone.
There it is right there. White Trash Christmas by request right out of the gate. If you're looking for it, remember it's Zach Tyson. Tyson is spelled Tyson, White Trash Christmas, and it is available on all streaming services.
How about that?
You remember that one walked into
boy,
our life?
that I tell you, that has been a little dandy over the years, hasn't it? And boy, it just hits real close to home.
Oh,
a lot of us.
buddy! I mean, it's the way to get things started.
Trash Christmas.
Bubba, I hope you had a good Thanksgiving.
Rick, I had all the Thanksgiving I could stand. Kids were in. We had food, fun, and frolic, and I mean, it was. We had a great time. It really was.
Yep.
Very, just a very pleasurable time. I could have used a few more days of that, but everybody had to go back to work.
Yes, same. We had them rolling back out on Saturday. We didn't even keep some of them even through Saturday. But we had them Wednesday night, then like you said, Thursday and Friday. So it was great, and some Saturday. So it was a wonderful Thanksgiving, and we'll review some of that. A little bit of controversy on some dressing involving our family. We'll get into that a little bit today, but it's a lot to cover. We have 10 new shows left. Now we'll do best of shows all through the holidays, but as far as brand new Rick and Bubba shows, 10 of them remain. Juan Demarco Williams will be with us today.
Rick, right out of the gate,
fan favorite.
I do want to say that our 12 working days of Christmas, we will push today's gift back to tomorrow because of a bizarre happened this morning.
Yeah, a bizarre happening. So there is no gift today.
Right. We'll double up tomorrow.
2 gifts tomorrow.
Yes, 2 gifts tomorrow.
All right. So.
I actually stopped and tried to get a gift card this morning. And, we're trying to do the gift cards to make it a little easier to get to everybody.
Sure, yeah.
And I was told that my card was declined, and I tried another one. They said, no, that was declined. Tried a third one, and I thought, well, something ain't right here. And I got here to work, and I pulled it up online, and actually some of them went through. So I don't know if I was being scammed. I don't want to think that I am. I want to think that the nice ladies that were helping me just made a mistake.
Yeah. So you have charges but no gift cards.
Yes, that's pretty much it.
That's your worst case scenario right there, friend.
Yeah, that would be it. So we'll try to address that and get double for tomorrow after the show.
All right,
today.
so no gift today,
right.
Double tomorrow.
Unless we find something else we want to give away. I don't know.
So today's lost, tomorrow's gain.
Yeah, unless we find something.
Well,
else.
we got some pretty. I mean, we got as far as keepsakes, we got some stuff.
We got some.
You know what I may look.
You may win lunch with Juan DeMarco
right.
or something.
Yeah, another one is sometimes we're giving things when we're doing commercials for them like samples that maybe I've got something there we've never used.
Yeah, you never know. And I mean, we'll look around and see.
I'll tell you what, we got a Charlie Chip bucket behind you.
Yeah,
I see some old stuff over here in the corner from
I don't
Ron
know that
Greenwood.
any of this you'd want to wrap up.
Yeah,
but,
that's true. So
we'll
anyway,
see. But anyway,
yeah,
we'll get to 12 in one way or the other.
We'll let me tell you something. Sometimes when a car is you're trying to just get to the destination and before it breaks down, I mean, just the wheels are coming off.
I know.
Coming in wide open.
You get the duct tape, the Bondo, you're just trying to hold her together.
Speaking of that, and I hope it wasn't an attempt to scam you, but as you said, it is the season. I do have, believe it or not, it's one of the things that we have talked about on the show before. There was an attempt on a family member over the weekend. I will share with you something to watch out for. It's
just everywhere.
Yeah,
and
it's something that we had been wondering about and even talked about as a family that we need to prep for. And so we've all made the decision when we get together for Christmas, if anybody can keep from being scammed before then, I'll tell you about it. It's something that we need to give you a heads up on and kind of tell you what to do before you fall victim to it. So that'll be on the show today, too. So a lot to do. Your phone calls at 629-WE-BE-BIG. We'll get those in. Text us at 866-932-3244. It is Cyber Monday. So some opportunities out there. Don't forget to shop the Rick and Bubba store today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pick up a Rick and Bubba double CD today. They also pick up a pound of BuzzBox coffee. Some of them were already BuzzBox drinkers, but they'll use those as gifts for other people. So if you'd like to start drinking BuzzBox, the best coffee in the world, then go to rickandbubba.com. You'll see the BuzzBox logo. Click on that. We'll send you your first pound for free, only $1 shipping. Then you can try it and see how delicious it is. And if you start drinking it, 10% goes to the Bronner Burgess Memorial Fund. And we thank all of you who are already doing that. All right, Bubba, we mentioned it. We have another story about the cost of weddings.
Weddings are expensive. We've learned that from our very own Greg. He's clued us in on that. Mm-hmm. Disturbing story out of Texas. A man in Texas is accused of robbing a bank Friday to pay for a wedding ring and the venue for his wedding, according to the sheriff.
Set him free.
Hey, Greg.
He was going to be married this past Saturday, but instead, Heath Edwards Bumpus was in the custody of law enforcement officials over the weekend after his fiancée recognized his photograph posted on a law enforcement Facebook page. Wow. The photo was from a bank surveillance camera, and Texas authorities had asked for help to identify the bank robber.
She told on him.
Well, I would have said, dang, baby, I was just trying to get you a good ring and let's get that venue you want.
He was cutting it a little close if he robbed it last week and he's supposed to be married that weekend.
Come on, baby.
Now,
come on, baby, I had to pay for it.
Come on, baby, I was trying to get you something nice.
Cakes ain't cheap.
His fiancée convinced him to surrender, and authorities arrested the suspect about 2 hours after the Friday morning holdup.
Wow. 2 hours, he didn't even get away with it.
Well, you know how it is. I mean, a woman puts so much pressure on you.
Yeah.
They say the unusual wedding story began at about 11:30 a.m. Friday when the man walked into a local bank, demanded money, and indicated he had a weapon. The town Groveton is about 200 miles southeast of Fort Worth. After taking an undisclosed amount of money, the robber strolled out of the bank, jumped into a gray Ford Focus, and drove away. As he was driving on dirt roads, he took off his clothes and threw them out the window, according to the sheriff. Minutes after his photo was posted on the sheriff's Facebook page, his fiancée saw the photo and called him. He lied to her a few times, the sheriff said. She knew it was him.
Well, you know what? Nobody likes tattletales.
I know it.
I mean,
it's a good thing he figured this out before he married her.
Well, right. It's really her fault because what he did, he had a ring that he could afford.
He did,
and he was going to go get married over at his mama's house in the backyard. They have a nice backyard, and she didn't want to. She said, "That's not. I want a big wedding. I want to get married at some expensive venue because it says the venue's involved in here." And I'll tell you one thing: you can take that ring and throw it in the trash. Then the man got desperate.
Yep.
He won't take
the bank, and she turned him in.
He won't take care of her sweetie pie and try to give her what she wanted, and He was willing to do whatever it took. It's really quite romantic.
Yeah.
It's got
right up
just,
to the she called the police.
It's got kind of a Bonnie and Clyde feel to it.
It does. I mean, it ain't like he shot nobody. He didn't do anything as bad as that dog just did.
No. I'm not saying that you should rob somewhere.
No, you
okay. I'm
shouldn't.
not
No.
saying
None
that.
of us
But
are
let's
saying
just say if we did, what would be your disguise? Would you go wig? Would you go? Are you a hat and shades guy? Are you pantyhose kind of guy? What are y'all?
Well, I'm not going to be these idiots that walk in there and you can see who they are. That's not going to happen.
No.
So I'm going to do something. I'm probably going to go with the presidential mask.
Oh, you are.
Yeah,
you're going
I'm
mask.
always like that in movies. I think I'm probably going in as Nixon.
That'd be good.
Orange Justice.
Oh, you are?
Yeah.
Okay.
Full-blown orange justice.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I would too, but that thing's so tight, I think they still identify me.
Yeah.
Hey, I tell you what.
Only reason.
No, that's him. That's him right there.
I know that.
We were certain he had a gun.
Adler, are you Henry? That's so good. That's so good.
By the way, speaking of Henry, did y'all see the Google Earth picture of Henry sitting by the road? When they were, the little Google cars that go out and shoot the picture. I'm trying to get out of that for y'all. That take the pictures for the Earth, the street view.
Mm-hmm.
21 minutes past the hour. In honor of Don Juan Demarco Williams, who'll be coming up later in the program, I picked to have a very bass Christmas music to kind of start the season. Of course, most of you know this one is Jingle Bass Rock. So anyway, we'll hit some of that as we get settled in. But Don Juan is here, and we will be chatting with him and doing flashbacks. A couple of things we do need to say, and this is one of those things, Bubba, where we get into mixed emotions. We've said about the Rick and Bubba show for 31 big ones. Hey, you never know.
Mm-hmm.
So we did have a lot going on over the weekend. We'll recap the Thanksgiving weekend. So we did have some of the kids home, wives of kids, all that. And so we were going out and doing stuff and coming back and going to movies and going out to eat and going on nature hikes and anything Mama wanted to do. Well, we came back in, Christmas lights, blaring. And I look on the steps and I see, something from Amazon, which, is pretty much going to be there every day.
You have to step over those boxes pretty much every day
and
you go
sitting
out.
on top of the box is what I'm now, those you can't see, I'm holding a Costco gigantic, what would you call this, tub of
Big old jar
of peanut M&Ms. This was sitting on my doorstep with a couple of notes from a very sweet family. What was interesting about their notes, like one of the notes didn't say anything but Dickie Nadmeyer. That's all it said. Didn't say good, bad. Said Dickie Nadmeyer.
Okay.
And I thought, well, there's some folks. So then I've tried to find the one that had some explanation on it. Says we are on our way through from Virginia back to Texas for Thanksgiving, and our kids wanted to say hi. These are fresh and sealed from Costco for you and Bubba. Thanks for everything, listeners since 2008. And I'm looking, and they, I'm trying. Their last name is hard to read. I think it's Velta, the Velta family.
Velta.
Hayden looks like he's one of the kids. Sadie is one of the kids.
The Veltas.
And then she says, "Thank you for having a great show for me and my family to listen to." This is from Sadie. Have a happy Thanksgiving and Merry Christmas. Enjoy the M&M. So thank you very much. It was a great gift, and thank you for the wonderful letters to the guys. I brought those in today for everybody. Once we had the bomb-sniffing dog sniff it, we took those in.
And Rick, let's see. So they came to your porch to leave that.
That is correct.
Which is just mere feet from your bedroom window.
Yeah. It was.
You're right.
Yeah. What was interesting is
how y'all doing?
And as Sherry and I were very moved by this. Sherry says maybe a few more, maybe a few less details about where we live.
Yeah, I
was like,
well,
Rick, I can't hardly find your house.
I know. Well, we found that.
They
out,
saw the
but
Christmas lights from 2 counties away.
I think that was it.
They just follow the light.
Once you see the Christmas lights, that's. That's it.
It's
But anyway,
a beam going up like them searchlights.
You know what?
Have a premiere.
We've been very blessed. There's only been, honestly, in the 31 years, in the hundreds of thousands of listeners, we have only had maybe a handful that were dangerous and wanted to kill us.
Right.
And
Right.
I mean,
ain't bad,
and if
30
you, and if you
Most
think,
of those we've had them sent to the big house.
right.
So.
So when you think about this nice family, they didn't mean any harm.
No. Yeah.
They didn't mean any harm.
No.
And so they that was all kind. So
you
most
enjoy
of the,
those M&Ms, Rick.
Yeah, most of the time.
Were they high sealed? Were they?
It's you look at that and you go.
It's a couple off the top.
Right. It seems sealed, but it's also a beautiful visual just to have it sitting looking at it.
Yeah.
Right.
It just
Bubba,
is a reminder of how sweet they are.
You know, if he took that and set it between us, we would act like it first.
Oh yeah, it'd bother you for a
then
few
by
minutes.
the middle of the show, we'd be about halfway.
Yeah.
I'd be elbow deep in it.
Yeah, probably so.
I'm gonna.
They gotta be good.
There's a chance those could be poison.
Right.
But there is no chance I ain't hungry.
Right.
You have to play the numbers.
I'm going to sit these in the snack room, and I would mortgage my house that the fear of them will subside.
Yeah.
Rick. It'll open up and go,
So that's very, very sweet. Thank you very much, and I hope you enjoyed the Christmas lights.
Your house isn't easy to find.
Right, and thank you for not breaking in or attempting to kill us in any way.
Yes, we appreciate that. Since you were mere feet away,
right,
while we were asleep.
So there you go.
I mean, one brick.
Rick, so does it have the seal? Let me see something.
Yeah,
don't worry about it. Speedy, get your handful.
Yeah.
Go ahead. No, I'm just looking to see if it has a seal.
It said it's sealed and sweet.
Yeah, it's still sealed.
You can manipulate that. You can manipulate that.
Let me look at that.
Bubba,
good.
Let me tell you what we're going to find.
Yeah,
let me tell you what we're going to
seal.
find on this right here. How committed Bubba is to a somewhat healthy snack.
Oh, I know where it's headed.
Come on, eggs.
Come on. So Bubba, that was one thing. And then I know you had some, though.
Yeah,
that's not,
Rick,
not a happy.
Yeah, on a more somber note, a good friend of mine, a neighbor of mine, Dr. Scott McDaniel, he's an oncologist in Montgomery, and he is a cancer survivor. Went into that business, has been a great doctor for a lot of folks, and now he is suffering with it again. And he's actually having a bone marrow transplant at MD Anderson today in Houston. So prayers for him. If you, we got a lot of great prayer warriors that listen to this show and watch, and just say a little something for Scott McDaniel Day. It is day 0, as they say, as they will rebuild his immune system with a bone marrow transplant. So he's a great guy.
Well, he's at the right place.
Yep.
So as I'm sure he knows. So we also you can hear Don Juan DeMarco starting to laugh in the background. We're just going to kind of, if you want to, you can just kind of merge into the show. And but we'll have let's talk to Don Juan coming up. He'll have his own segments, and I know some of you will have questions. We'll get you a chance to talk to him today on the show too. So you've never been in this studio, right, Dino?
This is the first time being in here.
Welcome back.
Welcome back. So that tells us we haven't seen you in over 3 years.
At least.
It's been a while.
It's been a minute.
Rick, I don't want to spoil the surprise, but he said he's ready. We're going to do a little body jam during one segment.
right out here.
Right out here.
Bubba, somebody said.
I got plenty of room for it.
Someone said gift number 3, the M&Ms. Greg's waving that down. Better known as the top 2 daredevil. Well, I watched Greg in true form on Thanksgiving.
Woo, he tore some food up, didn't we?
Greg Burgess. Of course, the bony contention. We'll talk about it later. You kept a little something to yourself.
Well, look, that's on Lisa. That's not my fault.
Yeah.
You kept a little extra at the house.
Yeah.
How many times did y'all say, well, now Monday I'm going to start eating better?
Oh, yeah. Monday, I'm going to really eat
just to the
celery.
staff, that's today.
I tell you what,
there's a couple of times I couldn't breathe, and I thought, well, this is not good.
Yeah,
I know it.
I got to hurry up and get on the floor here and get a nap in so I can eat again.
I got my feelings. I got my feelings hurt by myself yesterday when I tried to say I'm gonna go ahead and go to it Sunday, and myself laughed at me. and myself said, "You know, you're going Monday."
Yeah.
A new day today, though.
Yeah.
New day today.
Yeah.
New day.
New day in the neighborhood.
Says the guy that's holding a bucket of peanut M&Ms.
Yeah. Yeah.
And also brought in pumpkin bread. All right, so
That was you?
Oh yeah.
Oh.
boy.
That's from Camtastic made that. Good stuff. Had to get out of the house. It was on me. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Yesterday, we all head out into our little worlds, and we're doing all of our things. And so I get a picture from Bubba and Helmsy. We all did here on the O program. We also need to look into the one that Adler sent us as well.
Yes, we do.
Remind me to give that a look-see here in a little bit and see if we can't. There may be a piece of gold there today. But we'll look. And, Bubba, I hope what I see, apparently it looks like you and Helmsy are holding, now I don't know enough about it to know except for what you put in the picture, and that is pickleball rackets, and it looks like a wiffle ball. Is that what a pickleball looks like?
It is.
Very similar.
It is. We had lunch yesterday with tennis legend Boo Mason, and they offer some pickleball stuff there. We're at the Hoover Country Club, and so Helms and I got out and we were trying to learn a little more. It was kind of an investigative thing, wouldn't you say, Helms? Since there had been a lot of talk about pickleball, I was just going to get out and see what it was all about.
Now,
neither one of us know the rules, okay? Keep this in mind.
Right.
We are completely – I have hit back and forth over a net before, but I have never played a game, don't know anything about the rules, don't know how you score, any of that. So it was all new. It's a new journey for us.
So then I see, we all have a little fun, and then Bubba puts back, thanks for coming out and putting me through a grueling 6-minute workout. So what's going on here?
For sure.
They call that 6 minutes of hell, don't they, Bob?
Well, we went out there, and we probably made a mistake in that we were going to do this right after lunch as opposed to before it.
Well, you probably eat healthy, though.
But it's still, it's still right after lunch. And but it was rather warm yesterday. And I'm need to make that process to do better. And it was hot out there.
So when I see the 6 minutes, because I know exactly what you're talking about, because I've been there. Anytime you stop and start and you try to get started back, the first day there's a day that you say, today's the day I assess where I am.
Yeah.
And what work lies ahead.
Right.
Is that what should I read into that 6-minute thing that Bussy is the starting point this time?
If clearing the forest is getting in shape, we need napalm.
Pretty severe, huh?
We need B-52s. We need carpet bombing. Agent Orange.
Right.
Yeah. Well, and a lot of bulldozers.
Right. Well, you know what? I think, and this is a mistake a lot of people make, and I think you did not make it yesterday, which is good. And I'm speaking from experience as well. You need to, when you start back, you got to ease back in and then increase, because if you go crazy the very first day back, you will have such a terrible bodily response to that. Yeah. Before you know it, you don't go back and do anything.
Rick, I believe that's off the table.
Yeah. So probably 6 minutes is about all you needed yesterday.
Yeah. Well,
if you'd have went 7, I don't know what would happen.
We're still nursing a knee and a back, and trying to assess that, and it's not good, especially the back. But we I appreciate Helms taking a few minutes and just let me get out there and move around a little bit. That wasn't a lot of movement, but.
I have a couple of things I want to ask. First
we
of all,
were out there actually a little longer than 6 minutes, but I thought that sounded funny in the tweet. I mean, it might have been 10.
Did you hear what he said?
You might have been 10.
It may have been. I'll tell you this: it wasn't no more than 10.
Right.
I can confirm that it was no more than 10 minutes.
Two things I want to talk about.
Matter of fact, we sat down. He took a break at about probably the 8 to 10 minute mark.
I'm going with 8 minutes.
And I thought, okay, we're probably going to really get after it here next. And Bubba looked at me and he goes, I really hate you come out here for this. I think we need to call it a day.
So you thought what y'all had done was the warm up,
and that's fine. Now it was hot. I will give him that. It was hot, humid, choky. It will choke you hot kind of thing. But I thought there was more coming. I thought there was more coming. I really did.
Yeah, right. Well, that's a long way to go for 8 minutes.
Couple things.
Well, I had hit golf balls for about an hour prior to lunch, so I kind of got my, I got my fill of it.
You justified the trip.
I did. Yeah, I did.
So I'd like
and
to
lunch with Boo and Bubba.
Yeah,
that was fun.
It took them longer to set up the pickleball court than y'all played.
It did. You're absolutely correct.
Is that correct?
That is correct.
That is true.
Okay.
Which I felt bad for the guys that had to set that up.
They're not
for a 5-minute warm up.
Yeah.
Sorry, guys.
Yeah, the apology really probably.
$35 minutes now past the hour. Merry Christmas, as the Christmas season has now officially begun here on the Rick and Bubba Show. And gift number 3, not going to happen today, doesn't look like. So 2 gifts tomorrow. So we had a little bit of a mishap. We'll take care of that tomorrow. TheraBreath, if you went out over Thanksgiving and had time with family, or you're going to be having time with family coming up on Christmas, or both, nothing takes the joy out of this most wonderful time of year quite like stank breath. You look, there's somebody comes over and you said, "Well, we kind of wish you'd maybe just maybe not have showed up. I didn't know you were going to bring old stank with you."
Oh, yuck mouth.
So be sure that TheraBreath is part of your routine, and then you look beyond just the social discomfort of bad breath. Also, just having good oral hygiene is good for your overall health, and they've got all kinds of products. They've got a gum rinse that is fantastic. Of course, the toothpaste, the mouthwash, the lozenges. I just took one of those because I used the products this morning, but then I drank a couple of cups of coffee. So now I've done a lozenge. I'm back ready to go. I didn't want Dee to smell coffee on me. So anyway, if you want to find out how to get all the products, go to TheraBreath.com. They are at over 100 different retailers, but sometimes with the limitations on shelf space, they won't have all the products. You can get them all at TheraBreath.com or look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. Well, I mentioned him. There he is. Juan Demarco Williams.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Big D. So, D, take us back. What were your Rick and Bubba years?
I was here early, right out of the gate, I'd say around 1996.
Wow.
That was like
96.
It was like college, 96 to like 2008.
Right.
Wow.
Yeah, somewhere. Yeah.
So y'all pretty much raised me.
There you go. Yeah.
I was a little kid, and y'all raised me.
Oh yeah. How about that? But so many. So you did. It was one of the things we talked about. You were not. Were you an intern?
I was an intern. Yeah,
Intern.
I was intern number 3.
Yeah.
Wow.
That's right. Because everybody thinks Speedy was an intern, but he never was.
Yeah.
But you were. Yeah. So intern number 3.
You had Louie first.
Yeah, whose mama told him he couldn't work with us.
Then Aaron Boy.
We were a bad influence. Then Aaron Boy. Then
Don Juan.
Yeah.
Yep.
Aaron Boy was my way in. He told me about you guys. I had no clue that you guys exist, and you guys you're right down the street from me.
Yeah, Aaron Boy. So already on the text line, was Don Juan on Family Feud? The answer is yes.
Yes, he was.
I still see it. It runs in replay a lot.
Believe it or not, that's been over 10 years, and it's in heavy rotation on the Game Show Network.
Yeah.
I'll look up and there's my bald head. I'm like, hey, there I am.
We watch it on the syndication. And, I mean, every now and then, somebody, hey, Don Juan's on again.
Right, yeah. So, and did you guys do well on Family Feud? I can't remember.
We did all the way up until that very last round, which is worth a bunch of money.
I know.
And then that other team answered more than we wanted them to.
Yeah.
And that put them over the top, and they won.
Yeah, but that makes me mad because you
we
can
were
be
in the league.
you can be dominating, and then they make the last one where whoever wins it wins, and you're going, well, we beat them twice.
I've never liked that either.
It was fun though. It was fun.
Yeah. So many memories. I mean, you were in the days to where everything was new. We were trying anything.
Or as Cassio called it, the fun years.
Funny years. Yeah, the fun years, the funny years. It was. I mean, you just never knew, and you got put in all kinds of situations.
Oh yeah, and it was a learning experience too because I had never done anything like that before. I still didn't know what I wanted to do. As a career or nothing. It was just like kind of.
Have you decided yet?
Still working on it. The crazy part about it is I'm still doing the same stuff. You know what? I can't get away from it.
Get out.
Doing what you love.
You can't get out.
Yeah, you can't get out.
Yeah. So tell everybody what you're currently doing.
I still do a little bit of radio here and there too, but I also do television as well. So now I'm kind of like one of those behind the scenes people, programming stuff.
Now, where at?
I work for an uplink site, so like a lot of television networks come to our place and we uplink it for them. So I work for a television uplink site, and that's pretty much like the majority of my time now.
Okay.
Oh, really?
That's the majority. I still do my little cardio on the side. I still do that on the side.
Body jam.
Come on. I went from body jam to cardio jam to dance jam, so it's all kind of jamming.
It's
still
jamming
a lot of
every time.
jamming. Yeah.
And so, do you still do any producing on radio as well?
Actually, within the last few weeks, I've kind of been pulled from that because I took a new position. I learned from you guys, keep climbing the top.
That's it.
So I've taken a new position, and it kind of took me away from as much, the radio stuff that I love to do. WSB. Yeah, so
no more overnight.
I don't get a chance to do that.
I love when you post something. You're drinking coffee, trying to stay awake.
Yeah, I'm overnights now.
Oh, okay.
I'm overnights full time now.
Okay. Never mind.
But it was a little bump, so I'm okay with that.
That's
I'm
it.
okay with
That's
that.
it. That's it. Move up.
So it's all good. Yeah, I'm still doing television, a little bit of radio on the side too. So
do you still have people even? So you haven't been on the show full time since 2008, right?
Yeah.
So do you still have people, though, even all over Atlanta or wherever you go, that'll say, are you Don Juan from Rick and Bubba?
I get that a lot.
Still.
But believe it or not, I'm thinking that nobody knows who I am.
Right.
I'm old now. I got crow's feet and stuff. And I'm like, nobody knows me, but hey, I look around and somebody's like, hey, excuse me, I'm sorry to bother you. Hey, you know Rick and Bubba?
Right.
You must be Don Juan.
Yeah.
So I get that a lot. I get that. I believe it or not, I get it at work as well too. I work with a lot of people that work in broadcasting.
Sure. Yeah.
So it's a lot of people who came from different fields. And one of the guys like, hey, I hate to bother you, but my wife, she listens to Rick and Bubba show. Can I take a picture with you real quick and send it to her? I'm like, me?
Yeah. Well, you're forever etched in Rick and Bubba lore forever.
Wow.
And a fan favorite. I mean, Greg, Greg didn't like to go too far with this one. He's in the room. And I tell people all the time, people wish that both of you were on the show. They're not trying to pick one over the other because it's two completely different worlds.
Right.
Oh yeah, we went from happy and laughter to Eeyore.
Right.
I mean, it was quite a contrast.
Yeah, Greg's laugh not
I
as
can't
infectious.
just copy Don Juan. I started to.
So you went right opposite.
So
I figured that we'd take that turn.
So when you were here, you bounced around from call screening, merchandise. What else?
Yeah.
I mean,
now I was. I don't know. Back then we didn't really have a position for it or a word for it, but it was like kind of like a promotions coordinator type deal.
Yeah.
That I'd go set up stuff and you guys show up and it's ready to roll. That kind of stuff. So. Back then, I guess everybody was trying to work stuff out.
Now, you were here when Richard Simmons kissed Speedy in the eye.
Oh,
right?
yes, you were.
With his tongue in the eye.
Unfortunately, he got me too.
I was going to say,
they never
thanks for
showed
bringing that one up too.
I was going to say, in the video that we watch, he kind of made his rounds and started with you, Don.
I got caught up in that one too.
And it was worse than we thought it was.
Yeah, we've gone back, broke that down many times here lately. It was
wow, that was intense.
The worst thing you can do with Richard Simmons is have a little moment where you think you're special. Because he'll move on to the next one.
Don Juan and I, we worked together on a lot of things, but we would always take road trips together. Backstage at the Grammys, we went out there.
yeah.
You remember that? Remember when we walked by and we didn't know who Eminem was? Remember he was doing that?
Yeah, there was a lot of artists that we got a chance to meet that we had no clue about until like years later. It's like, oh, we sat down with them and interviewed them.
Yeah, Coca-Cola Radio sent us to the Olympics to cover. We hunted aliens in Roswell together.
Wow.
I mean, we've done a lot of things.
Yeah, I took my first flight ever with Speedy going to Roswell, New Mexico.
That was a good one to learn.
Check on aliens. and then you got Speedy took you on all those 13 working days of horror.
Oh my gosh.
You were in many shirts.
You
talk about collars are all stretched out.
That was terrible.
That won't ever go away. I get pictures and still shots of. I guess all that stuff's online now.
Yeah.
I get pictures and stuff sent to me all the time about that.
Yeah.
So.
That was that. You got traumatized through all that. You know?
Well, yeah, you really did.
You'll get lost over there. You got to be careful.
That's something.
What's really crazy is that I'm at that age now. I put my glasses on so I can see.
I know it. We all.
Oh, okay, I see it now. Yeah, I put my glasses on real quick.
So how old are you now?
I am 46.
Oh
wow. Wow, that's old.
I had to think about it for a second.
Hey, anybody that's making fun of him not knowing, you just wait.
Yeah, really, because
you get to a certain age, you're like, how old am I?
I'm like 6 or 7, one of them.
Yeah.
Oh no! If it's one of them. Hey, look, if it's not top of the hour, you have to guess.
The tens are easier to figure out.
See, I know I'm 60 now, but I didn't know I was 57. That's true. That's true.
That's a fact.
We'll be back. 15 minutes to the top of the hour. We'll give you a chance to talk to Don Juan Demarco Williams today on the program as he visits with us throughout the show as 10 new Rick and Bubba shows remain, including today. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
If you're ever worried about the
should have been to them, not to Helmsley, since you'd hit some golf balls at least.
Yes. Listen. I think one of my favorite lines for Bubba, we had hit about 8 to 10 of the pickleballs, and he looked at me and he goes, "I thought this is supposed to be easier than tennis."
Yeah.
From a breathing standpoint, because we were both huffing and puffing playing pickleball.
Well, I don't know how you get around the fact at our age you're having to move around and hit anything back and forth. I mean,
well, and there's some things that go against you. One, you're on hard court to begin with, and that's bad because the knees and the back will feel that the next day, no matter what. And it's amazing how much difference that is in a soft court.
It is,
especially when you get older.
No, there's a lot of truth to that.
The other thing, and I noticed about this immediately, the pickleball bounce is very flat. It doesn't bounce very high. Mm-hmm. So you have to bend over a whole lot more, and you have a short wooden paddle. At least with a racket, I can just kind of, stick it down there, and I've got it covered to the ground. With this, you got to get down there with it. And to pick, and here's
so you got to bend over and pick the ball up.
That is the worst part. You have to, to pick the ball up, you got to reach all the way down there and get it. Yeah. With a tennis racket, I can flip it up with my foot. I never bend over.
Mm-hmm. Couple of questions.
It's a long way down there. And plus, too, the area that a ball, because you're playing sideways on a tennis court, there's a lot more room behind you. And places, the balls can roll off. They're not staying right there in that area,
So they roll off, and you got to bend over and pick them. I'm about to say
that's why it's called pickleball, because Pickle the dog would run and go get the ball.
I'm going to say this,
I will get it. Our dog must have been off for lunch.
Where's Pickle? I'm caution stupidity. I'm about to say something out of stupidity because I don't know anything about it. Okay, what I'm saying is just from my ability to logically see this. And know what it's like to try to move at our age. Is it possible that I might be, if I'm in the right situation, move less in a game of doubles than I would in a game of pickle?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, all right. Okay, I didn't know which one moves more. Because
it's smaller. It's definitely less territory to cover. But I'll be honest with you, picking the ball up to me was one of the biggest. I was like, good night. It's a long way down there.
So
to
what?
Get this thing.
When you think about like burpees and things that make you tired, picking the ball up, I usually don't see that in the category.
Right.
Yeah. Well, I bet if you do it enough, it's according to what you have to overcome to get it.
Yeah. You got to hurt back, and you got to bend over and hold a pillow, between you. It's something else.
That was different. I mean, it was harder.
Because say, Greg, this is how I usually would do it.
Yeah. Oh boy, here we go.
You just grab it.
Oh yeah, you just pull it upside.
I showed. Yeah.
This is not a tennis ball.
Yeah, hold on. Just so I can get out.
Here's one.
Can you move back a little bit more, Bubba, so TV can see you? Keep going. Keep
Right
going.
there. Right there's
in
good.
that area.
Right there's good. Yeah.
Looks like I'm blocking myself there.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right.
But I mean, normally, with a tennis ball, I would come up, I would pick it up, and I would just do like this. And
Yeah.
I'd pick it up.
Right.
With this, I don't have that.
You can't do that.
Pickleball, that's not happening.
Did y'all see that?
Yeah.
Did y'all see that move?
Yeah, I did.
And he had to do that a lot yesterday.
Yeah, I heard his air cut off from here. I can get down there and get it. I mean, it's cut off. I mean,
right. You know what?
Put
No
a kink
one-
in air
that's
hose.
just pure honesty right there.
No one wants to have a kink in the air hose over and over and over again.
No.
Yeah. No. I didn't get.
I know everybody, they don't think it's a big deal, but I've asked a couple of them to do sit-ups with a pillow in their lap. It ain't as much fun.
No, it's not. No, it's not.
Or a beach ball.
As a matter of fact, I know when we're trying to do better, you know what they do to make sit-ups harder? They make you hold something on your stomach.
Yeah, they do.
They really a plate. Yeah. I didn't get my questions in, so I'm going to do it when we come back. I got a few questions to ask. It's 15 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So we're back 10 minutes to the top of the hour. Rick and Bubba's show. Thanks for being with us today. Juan Demarco Williams hanging out with us throughout the show today. Looking at some things still left to go. Todd Jones. Todd and saw that video from Todd over the weekend about Gladiator. That was
cool.
That was
it?
wild. Yeah, it really was. So somebody sent him the script from Gladiator, autographed by everybody involved with it. Yes.
Yeah. Now he went from not even watching it,
right,
and now he's got autographed script.
So Todd Jones will be speaking this Saturday morning, West Mobile Baptist Church in Mobile, Alabama, for their next man church. So Todd Jones, they're coming up this Saturday.
Todd.
Yeah, kid.
Bring the word, Todd. Bring it, Todderisky.
Details at themanchurch.com under upcoming events. So we do. So Don Juan, we now have the Rick and Bubba historian, Patrick Campbell. He actually has narrowed down when you announced when you were done and then when you were actually done. So it was July, right?
Yeah, July 28th, 2008, you announced you were going to leave the show. And then on Friday, August 15th, 2008, was your final show.
Wow, that's impressive.
How about that?
He knows all of that because I had no clue. I can't tell you what I did yesterday. That's a lot.
Yeah, he's got a pretty extensive spreadsheet on all that.
He said he doesn't have the date you joined, but he does have documentation of when you left.
Did you come around Pigskin Roundup to begin with?
Yeah. I was doing Pigskin Roundup, yeah.
Oh,
Pigskin Roundup. And the mystery meat.
The mystery meat. Oh, the mystery meat. That's some tough meat.
Where's the Funmobile? The Funmobile, I was there before the Funmobile got, pimped out.
Oh, yeah.
Because we kind of pimped it for a while. We got rims. And all that.
Remember Christmas parade in Homewood?
Yeah.
It smoked
It broke
everybody out.
down.
It smoked
The
everybody
van broke
out.
down on us.
Even the kids didn't want candy. They're like,
Well, was that before the reverse one? When it had
No, they're talking about different ones.
Well,
no, this one was smoking so bad that even the kids didn't run out in the street because everybody was throwing candy. They were like,
y'all were spraying for mosquitoes.
Yeah, right.
Take me, baby.
And then the parade would stop, and we'd have to sit there and idle. And for one block, people were like they were backing off, going, "Move on, please move on."
Good news. No mosquitoes.
Yeah.
Well, we needed an oil change. That's
She
all we
looked
needed.
great from the outside, though.
Yeah, if I remember right, so the Funmobile.
Now, which one are we talking?
We're talking about my van that would not go in reverse, and then I made the deal that if they would fix the reverse, they could paint it.
Yep.
And it would just be our vehicle.
that. Yeah.
So it was my personal vehicle, and it was
ride around with your kids
and
in
it was the show vehicle, and it had giant horns on top. Once we got it all pimped out, well, it served pretty well, and just like everything else we've ever owned, like the mobile assault broadcast vehicle and everything, it kind of got wore down toward the end. And we kept trying to give it one more run.
Yeah.
And so they tried to put it in a parade when really its days had passed.
But she looked so good from the
Oh, yeah, shiny rims.
Lights
and
would
everything.
work. And
Looked so good.
And they tried to take it into parade, and it just
she was hurting.
Yeah, and
she was just a smoking.
That was actually the second. The first one was my Jeep. We just put shoe polish on.
I was talking about the official paint up.
Then we went to yours, and David from David's Record Service painted it for us.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
And we went with that for a while, and then we was Mavda the next one after that.
We never had another.
Now we had
vehicle.
we had a station van that I know Aaron Boy liked to drove the wheels off of.
Yeah.
And left the ground, I think, a few times.
That's the one. Hostage. That's the one Speedy wrecked. The station van.
Yes.
Yes.
Oh,
yeah. That red one. That was
That was the red one. We had the white one.
We had the white one.
Yeah,
I forgot about the white one. I forgot about the white one.
I came in after the wreck, though.
Okay. Yeah.
But the red one was a good looking.
It was.
And let's not forget my Bronco that I had white shoe polish on. That I would, when y'all would send me out to like deliver breakfast with biscuits or hunt the rainbow people. Max messed my shocks up on that one. Lost my shocks. I was just a bouncing.
Well,
there's some dirt roads.
They're rough.
You should have been me when the show. I'm talking about first started. I mean, we hadn't even built a team yet, and the station we were on had their own station van. Which we all know the super. That we know the torque that an Astro van has.
Yes. Boy,
And,
there's something
They're known for it.
And they decided to have me pull a pontoon boat around with it. The only problem is it ain't got the torque for that.
Transmission.
The Swagger wagon's not big on pulling not only a boat, Rick, a pontoon boat, a giant pontoon boat.
It'll pull it.
We were giving it around, and I just got in, didn't know. I said, "Well, if they've connected it to it, I guess they think it can pull it."
Somebody knew.
And and Greg had always told me if he told me a rooster could pull a train, I better go get the chain.
Go get it.
And so anyway, so I was just driving along with it, not knowing anything about torque. It was working. It was rolling.
It was struggling.
Yeah, and I get up on
How about a hill?
I get up on the going over a bridge, and all of a sudden smoke just started coming everywhere. And that transmission just started gray. It was over. I mean, So hey, you ever tried to get a pontoon boat over on the shoulder?
With an Astro van.
And Rick, best I remember that boat, it seemed like it was oversized for that trailer.
Really big.
It was sitting up there hanging off on the sides. I don't know how we ever got that approved to drive around.
You didn't realize that a lot of radio promotional people and salespeople, all they want is the promotion. They haven't thought through the actual implementation of the promotion.
No.
And all they knew is they had a pontoon boat.
Yeah.
And after that, they didn't know much else.
And we were going to pull it to everything we were at. And boy, back in those days, you got to pull it a lot.
Oh, yes, we did.
Yeah, what's a tow package? What's that mean?
Yeah. And I didn't know. I just got in and drove off.
Yeah.
What you got?
I was thinking about that one remote we were at. I don't know where we were.
Okay.
But I know there was a big gigantic pig on the back of a truck.
I can tell you where that was.
Shar-Pei
It was a
pig
Shar-Pei. It was in Center Alabama.
Yeah, it was.
A
Band
little
was there.
activity. Yeah.
Really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
There was two of them.
There was two of them, and they were dancing.
Oh,
Yeah, they sure
And if
were.
you've never seen a Shar-Pei pig to start with, there's one thing that's pretty funny looking, but when they go to dancing now, that's something else.
That's something.
Huh?
I remember thinking,
I got no shame.
I remember thinking to myself, how does he get those little legs up there?
I know. You know,
It's kind of amazed.
how does he hang on? I don't know.
Man, he's got strength in them back thighs.
That don't look possible.
I think that's on Smell of Success.
No wonder that tastes so good.
Now, Juan, do you remember too? We had a cougar and a sure enough cougar, like mountain lion cougar, and a dingo dog at the same
Yes,
remote.
same remote,
And
yeah.
they got tangled up on their leashes under the broadcast
They got the
table.
scuffling a little bit.
we
Yeah.
remember
That ain't good.
I remember being.
We had to get that cell cast out of there and save it.
Remember that? We put ourselves in so many situations. I love when radio people think they have stories, and I go, "Are you done?"
Yeah.
I
Just
said,
wait, I got a view
I
for
said,
you.
"You ever had a headset on and you're lifting your feet up so a dingo and a panther can fight under your feet?"
I mean, that panther was growling too. I mean, I was like, hey, now, that's serious. Yeah. And then on the way, as we're cleaning up and starting to leave, I run into the guy that stutters. I mean, that was a banner day.
Yeah, it was.
Bubba, I just la 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 la. Oh shoot, love the show.
That's how you got out of it.
I was like, good. No, I was like, this ain't real.
All right.
This is not real.
Yeah.
Sometimes there's just a location that seems to just be touched by the hand of God.
Oh, I know.
You know,
Center Alabama.
Yeah.
It was something
Yeah, it
else.
was
That's
something
also where the lady with the snake was on a different trip.
So many things happen.
Oh.
I've never seen a Huddle House produce so much great content.
I know. You know, it just kept giving, didn't it?
Yeah. Top of the hour, 866 We Be Big is our number. We have more to cover on today's edition as we hang out with Juan Demarco Williams.
We'll be right. Bye. I'll shoot back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Well, we've talked about this a lot. You know, the boys are actually the sons that still live at home. They're coming back home tonight for fall break, where they both go to college. So they'll be making their way back in. But you know, when they're off to college, you know, and we've all talked about this. We know these things as dads and husbands. Is that, you know, anytime, and we've talked about this, anytime your children beg, you know, they do it right. They beg mom, and then mom influences dad to do things that the parents don't want to do. And, of course, that usually involves pets. And as we all know, when pets finally lose their puppiness, they then become the responsibility of the parents. So remember, whatever pet your kid picks out, be involved because it will be yours. And so, especially when they go off to college. So I've kind of taken the wrangling duties of Buddy, the Wonder Dog, and little Buddy. He's nothing but a glorified stuffed animal. That's all he is. And he's a good dog. He tries not to be troublesome. But yesterday,
do you loan Buddy out for visits?
Buddy for hire.
I would be happy to.
Oh, yeah. I like it.
I told you the time that we messed up. Buddy got out and decided just to go rogue. Every blue moon he goes rogue. And there's no rhyme or reason to it. Now, yesterday we had a reason, and I got to the bottom of it. And what I mean by going rogue, Buddy the Wonder Dog's normal routine is, look at me, I'm out here on the screened-in porch, and I lay on my little place, and I love it, and I sleep, and there's a crate there if it needs to be crated, and that's where he gets his food and his water. And then if we want to let him in, he comes in. There's a little place he can get over there by the television and stay down. And every room he has a place where he knows he's supposed to go. So normally this is the routine. Hey, buddy, you know, I see you're sleeping again. That's pretty much all you do. And so then, I'm up and I'm a little bit excited. This means somebody's going to feed me. I'm going to get a treat or something. Time to go to the bathroom, buddy. And he'll go out and he'll say, okay, let's go to the bathroom. And he'll go out in the yard. He'll do his business and he'll come right back. But then there's these rare days, yesterday being one of them, where for some reason he decides, today I go rogue. And I'm just going to start flying out of this backyard as hard as I can go. And I'm going under the gate of the fence because I'm small enough I can get under the gate, and I'm gone. I don't know why he does it. Now, yesterday I got to the bottom of it, but so
was it the cool air? He got excited.
No, I thought that might be. I mean, this time he went rogue instant rogue.
Yeah,
instant rogue. So he took off, and usually even if you call him, he'll come back. I'm calling. I'm doing everything now. Of course, he's done this when I'm 20 minutes from a conference call I need to be on.
Oh.
And I'm the only one at the house. So, my first reaction is, may he find a good home. Okay, and we're done. And I'll go as far in these moments when I'm frustrated. I'll go as far as to think about, let's see, Tasmo will have to act disappointed, but really won't be. Big Love will be disappointed, probably as close to something real as any of us would be. But by the time he goes back from fall break, he's probably over it. And now the dog is living with somebody else. You know what I mean? And I'm done with this. So I have those kind of crazy thoughts. And but I know that the boys are coming home, and I know he loves the boys, and my wife will want the boys to see their dog for the 5 to 10 minutes they'll care about it. And so I know this is not the time to go into that plan. There was a time when one of our seniors in the neighborhood found him, and he and that woman were living happily ever after, and they were meant for each other. And why we took him back away from her is still beyond me. That was a win-win for everybody. And so I try what I hope, because I'm old, and I don't want to go all the way down to the bottom of the yard, go out of the gate, and go into the neighborhood. I don't want to do that. I want him to just come back. I don't want to kind of put that kind of effort into it. So finally, I see some little kids playing across the street, and I see the little girl, and I'm trying not to be the creepy neighbor. Mama says don't talk to strangers. They moved in not long ago, and they actually have some of the play stuff we used to have in the backyard, and we just donated to them for their kids. So we know who they are. Mm-hmm. And I said, hey, can I ask you something? Now I've had to walk down to the end of the yard.
All right.
Now I'm at the gate, the fence, and I said, Is my crazy dog in your backyard? And she goes, yes. Mm-hmm. And I said, can you go get him? Okay. And she goes back there for a while, but she never comes back. And in a minute, she comes out again. I said, yeah, but the dog, he's back here trying to get our chickens. And I'm like, oh gosh. So now I've got to go out of the gate.
He's a chicken wrangler, huh?
So when I round the corner in the backyard, now I'm the weird guy in everybody's yard.
Right. Yes.
Okay.
Yeah. Not my yard. Yeah. Not my yard.
The kids, all the different kids are showing up at different times, getting off various buses. The last thing your parents want is to pull up in a strange bearded man's in your yard as your kids get off the school bus. I'm sorry, that's creepy.
Yeah.
Nobody wants to see that.
No.
So I round the corner and there's a chicken coop. So he can't get to the chickens, but he's completely lost his mind. I'm talking about he's not aware of anything outside the world of these chickens inside this coop, and he is circling it, chasing the chickens to various corners of this coop, and he's completely lost his mind. Here we go, 7 minutes past the hour from the Big Boy Studio. Out on the bleeding edge of technology, coming to you from Sweet Home, Alabama, out to the world, both live and archived on various platforms. We thank you for being with us. Speedy, the real Greg Burgess, Eddie Van Adler, Don Juan Demarco Williams, back with us today. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. Thank all of you for joining us. on show number 10 as we count them down.
Counting them down, 10 shows left.
Next is a long-distance dedication.
Is she right? Dear Casey. So then we'll have Best of Rick and Bubba moments coming up for about almost 3 weeks. And so you'll get all the Rick and Bubba you can stand from the last 31 years. And so Don Juan is with us. We've been visiting with him, and I know, Bubba, you said you still had a few more things you want to ask him about.
One of my favorite Don Juan memories, and it's not as funny as some of these, but it was just funny to me at the time. And, Rick, you remember we did the Huntsville Christmas Parade, and we put Hip Santa out in front of the van.
Yes.
And Don Juan had his hat on and jammed the whole way.
I remember
It was a little longer than you wanted
Long
it
parade.
to be.
Yeah, start out so excited.
So the entire parade, I'm going to be on foot.
Start out, you're into it, got your black boots on. You know, you're all into it. You know,
a Santa had to get a little warm too.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
And I remember we would say that Hip Santa says instead of ho 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 yo yo yo
yo
yo yo yo Merry Christmas.
I remember that. That's
yeah,
funny.
that was funny.
And Speedy,
the horn, the horns on the van at any parade was funny. Speedy was talking about.
Yeah.
But Rick, when you used to, and I couldn't do it because I'd get to laughing. I couldn't
you
keep
get
a straight
too
face.
tickled.
But
Tickled.
when you would tell other radio stations to report to the parade coordinator, and we would watch them scurrying all over the parking lot looking for a parade coordinator that I don't think anybody knew who it was.
I'd get in the van, ladies and gentlemen, someone with Magic 96, please report to the parade coordinator. And then you see them scurrying, wondering who the parade coordinator was.
They'd be asking people, hey, they just called us. I mean, they walked all over that place.
If we could get everyone on horseback, right over to the parade coordinator.
Oh, it was good.
We need every marching band, not just one, every marching band.
Hey, marching band, Montgomery. Don Juan, you said you warned us. Breaking the line.
We tried to cut, because, I mean, we're parked on the opposite side of the parade. And, we thought, well, of course, Bubba thought that we can just scurry through real quick. No, you can't break the formation
there was
of
a gap
band.
big enough to drive a bus through there. I mean, if you had a tight line, I would expect, I'd respect that. My gosh.
Whoa.
Let me tell you something.
If she hadn't had a 20-foot flagpole, she couldn't have got me.
There's so many memories over the last 31 years of times that I was laughing so hard I could not get myself under control. And understand, usually I'm the last one to go on that kind of stuff for what Bubba's talking about, because he gets tickled. I can keep a straight face, but watching that big woman with that flagpole driving Bubba like she was offensive guard, and the back of Bubba's Santa hat was back there. That
little white ball was flying.
And I remember trying to call Greg on the way home, and I couldn't talk on the phone. We were all trying to remember that. We tried to tell the story. And Greg's like, "What happened?" All you hear was
No, I didn't even know it was a line. There was such a gap in it. I just thought we were walking across the sidewalk.
She must have broke on the ball.
Look, if I had
she had a flagpole about 40 foot long.
You know what she learned though? Like any good linebacker, you don't run right at people.
No.
You drop and meet them. Take a good angle.
No. We can't do that, y'all.
Listen, I ain't never.
Did she say no, you don't, or something?
Yeah, no, you don't. No, you won't. No, you won't.
No, you won't.
Yeah. And look, I would have been just as guilty. It was a big gap. I've never been so glad that I was limping.
Yeah,
you know.
You were right behind her.
Well, see, if I knew I was breaking line, I would have had my head down. I'd have got through it. I was just casually walking. I had no idea.
What a great moment.
No,
you won't.
It was just a direct line to our car. Just right there.
Right there.
And I was ready to get in. That's cold.
And we made the right decision because of some of the spiritual problems that began to produce themselves on the 13 working days of Christmas. I don't know that anybody was glad. Did I say Christmas? I mean horror. But for those looking for gift number 3, maybe today. But the 13 working days of horror. I think, Don Juan may have been more excited than anyone that it was over, because
Speedy put you in a handle.
Because it started out, and this is the problem when you deal with this kind of stuff. It starts out all fun and nothing, and then Speedy asked you in the break, but I thought the audience would want to know. There was a moment when everybody said, "Hey, this is bad."
Yeah,
and it was Bryce Hospital for you.
That was the place, because you couldn't explain the stuff that happened. There's no explanation. Like, we're all here. how is that happening over there?
Right.
And then we go over there, and now it's happening back behind. Like, what's going on?
Right.
And it was just one of those things where it's like, all right, I'm done.
Yeah,
it was fun in games at first, but I serious business, guys. Let's go.
Yeah.
Right. Well, one of my favorites when Cassio was leading the charge, the woman in red, somebody saw a red light and everybody started screaming.
All you just heard was light, red light. But back to the Bryce Hospital. For those of you that didn't know this, so Bryce Hospital was shut down, but when they shut it down, it was a mental health hospital. And when they shut it down, they just left the, cubbies and the old phones, like from the 70s,
Beds.
60s, and 70s in the beds.
It's like they left it in the middle of the night.
Yeah, so these were old phones. Were they rotary or push button? Were they push button phones? Because push button.
It sound because the sound, the rotary phones give off a certain particular sound.
Yeah.
That when you dial,
Yeah.
it sounded like a rotary phone.
Like an old phone.
And
rang.
it had a physical bell in it.
Yeah.
And they were laying all over the place, so they were going through there, and all of a sudden, these phones that had been ripped out of the wall and laying in the floor, they started ringing.
There's no power going to this place.
No, this place is shut down. You got to realize
completely
it's
shut down.
To look from the road, you'd go, "You're crazy going in there." You know what I mean? It looked like that.
And Speedy would always give me a little pep talk before we go in. Hey, look, it's for the show.
Right.
And that was this keyword, for the show, for the show. I'm like, you know what? All right.
You stand behind me. I got you. And then he'd hang on to my collar. I wouldn't want to wear a new shirt because the collar would be ripped.
I remember times when you were crying. I mean, you were so upset.
Look,
you were just so upset.
Yeah, and that's the time that Christopher Columbus would zoom right in on my face, too.
Right.
That night vision camera.
How did Speedy keep talking you into this?
It's for the show.
For the show,
For the show.
That and it was
all right,
midnight.
all right, for the show, I'm in.
And we've shown this clip, but when he busted the porcelain doll, trying to
Did
make
the
something.
tongue move?
He was
Did you
trying to
see
make
it?
something happen.
No, look, it did. Now I saw what Speedy saw, and unfortunately, like the outcome of that, Speedy.
Yeah, the city council.
I don't think the mannequin was going to jump back on us, but it did blink.
Yeah. When I punched that thing, y'all understand
What
how much,
happened?
y'all have no idea how much trouble we were in.
Y'all see
Every city leader was behind that camera. And did you see how quick the staff left me? And
Everybody
then
knew
you
you were in
remember
trouble.
we had to sit down up front like we were in the principal's
in
office.
trouble.
We got in so much trouble. And I just want to thank the city of Meridian for letting that go. But wow, I didn't know it was
Their
porcelain.
porcelain
I
doll
thought it
that's
was a
been there
rubber
forever.
head. It was just going to bounce off.
We've had to apologize
there it
to
is.
a lot of
There
cities.
it is. Here it is. Oh, you need to pot. Okay. Oh my gosh, Adler, you're quick, buddy.
No. I mean, no, you don't understand.
It's 2003.
So right there, you don't know it's porcelain?
She's been moving all night.
It's dark, Rick.
long.
That's his night vision
I mean,
stuff.
This is their thing now.
all night long.
Touch it.
D.
Let's see,
It's really been bad.
2003.
Touch it, D. No, D, touch it. I'll, if it does anything, I got it. Go. Touch it.
It's so much worse than I thought.
I forgot about completely crushed it.
You broke that.
When Christopher Columbus said "Speed Racer,"
They could not believe you did it.
no, I couldn't believe I did it.
That was a nice.
You had no idea.
Hey, really needed something. It was just it was terrible.
You trying to make something happen.
terrible.
Hey, golly, you thought it
What
was,
happened?
You thought it was just a rubber mannequin. Look, he's uncomfortable now.
I know.
It's a little cringy. It's a little cringy.
It's 2003. They can't get you now.
Wow. That ended that little story,
Yeah.
didn't it?
21 years ago.
Didn't know it would do that.
Oh wow.
But hey, we were in trouble, Don Juan. We went from laughing to y'all sit down right
Hey,
there.
all cameras turn off.
Yeah, turn your cameers off.
Flipping lights on.
Oh yeah.
Scary
we ain't haunted anymore. Lights on.
It's not scary, not funny.
No.
All right, we'll take your phone
Got a
calls.
lecture too.
Phone calls next. 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big. Your questions from D or any of us.
Rick and Bubba.
It's only a couple of minutes. Everything else was lost due to some kind of bizarre video, audio. You know, we've had this happen with some hunts in the past, and they really cannot explain it. But the ghost phenomenon people, Alabama ghost phenomenon, whatever that group's called.
AlabamaParanormal.org. They're with us. We're at Mary Hope
which is a beautiful historical antebellum-type home that's open for tourism in Meridian, Mississippi. We've investigated the Gypsy Ghost at the Gypsy Cemetery and the Cafe Latte and Big Pigford Building. It's been an unbelievable night. We're starting to experience all kinds of things. We walk up and get around the corner of the top floor and go into one certain room, and you'll see that it's around 1 o'clock in the morning, and Blake of AlabamaParanormal.org runs up to us and tells us that the antique clock is chiming and it's not plugged in.
Beautiful infrared.
Your camera, too.
What? The clock does not chime. That clock that we just heard does not chime.
Does not chime.
That's what they just told us. That clock has never chimed before, ever. And as you know, it chimed several times.
It's like, are y'all serious business?
It wasn't supposed to chime like that?
It's 1 o'clock.
It's never.
By the way, it's 1 o'clock. It should have chimed only once if it did chime at all, but they're saying it's never chimed.
That's correct. That's what they just said. Like, my heart's hurting. Well, we asked for something. That's right. That's exactly.
I'm ready for exit 6. I'm rolling on that. I'm ready for exit 6.
Man, did you hear it?
Oh, yeah. Okay, you're in a room.
All right, I just moved.
Okay, you're
I'm serious business.
Speedy.
Speedy.
Well, hold on. Let's check it out. I mean, either that or I just really freaked out, but seriously. I'm about to touch the lash real quick, because sometimes they do blink. That should bite.
D.
No, that's D, I promise you this much. If she does bite, I'm going to knock the heck out of her. Okay? Where's she grabbed? Around the right. She got fought. All right. Where's she grabbed me?
That mannequin looks real up close, doesn't it?
No. It's weird.
Oh, no. I mean, no, you don't understand.
No, because
see, we thought she's been moving all night long.
Go for it.
I mean, all night long.
Touch it. D.
Oh, it's really been bad.
Touch it, D. No. D, touch it. I'll, if it does anything, I got it. Go. Touch it. Speed racer.
Oh my God.
Shut up, see that? You broke that thing. I didn't mean to.
Oh my gosh.
Speedy. Oh boy, that was close. Oh boy.
Speedy, did you look at Speedy? What did you do? Speedy.
Did y'all not see it move? All right, I see.
Speedy, you knocked its whole face off.
Speedy, you see Speedy's face? I can't believe what just happened. Speedy.
What? Chris, let's go back. Let's see.
Speedy,
let's see a slow-mo of that hit.
You punched an antique mannequin and crushed his face in his house?
Rick, I don't know what got over me, y'all.
Did they know you did that?
Oh, yeah, no, they know.
They know.
Oh, they know.
Chris, let's see it again.
What's the blowback?
We're okay, but...
Are we?
Yeah, they were... They were taking that mannequin down because they didn't want it there anyway.
It's a good thing.
And so she said that it's okay. And
did you punch it?
I did. I kept thinking it was moving, and I was so freaked out. We had things moving, chimes going off.
I told you he protects me everywhere I go.
Let's see the hit, Chris. Slow mo.
Bubba, will you do this for me? When it's over, listen to Speedy and watch him. Okay?
I know.
Okay.
I know.
Listen.
D, touch it. If it does anything, I got it. Go. Touch it.
Let's see it in slow mo, Chris.
Good God, Speedy.
Speedy, I mean, you slapped that thing, didn't you?
Listen to the audio.
Look at that. Look, her mouth flies open when you hit her, Speedy. Did you see that? Did you see the mouth come open like she was hollering? Oh!
Oh, my gosh. Now, please let me hear some. Look, because you know what? It's a story that you and I can't tell about the reaction when something's happening. You kind of move it around. You just start talking out of your head. Please listen to Speedy. He realized now he has broke. There's the phone troll music, so it's your turn to speak. Don Juan Demarco Williams here. For those of you that are Rick and Bubba veterans, you have questions for D. He's here. But you can talk about whatever you want. 629 We Be Big is the number. 629 We Be Big.
Now, why did we have to change that, Rick?
Because of the 12 working days of Christmas, last year, your response shut down people's phone systems at hospitals, including a couple of 911 situations. So we were told by the phone company that if we did that again, they would take us away, and we would have no phone calls of any kind.
Right.
So we had to develop a phone number just for the 12 working days of Christmas. So that's going to take us all the way to the end. So this is going to be our phone number for the rest of the way. But that's why. Now, texting, it's still the same number as it was before. So texting is still the 866-932-3244. But if you want to call, it's 629 We Be Big. 629. All right, so let's start with Tiffany. Tiffany, 30 seconds on the Rick and Bubba phone tro. Go ahead.
Hello, good morning.
Good morning.
Tiffany.
Okay, so all these years I've been needing to hear Don Juan say Buick. I've
Okay.
missed it.
What if you took a Buick to a funeral?
That's right. So, Dee, have you improved at all on your ability to say Buick?
I thought that had gotten past me. I thought
Right.
that was a thing of the past. I didn't think I'd ever have to say that word again, ever.
Yeah, so drive your Buick to the funeral.
I'm going to drive my Buick to the funeral.
There you go.
No improvement.
Well, y'all have those words.
Oh.
I can't say Toyota correctly.
No, you cannot.
A lot of things I can't say correctly. I did get over architectural review.
You sure
that's
did.
now you're showing out.
And Deuteronomy.
Right.
And Spatula.
Well, Spatula just kind of was what it was.
Yeah,
My favorite is when the company kept saying, y'all are misspelling it. No, we're not.
No,
we
we're
like to
not.
never got it in production. They
No, we're
kept
not.
they kept sending it back going, hey, you've misspelled this. Yeah.
629 We Be Big, and the only way I can say reward is if I talk like I'm in slow class.
Right.
I can't put it all together. I can't put it all together. Yeah, I got to sound it out.
Reward's never been a problem for me.
Yeah, but reward.
If you get a reward for buying a Toyota,
Right.
no problem.
Asa, 30 seconds on Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys.
Hey, buddy.
Nice to talk to you, Don Juan, first time. But I was looking up Bryce Hospital because I've never heard of it.
Mm-hmm.
And apparently it looks like the University of Alabama has bought that place for performing arts or something like that.
Correct.
Buddy, I'd hate to know the Hanks that's in that place.
Oh,
yeah.
And we're talking about the old original.
Yeah, it's way back. Yeah, you know, it's the way Dee feels about any former mental health facility is kind of the way Greg feels about anything tied to the Civil War. You know, Greg won't go.
Yeah,
he won't. He won't go in the Civil War graveyard. He won't go anywhere near. It just ain't city. Let's go to Donna in Guntersville. Donna, 30 seconds. Go ahead. Oh, we lost Donna. We're getting a lot of that.
Any of these other questions you want to address here?
Just see.
Well, let me put my glasses on. Hold on.
Somebody's asking for a Big Nard update. You just gave us one of those, but the audience didn't get that.
Yeah, Big Nard's good.
He is.
Yes, Big Nard's good.
I will be playing him breaking your bike for Christmas.
Right.
Big Nard.
You got on your bike,
Of
bro.
Of course, he never told that I broke his moped.
Oh, really?
Oh.
It wasn't payback, was it?
It wasn't a payback deal, but it was pine straw in the street, and you might do a little sliding.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, so I slid right on off that thing, and
down goes Nard's.
Yeah,
moped.
you guys didn't get that story. I left that. I held that one. Yeah, I just held that one.
I gotta tell you, I appreciate the the courage of his parents to get Big Nard a moped.
Yeah, I started to say that thing probably was under a strain to begin with, wasn't it?
You talking about
he had a little horn on it.
You talk about believing in the product.
You laid it down.
That thing may have been gone before you ever got on it.
Dee, do you remember Jon?
Yes, I
From
do.
Warner Robins.
He's in Missouri now.
Oh, wow.
Jon, you're on. 30 seseconds. Go.
Good morning, Rick. Good morning, Bubba. How are things?
Good. How about
great.
you, Jon?
Hey, things are great. Hey, Cassio. Cassio's married, but Don Juan ain't. I don't know what's going on with the world. I mean, we couldn't get anybody in Alabama to go out with Cassio, but he's married. Don Juan, you're still single.
Look, Jon, come on now. Hey,
That's tough.
Well, that submarine you hear
hey,
the
it's
man.
my time's coming, buddy.
It's working a lot. Working a lot.
Look, just not rush into anything, Dave.
Sure. Pushing 50.
And not two with the same name.
There's a lot of things. All right.
LaToya.
Oh, LaToya. There's somebody saying, did D get caught dating two LaToyas? Yes, he did. Yes,
oh,
he
wow,
did.
that is a question. Wow.
Yeah, yes, yeah. On the yes, he did.
Remember me helping you with that
God,
one?
those counties, you thought they were so much bigger, didn't you?
He didn't know Calhoun and Etowah were next to each other.
Yeah, you were fine. You were fine until they showed up at the same place.
It's like I didn't know that you could hear the station in that county. Like,
wow.
We're just in Etowah. That's right.
By the way, that was brilliant to give a shout out to LaToya and there'd be two different women named LaToya.
Yeah, that's good.
Until they all decided to come to the parade.
Yeah. I'll never forget that.
Boy,
in Jacksonville, by the way.
I thought Speedy was going to melt. He was over. He goes, "You ain't gonna believe what's going on."
I know.
You know,
I'm so proud.
One player trying to protect another. Let's go to
never
Ed.
seen so many trips to the bathroom.
I had no clue.
Ed in Georgia. Ed, go ahead. 30 seconds.
You hadn't met this one.
Hi, monkey grass, guys.
Hey, buddy, how you doing? Go right ahead.
Oh man, been listening to you guys for years, and love you guys. I want to ask a question. Used to watch you guys when you was on like TBS a long time ago.
That'd be Turner South.
And you,
same
company. You guys were you went to like I guess it was a bed and breakfast. And you went at night, and it was like haunted, and you did the video, and there was like doors opening and different things closing and stuff like that. Where was that?
Huh.
Which one was
Are you talking about? Is this when the rocking chair was started moving? Do you know?
Well, there's like a door that opened up upstairs.
That happened at the same place where the rocking chair. I don't remember
yeah,
where we
and
were.
it wasn't. Yeah. I don't either because we went to some of the craziest places.
Yeah, I'm sorry. You got one of the timeouts, but I don't think you guys remember where that was.
I don't. I remember the house, but I can't remember where it was.
What if I just threw out somewhere in Tennessee?
It could happen. It could happen.
We've been there.
We
went all over the place, man.
Yeah, we did.
Gosh.
Remember that graveyard up in Tennessee we went to?
Oh, wow. You remember the railroad tracks? Mm-hmm. Somebody had a little lantern.
Oh, yeah.
Swinging back and forth.
Uh-huh. Oh. There's just the unexplained I didn't like.
I did, yeah.
You know, like, I'm seeing that. What's going on?
How do
I'm
they
sorry.
know we're here?
I'm sorry. You know, bell phones from the 60s and the 70s ringing. That's
I know.
That's
the grandmother ring.
And, and then we go to the floor that's ringing to investigate, and it starts ringing downstairs. You're like, wait a minute.
Bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This thing. Everybody know why it happened.
It's the highlight of the home.
It's the highlight of the home.
Yeah.
Is it? Listen. You know the world famous. I had to get
it moved.
No, listen, Speedy.
Speed Racer.
That was Christopher Columbus.
Did y'all ever see that? You broke it. I didn't mean to. Oh my!
Another woman he's got to apologize to.
Right.
Oh boy, that was close. Oh boy.
Nervous laugh.
Nervous laugh. You're thinking blowback right in your mind.
I'm talking to the tourism board, Rick, who's standing just beside me.
The tourism board here.
Did y'all not see it move?
Uncomfortable.
No, listen to Christopher Columbus. Speed Racer. The minute he hits it.
Rick, I think it moved.
Speedy, I'm sad to report we are not seeing any movement.
I didn't see the movement. Chris, can we look at it frame by frame again?
Dang, the thing was haunted. It was haunted. You had to get it out of there.
Mouth? Did you see the way its mouth come up like it was hot?
If y'all want to go somewhere and get the fool scared out of you,
Ron, are you okay?
Mary Hope in Meridian, Mississippi,
Ron, are you okay?
is haunted to no end.
Ron, tell me you have extra breathers. Okay,
Chris, let's see it frame by frame as the fist goes into it.
Look on the website. The pictures of what we're seeing are there if you don't have TV. rickandbubba.com. You can see what Speedy does to this beautiful...
See, she moves at the end.
Bubba.
Watch her eyes. Look, did you see her?
Well, that's because your fist has knocked her mouth open. Look how her mouth flies open in pain.
There goes the wig.
It looks like she's crying on the way down, doesn't
Listen, Christopher Columbus, let me hear you go, Speed Racer. Listen, Bubba, please.
Touch it. Speed Racer. You broke that thing.
I didn't see that. You realize this? Oh my gosh, what have I done? it appears.
Speed racer.
Speedy, how many years old do you think that beautiful mannequin is?
Hundreds.
What? Hundreds? Because in those days they made them out of like porcelain, didn't they?
What are you doing?
Well, I'm just asking.
Did it hurt your hand?
I'm trying to understand like how you were
Were
feeling.
you just in just a nervous fit? Was that
yes,
it?
Bubba. We had a piano stool move. We had candles were thrown across the room 5 or 6 feet, and nobody was around them. We had all this craziness going on, and I don't know what got over
moving
me.
mannequin.
Yeah.
And I don't know what got on me. And I'm telling you, we don't ever do this when we go to places.
Chris, one more time. Let's see it in slow mo again.
I can't see it enough.
Look, watch her mouth fly open here when Speedy hits her, and then watch it. It appears she has a tear in her eye on the way down. Look, watch the mouth come up like she's hollering. Oh, right there.
Right, it's exactly what it looks like.
And then what? Look, it looks like a tear right there under her right eye, right there.
There's a tear.
Hey,
that Speedy has rejected.
Can
her.
I tell you what I'm surprised how quickly D goes from horrified, nearly crying, scared to laughing hysterically because Speedy's in a handle.
Well, I thought-
you know what I mean? Well, what's wrong with us? We're more happy about a handle than we don't even care now that we're being chased by ghosts.
I thought the ghost was in that thing.
Yeah, all the activity that happened earlier, I was so scared. I needed that. I really needed that.
Well, you got it.
Now, I'm sorry Speedy was in the handle for it, but I needed it.
I go. Much like they will have to patch up that antique mannequin, have you patched up your relationship with the tourism board?
Yeah.
Huh?
Yes.
Look right here.
See that?
Look, I just got up and I'm running around and I've got the phone in my hand. you know what I mean? I didn't mean to. Look, then now he's going to tell everybody why he did it. Look.
Speedy. Oh, boy, that was close.
That was close.
See, I thought it was moving at me.
That was close.
He's trying to fix it.
Oh, boy.
How many times does that happen?
Look, now he wishes it was over. He wants to leave. Right now he's seen disappear.
Did y'all not see it move?
Well, the tourism board, Kathleen, and
yes, sir. Yes.
And Betty Lou and them were in the room.
Yes.
And Betty Lou, who is the president of Mary Hope, just does a wonderful job.
Yes.
And I can't express to you if I was myself,
yes,
at any time during the season, if I was wanting to go experience
Ryan, are you okay?
a real haunted house, I would go to Mary Hope in Meridian, Mississippi. It's open for tourism. Yeah.
We're back. 35 minutes past the hour. Merry Christmas. From the Rick and Bubba Show. A little bit of a stumble today on the 12 working days of Christmas. Maybe 2 gifts tomorrow and no gift today.
Yep.
A little setback.
Tried to get one. Didn't go through. Didn't work. May have got scammed. Don't know.
Who knows?
See. Hard to get much of that resolved before 6 o'clock.
It really is. ReliefFactor.com. ReliefFactor.com. A lot of you out there get emails all the time from you on how this product is working, and I love it. I take it every day. All natural. And Dee's learning that he's getting a little older, that Relief Factor is something probably never thought about. Now he thinks about quite a bit. Those aches and pains, and if it's inflammation, there's an all-natural solution, and that is Relief Factor. Now, here's an email. Michael, who listens out of Florida, said, want to let everybody know that Relief Factor helped me almost completely eliminate my elbow pain when I couldn't find any other solution. I'm so thankful that I was listening to the show. It's a great product. It's helped me with a lot of other aches and pains that I've had as well. Since I started Relief Factor with the Quick Start Pack about 5 weeks ago, I've definitely got more energy, generally feel better. And the facts are, folks, it works for the majority of the people who use it, including me. So go to ReliefFactor.com right now, and you can get $19.95. That's 3 weeks of Relief Factor. And you'll know during that time whether it works for you. If it's tied to inflammation, this could be what you're looking for, okay? So, and it's all natural, so unlike some of the other stuff, you can take it every day. All right, so a lot of questions being asked on the text option today, too. Look, do you remember this? Somebody showing the tickets when they saw Mr. Lucky in concert at Sanford with the illusionist. You remember the illusionist?
Oh, yeah. I've talked to him not too long ago.
Yeah. Did you see him long ago?
Scroll it down again. I mean, let's see the whole
You can see the ticket. The illusionist,
the Scream Show.
David Robinson.
Oh, I remember that.
Master illusionist. Rick and Bubba, Mr. Lucky. It was called the Scream Show at the Wright Center. So
I remember that.
Yeah, in January? Why don't we call it that in January?
I think it was part of something he was doing with his act. We kind of mixed it all in.
I got you. Okay. Do you remember that, Greg? You were.
Yeah, I was in the band.
Yeah. That's when I lost my top hat.
Is that it?
Yeah. I'd forgotten. Because remember that had just happened? Because we were on a new station. We just changed.
Yeah. Sure.
Remember that? So
I do remember.
Yeah. So, Don Juan, we tell this story. I just told it in the last 2 weeks about us taking you hunting for the first time.
Yeah. I have some pictures of that hunt, and I'll never forget it.
Do you really? I'd like to see those pictures.
Yeah, I'll never forget it.
Well, and I tell people this.
Rick almost quit hunting that day.
Yes, I did, and I'd never thought to myself, because I've had women and stuff say it bothers me. I don't even those that aren't really all like an animal. Like my wife's certainly not some animal activist, but she said, when I saw one get killed, I thought it'd go a little differently than it did, and she said it wasn't a pleasant thing, and I never did relate to those people. I was like, well, what's the big deal? Until you. And I always tell people
we were so excited to bring D into the hunting circles,
and you wanted to go.
It took a lot of time. Then we spent.
I was excited myself. I went through the process. I went and got my license. I mean, I knew I was going to be hanging out with you guys. You guys talked about it so much. I'm like, I want to be a part of this. Oh yeah.
And we set out to train you and teach you how to do it and get you out and. You went to our hunting club to enjoy a hunt.
And I thought what we did for race relations on that was big because there was a time when a black man would not go off in the woods with a bunch of white folks with guns in Alabama. And I thought that was a big step forward, for our state, for our country. And so you get so caught up in trying to be safe with the guns.
Yeah.
And you cover, here's how you shoot, here's where you want to aim. Here's how you handle the weapon. Here's the safety. Here's how you load it. Here's how you unload it. Be sure to unload it before you get out and don't have it loaded.
We covered so many details.
And you just think you've covered it all. You think, man, we've checked every box.
Yeah.
And because in our world, there's some things we thought were just understood, but if you've never been in that, you don't know. And I learned from that. Let me tell you, I cover it now.
Yeah, there was a few details we left off.
Yeah.
I remember. It was just everybody was in a great mood, and we were down at the hunting camp, and I'm sitting in the stand, and I hear, and I thought, hey, that's close to me. About then, oh wow, got him on the second shot. Then again, on the radio. Lucky Bailey, hey, who's shooting? I said, Lucky, I think it's Don Juan. He's over close to me.
Yeah, this is back when you had you weren't texting, you had little two-ways.
Yeah, and about then it goes off again. He said, hey, everybody get down, go over there, see what's going on.
I didn't know whether...
I thought he was in a war with some army that had come in from Mexico or something. Him and Santa Ana was having it out.
I thought poachers. I thought, oh no, what's happened? The first few shots didn't concern me because I thought first timer, maybe need to take a second shot. That's not abnormal. But the shooting just...
I mean, just kept... And I remember pulling up to the field, and Don Juan shoots again. I mean, I was the first one there. And I start going, Don Juan, what's going on? And I looked out in that field, and Rick...
Yo, my.
It was...
the thing about it is
it was something else.
I was told that when you see one and you actually shoot, more than likely you're probably not going to see nothing else. You're not going to get much activity after that.
Mm-hmm.
So that's what I was under the impression of.
That was not right. Yeah.
Well, but
in that field,
tell it though is we were at a place we didn't frequent a lot, so when we were hearing the
guests.
shots, we were two-way into each other, and you weren't responding on who was that. That sound. I think it's Don Juan. I think he's over there, and the green field was really high.
Oh yeah,
and
it was
so
high.
when you shoot, there's an explosion, and you're kind of blinded. And you said I kept thinking I was missing.
Yeah, I didn't see anything. I just saw it was kind of grasses up
Right,
high.
right.
I didn't see anything.
Right,
So,
so,
I'm thinking,
yeah.
well, dang, I missed. I'm gonna get my shirt tail cut. You know,
Right,
I didn't,
yeah. So when we get there, you stayed in the stand like
Yeah,
you're
so I
supposed
just
to.
kept- yeah, I just
and
kept
and we
running
said,
off.
well, let's walk the green field and see, because you're like, I don't know if
I
I
didn't
did
have to
anything
walk
or not.
out there. I saw all kind of carnage.
Well, the thing that got me is in these rifles, you can only shoot 3 times. So they would be
like a little break and then a reload.
A false sense of confidence. Well, he's done now.
Yeah.
And then you realize, well, the pause was just for him to reload. And then it would just start again.
Yeah.
And I can still see your face to this day looking out the front window of that shooting blind. And you said, man, they just kept coming at me.
They were coming to the shot.
Somebody had a flashlight. And said, here's one over here.
Yeah.
I saw things.
yeah.
Somebody else. Well, I got one here too. What?
Yeah, I saw all kind of hopping and limping and dragging. And,
Need a little help on this one. over here.
You'd think with all those shots, he'd have made one clean shot. You know what I mean?
Anybody got a pistol?
I'm getting a knife out. You know what I mean?
It was awful. It was awful.
It was. I remember thinking to myself, because he had nothing to reference on size.
No.
You know, I got 2 like this.
Yeah. I got one over my shoulder.
Like a cane cutter.
Yeah. And that's when y'all looked and said, Speedy, congratulations, this one's yours.
Yeah. I put one in the back of my jacket like it was birds.
It just kept coming out.
Hadn't watched Bambi since. Won't watch it. You know, I mean, it's I almost left hunting. I was like, that's about as troubling a scene.
It was like being in Full Metal Jacket, the hunting version.
some action.
You know,
plenty of those came out. So many.
So many.
And I remember when that guy pulled up, and we were his guest, and we all got assigned a doe pretty quick.
Yeah. But the grass was so high, you couldn't see it till you got out there.
Just kept
So I
coming,
guess
though.
you were a good shot because they were falling where you shot them.
Well, sort of. Every time,
Well,
every time I see the grass moving,
Well, yeah, let's say that.
somebody flopping around in there.
Yeah, not a good shot. Maybe
at least
let's just say you hit them.
There were some that almost made it out of the field.
They're using one good leg they had.
If they'd have just had one more leg working,
They could have got to the wood.
I think they'd have made it. I mean, it was so bad.
Oh, it was so bad.
Oh, wow.
I've never heard so many bullets be used in a deer hunt. Ever.
Yeah.
I mean,
A whole box of shells. It's like dove.
it was. Yeah, it was. And,
I was proud of my ballistic tips.
Yeah, well, you had to kick the shells out of the way to get out of the house.
You'd roll on the casings and fall down.
You walked in there, it was almost like it was a machine gun nest.
Yeah.
They just shells laying everywhere. Put it down, Don Juan.
Oh, man.
Okay, hand us the rifle.
Yeah.
D.
I'll never forget about the 4th shot. Lucky, he said,
Put the
"Hey,
weapon
everybody down and go over there and see what's going on."
Do you remember
Probably should have said, will you?
Do you remember his face? Do you remember his face when they were all hung up?
Yeah.
We just had him hanging everywhere.
There's so many of them.
A lot of meat.
Took care of the doe population.
Oh yeah. In about 3 minutes.
Yeah, they went on to a 1-to-1 ratio after they
Pretty quick.
Well, you think you cover everything.
Yeah.
Be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I mean, he's glossed over. He doesn't even know.
He's back to his spine.
Yes,
he's a wolf now.
He, in his mind, he is part of his canine ancestors, and he's gone from a glorified stuffed animal to a chicken killer.
Yeah,
and I mean, he's almost. And I'm thinking, how delusional are you right now? These chickens could probably kill you.
Right.
You know what I mean? I mean, if they got out, they would probably peck you on the head and you'd run for your life. Nobody's buying this presentation you have of the great chicken killer. So I holler at him. He doesn't respond. I mean, he's completely glazed over.
Give me that holler. What do you sound?
Buddy. That's what I
That's
normally
what it
do.
is?
Uh-huh.
Okay, with the slap.
Yeah, and
clap.
and normally that is the end of it, but not now because he's glossed over. He is. It was.
Have
like,
you ever seen him at that level?
No, it was like a chicken addict.
Yeah.
Are you also trying to control yourself in front of the kids to where you don't?
I am.
Okay.
Yes,
trying to stay calm.
Yeah, because you don't want kids to cry.
Right, but
But Buddy ain't big enough to eat a chicken.
No.
The chicken might hurt him.
This whole thing's delusional on Buddy's part. He's living a dream. He can't pull this off. He's not the chicken dog.
No.
And so I finally have to go over and just, as he comes around for like lap 100, you know what I mean? Because it's been a while since he's been over there doing this. I just grab him up. And when I grab him up, his tongue is sticking out. And he's just like, and he was almost looking at me like, "Did you see that?" And I was like, "Hey, man, nobody's impressed by this. You're acting like an idiot." And then I think he can understand me.
Right.
You know, like that. And he's just, "Hi." And I'm like, no, you're going back. This is not good for you. This is
the screen board for you.
Bad dog. Very bad. And now I realize if these people are going to have these chickens,
this is it.
Every few times when he goes out, he's going to dash over those chickens. Oh yeah. Yeah, I mean that's going to become my norm now.
Oh yeah.
And you know what I don't like is hassling with the dog. Now, so I've got to go grab the dog out from the chickens every time he comes out to go to the bathroom now. So now I got to come up with some way to do something about this gate.
Yeah.
You can't even have
a backyard.
You can't even have a low hassle dog. now he thinks he's the great chicken dog. I wish you'd seen when I set him down. I'm like,
Did somebody feed him chicken and get him fired up about it?
Some instinct clicked on him. He heard him.
He likes chicken like you, girl.
Oh, I love he heard that, and buddy, but he was gone.
That was it.
It's more like this. Because I was like, "Where are your chickens?" I mean, he was like shot. He looked like a little hairy cannonball.
Knew where he was going.
Yeah. And he's put the weight on as he's getting older, so he can't hang. He can't do that. I get him. He's coughing. He can't even believe what he's done. He didn't. He don't have this. You know what I mean? He can't. Oh, he was. I was like, see, this is what you get.
Now, though.
You're out of breath. You're too old for this.
He dreamed about them chickens last night.
Oh yeah. You don't have the cardio for this.
Yeah. And I said, in a minute, all I got to do is produce a dog bone, and you'll completely forget about chickens. This is not impressive. Well, what do you got over there? Milk bone. And see, you're already off the chicken. Get your breath and get back on your place.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Merry Christmas. We've come out of Thanksgiving. We'll do Thanksgiving updates coming up too. Dee's here. He's just going to kind of be chiming the rest of the show. And if you want to ask him a question on any phone segments, you can too, as the gang's all here. So looking for Cyber Monday. The Rick and Bubba story, the brand new CD. Hey, somebody run me a Z and shut her down. Hard copies are available. So the CD version, we restocked. You can get those by texting STORE to 866-932-3776. 3244, or just go to rickandbubba.com, hit the store. Also, there may be some other items that are still in stock that you can grab before they're gone in 10 days. I mean, by the end of the year, those products will no longer be available. So that's an option. Also, something else. If you're thinking about Man Church Conference tickets next year as gifts, or you just want to get them for your men at the church or guys just wanting to go, there's the early bird special ends on the 4th. So what's the day? The 2nd? So tomorrow the 3rd, and then Wednesday the 4th. So that'll be the end of the early bird price, and then the ticket prices will go up. So you don't want to do that. Go ahead and get them now at themanchurch.com for any of the 3 conferences, and all the details are there too. All right, so Bubba, a couple of headlines today that we need to cover, just kind of updating you on the news cycle. In a shocker, current President Joe Biden has pardoned his son.
What, Rick? You're kidding.
In a shocker.
None of us saw this coming.
Wait a minute.
Shocker.
None of us saw this coming.
No, I'm serious.
Now, after he had told us right to our face about 35 times he wasn't going to do it.
No one's above the law except, of course, his son.
Yeah.
Right.
And he claimed it was a political prosecution. Well, you should know something about that, sir.
Yeah. Hey, isn't that crazy?
Yeah, I know. I'm embarrassed for him right now.
Joe doesn't
it's so embarrassing.
I would have more respect for him if he just said, "Hey, he's my son, and I'm pardoning him."
Yeah.
Well,
what are y'all gonna do? I'm old. I don't know where
the
I'm at.
reasoning
So what are you
behind all
gonna do
that,
about it?
just
or at least wait to the last day to do it.
Yeah, he sort of.
Really. I guess he wanted Hunter to have a big Christmas.
Yeah, that's funny.
That's probably.
Of course, Adler showing one of his tweets. No one is above the law.
Yeah.
There when Twitter was still called Twitter.
Well, the pardon power by the president is absolute. I mean, it is a check and balance over the judicial system, and there is no repercussion. You can do whatever you want to do in that call.
I did see one written quote, because he probably didn't write it, where he said that he hoped we would understand that he did this as a president and a father, and he hoped we would understand that. Well, if you just want to tell me, like Greg, y'all just said, or whatever, Speedy, if you're just saying to us in that quote, he's my son, and I had the ability to pardon him, so I did. Okay, but you might want to come off all the no one is above the law stuff.
Yeah, let's see the White House telling us ahead of time about Joe Biden not going to pardon Hunter.
Okay,
because they've been so honest over the last 4 years.
All right, so is this number one?
Yeah, number one.
We'll go to number one, Adler. So here it is.
Second one, would the president pardon or commute his son if he's convicted?
So I've answered this question before. It was asked of me not too long ago, a couple of weeks ago, and I was very clear, and I said no.
Okay. Let me go back to the first question of the briefing. I know you said not a lot's changed since yesterday and that it's a personal matter, but from a presidential perspective, is there any possibility that the president would end up pardoning his son?
No.
Again, you've also said several times that the president would not pardon or commute sentences for his son, Hunter. I just want to make sure that that is not going to change over the next 6 months. The president's saying he would not.
It's still a no. It's still a no.
It will always be a no.
It's still a no. It will be a no. It is a no, and I don't have anything else to add. Will he pardon his son? No.
Wow. Can I ask KJP a question?
Yeah.
Do you feel like an idiot today?
There you go.
Because you look like an idiot, and you may be KJP, but you're FOS.
Right. Do you think in her somewhat defense, because I agree with you, but do you think she just walked in and looked around and said, y'all making me look like
Look, I'd have more respect for her if she resigned today and said, I'm out.
Don't you wish you would say, I was telling you the information as I had it. I am disappointed and embarrassed that Biden has made me look foolish, and I'm out.
Well, then my first question is, how many other things did you lie to us about?
Sure.
Because we believed you. You didn't just kind of say it. You were emphatic.
Well, you
time
heard it.
and time and time again. It's documented. We got you on video. So what else did you lie about?
Right.
What else?
Yeah. So
what about Russia?
Yeah.
Come on.
Yeah.
Yeah, I feel bad for her. I really do. And I have to go a long way to feel bad for her. But I feel bad for Biden because they look like idiots.
Right.
I mean, capital I idiots.
Right.
No way out of this one.
Yeah. Well, he just did what he could do, and he did it for no other reason than he could.
Yeah, and we told you all along he was going to do it. There wasn't any joke. I mean, there wasn't any hesitation on our part. We knew he was going to do it. I thought he'd wait to the last day.
Sure.
But he wanted Hunter to be able to go out and party for Christmas, I guess.
Party he will.
Yes. Oh, there's a New Year's.
There's no shame.
There's a New Year's Eve bender coming.
Oh, I'm gonna tell you,
That picture of him passed out in the bathtub's nothing.
No, it's
no.
With a crack pipe in his mouth.
So another thing over the weekend, speaking of thuggery, over the weekend, and
what in the world,
guys? And this is all the fives through here, Adler. I couldn't believe it. It started. I was watching the Ohio State-Michigan game. Michigan upsets Ohio State to bring a little chaos to the playoff situation, which is always fun.
Ryan Day.
And so, you can't quite. But watching
45-1 against all his other conference foes.
You can't beat Michigan.
1-4.
And Michigan, of course, came in with a 6-5 team. Don't miss that.
Rick with a walk-on quarterback.
With a walk-on quarterback.
Who threw for 62 yards.
So I'm watching this game, and then I see the fight break out at the end of the game, and I start texting y'all. I'm thinking, well, I'm in. This is a one-time experience. Y'all are missing this. It's escalating. Nobody can get it under control. Little did I know
it was every game.
It would be every game.
Mm-hmm.
All the rivalry games.
Even the Mormons.
Got into a fight.
They did.
All the rivalry games got in fights. Mascots got in
that
fights.
That may be the best fight yet.
Yeah, the mascot fight was really bad.
Yep.
Did you see his head twist?
Yeah, and all of this are rivalries winning on the road and trying to go out. But then I look at the Auburn-Alabama game. They fought too, and Alabama won in Bryant-Denny. I don't even know how that turned into a fight.
Look, the Notre Dame guy punches the Southern Cal guy laying on the ground. Right
Let me ask you a question though. He's punching him and he's got a helmet on. What are you doing? All you're doing is hurting your hand. I mean, you're not damaging anybody.
I don't understand this.
Now the mascot, not so much.
Rick, it's almost like the word got out. We're all going to go nuts,
right?
And act like complete idiots.
We're going to plant the flag. That seemed to be the running theme.
Well, yeah, I think they're going to have to outlaw. The problem is there's two things. NCAA is scared to do anything because they've had all of their teeth pulled, so to speak. And the other thing is, I think the coaches are afraid to do anything. If you go and get on these guys and go, okay, coach, great, I'm in the transfer portal, I'm out of here. Yeah. No one is in control.
No,
there is no authority figure whatsoever in college football.
You veered into what bothered me the most is that when these fights broke out, and I watched it first on Michigan, Ohio State, there was a day when that would have been brought under control so fast by the men in authority. They had no control, to your point, Bubba, over these teams. It was embarrassing. Not only did these fights break out and just look classless all the way around, everybody involved, all teams. The thing, though, that really bothered me the most is they could do whatever they wanted to do, and no one could get them under control or hold them accountable.
No.
They had no respect for the authority of the coaches, the referees, nobody in authority. Nobody in authority could do anything. And there was a time when to your point, Bubba, where there's head football coaches and the staff that would have had that under control at the snap of a finger.
Yep.
And they could not get it under control. It escalated on and on and on, and then would start back and on, and couldn't get their teams off the field.
Do you think Woody and Bo would have put up with that for a second?
Top of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We get a lot of response every time I talk about MD hearing, and why not? I mean, if you you have a loved one that starts losing their hearing, you start to lose them. I mean, think about coming off the Thanksgiving holiday, and we got Christmas coming up. If your loved one cannot hear all this fun, all the loudness of the holidays, everybody getting together, you lose them. We saw it firsthand when Dad started losing his hearing. And then you think, well, hearing aids are available. Do you realize how expensive some of these hearing aids are? And you can have the problem all day long, but if you can't afford them, well, that's where MD hearing really, really has been a game changer. Over 90% less than the clinic hearing aids. The price 90% less. The new Neo fits inside your ear, so no one will even know it's there. Plus, MD Hearing just launched the Neo XS. That's the smallest hearing aid ever. They've already sold over 1.9 million hearing aids. They offer a 45-day risk-free trial and a 100% money-back guarantee. You can buy with confidence. Now's the time to do it. Have that loved one participate in the holidays. Don't lose them. Get the hearing you deserve or for your loved one by going to shopmdhearing.com. That's shopmdhearing.com. Use the promo code Bubba and get a pair of hearing aids for just $297. That they're adding also a free extra charging case. That's $100 right there, just because you support the Rick and Bubba Show. Go to shopmdhearing.com. Use your promo code Bubba. Get a pair of hearing aids for only $297.
Now, everybody, please listen to what this list is. Please listen. But now, look, Rick, for some of our more sensitive brothers and sisters, I'm going to go ahead and give a disclaimer here that if you might be, easily offended, that we're going to tell you now's the time to turn your dial. Just turn it down, come back and see us in 5 minutes. Yeah, look, go do something. If you've been waiting to do your hair, do it now. Brush your teeth, whatever. This is not bad, but it could appear to be bad if you don't listen to the explanation. If you've got a sick mind, you can make it that way. Rick, it's our annual list of things that sound dirty at Thanksgiving but aren't. Things that sound dirty at Thanksgiving but are not. Now, Rick, we've got quite a list today. Yes. 19 of these little puppies. Oh, Bubba, you're not going to take us through 19 of them. Oh, yeah. Are not. Repeat that again. These are things that sound dirty at Thanksgiving but are not. But are not. Okay. Go ahead. Let's get started. Rick, number 19. You going to keep count for me there? Oh, wow. I've got to go all the way through 19? Oh, absolutely. Yeah, you've got to go all the way through. It's not like this, and I'm not doing all that, right? Are we? Is this a full-blown list? I think it is. So it's the top 19 things that sound dirty at Thanksgiving but are not. Number 19. Just lay back and take it easy. I'll do the rest. Number 18. That's the biggest one I've ever seen. You got to imagine sitting around the table. Things that sound but are not. 17. Wow, I didn't think I could handle all of that. Number 16. You'll know it's ready when it pops up. That's a mess so far. These are things that sound dirty at Thanksgiving but are not. Number 15. How long will it take after you stick it in? That hurt. That makes me kind of... Number 14. Use a nice smooth stroke when you whip it.
So as we start a brand new hour, Merry Christmas, as the Christmas season has started on the final year of the Rick and Bubba show. We'll be here on the 13th, Lord willing, the big show ender and year ender. Gift number 3 had a problem with it today, so it's not going to happen today. But tomorrow we'll do 2 gifts instead of 1 and catch back up on the 12 working days of Christmas. Speedy here, the real Greg Burgess, Adler here, Don Juan Demarco Williams has been visiting with us for a couple hours. He's going to stay to the end. And welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here. You know, we were talking about all the fighting going on in college football and players out of control. And I did see this when the Texas players were going to get on the Texas A&M logo, Sark ran out there and shut it down. And I respect him for that. He looked like a coach in charge.
Well, I was about to say,
and that's probably one reason they're winning ball games.
I was about to say he seems to be able to keep his players because what you hear, people asking what Dad would have done. What would Bill Burgess done? Bill Burgess's team would have never gone to the logo because they'd have been terrified to do so. So maybe if Sark was able to get his team under control, maybe you can't use that as an excuse.
And I saw Booger McFarland make the comment, and you can agree with this to some degree. If you don't want people out planting the flag to win and all that. But you're not supposed to be driving metal poles through the artificial turf. They're real sensitive about how they take care of that stuff, and that's kind of a new thing that has started here lately. I know we've had some logo stomping and all that. That's fine, but I really don't think you need to be jamming a pole through that artificial turf.
Well, but back to where I disagree with Booger McFarland is it's not what you have to do to keep it from happening. We're talking about the coach of the team that did it. What I'm saying is the coaches we played for, even if you won on the road, you would not have been allowed to go out and do that and start fights. You would have been said, put your helmet on, get in a straight line, and get off the field, and we'll go celebrate in the locker room. We'll celebrate on the bus.
Yep.
And, you wouldn't have been involved in starting fights. Or if you did, you wouldn't be on the team very long.
Nope.
And if you were told not to do it, then you wouldn't do it. It kind of goes back to what we said about discipline when we were all growing up in a much different era. When we were told not to touch the guns that were in the gun rack, we just didn't.
Yeah, we didn't have to have ours locked up or have a gun lock on it. I was told, don't do it or you'll get your hiney tore up. That was good enough.
A couple of things.
Case closed.
Yeah, and we'll get some calls on that coming up in a little bit. But let me add a couple of things I want to hit. I want to give a little warning out. This is the time of year. Even Bubba thought he might have been the victim of one. There's all kinds of scams, and I wish that wasn't the case. But the scammers are everywhere. This happened to Greg. You know this. I'm sure Mom told you. This happened to a family member of ours, and so I want to prepare you for this. And this is something that we've talked about as a family about having a password that you get together, write down. Don't text it. Heck, they'll do it. They'll get it that way and discuss because with AI,
verbal password with
AI and all of this. So this happened. So the family member of ours who has grandchildren, they got a call from their granddaughter. She said it sounded just like her. Said she was frantic. I've been in a wreck. Please come help me. There's a guy here that I hit him. He gets on there, ma'am. She's okay. She's fine. I'll stay here with her till y'all get here. How long will it take you to get here? And then they hear their granddaughter frantically saying, please come help me. I've crashed my car. And she said it sounded just like our granddaughter. I was convinced that she'd had a wreck. Thankfully, I contacted her father, their son, and he said, Mom, I'm looking at Live 360. She's at the Auburn, Alabama game. I just called her. She answered. She's tailgating. She has not been in a wreck.
Yeah.
Wow. Now, she doesn't do that. She's rolling to this location for who knows what.
Yeah,
I don't know. I don't know if they're going to roll her. I don't know if they're going to steal her car or purse or whatever. But see, that's out there. Now, my mother had one tried long ago, but she said it wasn't very good. She said this one started out by saying grandmother. And she said, I knew one of my grandkids calling me grandmother. But this one, the woman said
it sounded just like her.
Said it sounded just like my granddaughter. And to make it even more believable, they get them so frantic that you're not really paying attention to how much they really sound like them because they're hollering in the phone. They sound upset. And, and every grandparent or parent, you're like, well, I got to go help my grandkid or my kid. And they were en route heading there. And thankfully, she kind of gathered herself because they were worried and says, let me contact my son, see if he's en route too. And he's like, whoa, stop everything. And he looked on Live 360 and says, I see where she is. And then he calls her, and she's at the Auburn, Alabama game tailgating. She's fine.
Wow.
So just know that's out there. And so one of the things that we're going to do is develop an oral password as a family. So that way if your kid, somebody's like their kid, you go, what's the password?
Yeah.
You know, and so in that way you can kind of, get it solved real quick. So.
Well, we talked about that years ago.
Of course, we'll forget it.
A lady got a call just like you did, and they had their daughters laugh, and then the cry, and then the help me. Everything was fine until she got in touch with her husband and said, "No, she's sitting right here with me.
Right.
It's not her." Until that moment, she was convinced her daughter had been in.
That's scary.
Yeah, so I hate that, and we did get together for Thanksgiving. Hope all of y'all had a great Thanksgiving, and Bubba, like you did, Speedy, you did. Don, did you have a good Thanksgiving?
Oh yes, awesome Thanksgiving.
Adler, you have a good Thanksgiving?
It was the best.
Okay, everybody.
Fantastic.
I love it. The best is good.
Well, there was one thing that happened that we had a great time. And so family's there. It's a great day. We did cancel the Turkey Bowl. Greg and I both glad of that.
Yeah, it's a little wet.
Mama shut that down because the yard was wet. Didn't want to tear it up. Some basketball broke out a little bit. Apples to apples broke out. Greg and I got out of that this year too.
Thank God.
I'd like to use that board for a fire starter.
Yes. Yeah. So we got out of both of those though because there's a lot of. Now I will say that Greg's grandkids. They unloaded on Papa and Uncle Wick.
Yeah.
And they had us wore down pretty good.
You get all four of them in one spot.
They were wide open, and
it never ends.
And they focused on Papa and Uncle Wick as being the source of all games. We were villains.
Rick, you were under the table for 30 minutes at least.
You talking about the Lions Den?
He was in the Lions Den.
That was a Lions Den, and everybody was a lion.
Yeah, they'll turn into animals.
What's funny is,
and they'll do the run and everything.
What's funny is when you get them going, and Greg's kids, what's their ages now?
5, 2, 3-year-olds, and a 1.
There they all are. Right, that little corner over there, dude. There they all are. So what? But what's funny is if I go all in. So one time I became a monster, and I claimed I was going to be eating.
You spooked them,
and I was going to be eating little children, and they all started crying, got upset.
That was a little much.
So we lost one of them, and of course then they'll add.
So you
to
went
it.
that far?
I went over to Pace. I said, Pace, I said, I'm Uncle Ricky, and I'm back. I'm not the monster. And he goes, you were saying you were going to eat our brains. And I was like, I don't think I said I was going to eat your brains. You know what I mean?
Maybe a foot.
You didn't say it like, I'm going to eat your brains.
Yeah, well, I was like, I'm going to eat little children. And all of a sudden, his eyes got this big around, and zoop, he was gone.
He checked out.
He's like, hey, this game just elevated. One time I went by, Greg was on a rug, and all of his kids, they were just pummeling him. All his grandkids, he was down.
That's Duck, Duck, Goose.
Here's what I love about
How about the elbow to the
they
kidney?
pile on you if they make you the goose.
Yeah, and the little tiny one, Mary Hollis, she tried to hang in there. Like when they would have us down every now and then, you'd feel this little foot come up and kind of just try to kick you, but it was just a little tap. I mean, her foot's about that big.
Look at that.
She tries to
And
get in.
and she tries to jump, but she can't jump. But she finally started just lifting the foot, just act like she was jumping up in the air. And but then another one is Ellis, the bigger one. He came to me because you and I were doing pretty good reversals on Ellis.
Oh yeah.
And finally he put a rule in. I'm gonna come at you again. Don't use your muscles.
Yeah, he's big enough. You got to kind of
we did some pretty good reversals.
Yeah.
So anyway, on the food, Greg, let's talk the food. It was so good.
It was good. I ate a lot of it.
It was so good. Bubba, how much food?
Why
did
do
you
I
eat?
keep going?
Seriously.
Oh, Rick. It's,
and you got to get one
it
piece
was
of all
bad.
the dessert.
Yeah.
Well, I didn't post the picture of my plate. I took a picture of it, and I thought, I don't need to post it.
Right.
Ain't nothing good gonna
who
come
needs
out
to
of
see
that.
that?
So when we come back,
I don't need a call from the cardiologist
Right.
today. I really don't.
when we come back, I'd like to take issue with Greg on something.
Well, I think I know what it is.
Look at that.
Mm-hmm. Did you see that plate right there? That was award winner, wasn't it?
How about that?
Hey, I wish we'd had some desserts.
Well, I had a pile of them.
Look at
Oh,
the
there's
kids' table. Look at that kids' table. You think that kids' table ain't wide open?
That's great.
We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
We're talking about cleaning out garages, and I will tell you this: we all have our little quirks, and the one for me is I loathe wasting time. I loathe it. I do not like for time to be used inefficiently. It just drives me crazy. And I'm not talking about you kick it out of gear and you're just relaxing. I'm talking about when you go, okay, let's go. Let's get. I don't like meetings. It could have been an email. And if we're going to get in a meeting, let's get something done. And if we're going to get after it, I don't like to talk about problems and never talk about solutions. Those kind of things drive me crazy. So if I take a window and
but
say,
you have to identify your problem before you can solve it.
Yeah, but let's identify it and quit talking around it. You know what I mean? My favorite's when you go to the third meeting and everybody tells their stories about how bad something is again. All right, we've heard all the stories. When are we going to solve it? I told you that time I was on the board, I fired a coach and kicked the team out of the league in 5 minutes. They'd been talking about that coach and that team for months. And then I got on the board. I said, here, I moved to remove them. Can I get a second? All right, there you go. Next.
Done.
So anyway, I'm not on the board anymore. Didn't last very long. But anyway, so
got things done.
I really do believe that people just get kind of a jolly out of talking about problems. I think they just like it. You know, let me tell you what he did this time. Let me tell you my story. See if I can trump your story. Are we going to get this guy out of the league? You know, and remember they had us come up there and so you want to have a better story than that person. Are we just going to deal with these people the rest of our lives? Or are we going to do something? But anyway, so if I have a window and I go, in this window I want to accomplish this, and it doesn't get accomplished, you can't get it back. I mean, you know, it's you realize that time I accomplished nothing, and that drives me crazy. So anyway, speaking of garages, I don't know why this is, and write this down. This will turn out to be something that will be
garage.
So in the garage, so we have a couple of bicycles, and we don't live in a place where bicycles work. You have to load your bike up and take it somewhere to ride. That world. Okay. So
that's something else I need to get rid of.
And at one time, because I guess that we just love people. What is this our obsession with? I want to create hassles unnecessarily. See, I don't like that. I don't like that either. So the bikes had a function at one time, and Bubba and I told you all the stories of when our kids were little and they were playing in a little league baseball league that you literally had to park. How far, Bubba? I mean,
it's not exaggeration. It was getting close to a mile, probably.
Oh, no, that's not exaggeration.
Forever.
That's not exaggeration. So people would get out of their cars with wagons and all this stuff because you would go on a trek. I mean, the first time my kid played there, I went past a pile of bones where parents didn't make it.
Yeah, it's like going up Everest.
I mean, it was, and I'm talking about if you wanted your
without
parents,
the snow.
If the children's grandparents wanted to come see a game, they couldn't be a certain age or they couldn't get there. I mean, they had to be able to be in some sort of health to get there. And so Bubba and I decided we would get bikes to ride out there, and that's when we got the Townies.
It was a game changer.
It was a game changer. It was a game changer.
Been on best of shows there.
So
as the kids got older, you moved closer to the parking lot, and about the time we got to the front field, mine didn't want to play anymore.
Me too. I made one kid play one more year just so I could have that front field one time. He cried the whole season. But anyways, Dad, this baseball's boring. But anyway, so now we'll play at that front field, by golly. I'm going to park one time right there and walk to that field. But anyway, so once that happened, then came, more delusionment from my family. We will now be bike people that when we go to the beach, we bring our own bikes. No, that's fun. Let's get the bike rack out and hang bikes on racks and this is that. And you lose one going down the highway and one's not strapped in good. And oh my gosh, we got to get that. So finally I said, we're renting bikes from now on. Done with bringing bikes down here. Especially when kids had outgrown bikes, we're about to buy new bikes. Yeah. Let's just rent the bikes. I know they're not as good as what we can bring, but it's such low hassle. I don't see us riding bikes that much other than this one year we go to the beach. Once a year. And then we're toting these bikes around. So then what happens? The Townie and Sherry's bike end up in the garage forever and ever, amen. I just see it, and there's the bikes again. So then here we go. Now we got the last kid going to college. Well, he declares, hey, you know what? I want to take that bike to college with me. And I said, okay. Sherry said, hey, you need to get those bikes serviced. Okay? So, all right. Let me get that window. There it is, bike fix window. Now, what I wanted to do, how I saw the day.
Rick and Bubba. Pass the gravy, please. Rick and Bubba.
All right, we're back. 21 minutes past the hour. Rick and Bubba show. Thanks for being with us. Don Juan Demarco Williams been hanging out. We've been reminiscing. If you missed that, catch it in the daily archives today, either on the YouTube channel or our podcast channel. So Thanksgiving, great weekend. Seems like all of us had a great weekend. Now, it's a big eating holiday. It's when you take in, even try and do a little bit better, and you throw it out. D, where did you go for Thanksgiving?
I went up to Gadsden, Alabama.
Back home, baby.
Oh, hometown.
Where it all began.
Quick little turnaround trip, and fed my face and headed on back to Atlanta.
Food everywhere. There you go.
Oh, yes.
I talked to a friend of mine that says his family, he said, I'm not exaggerating, we have a dessert table, that's all it's for. He said 40 cakes and pies.
Oh, my goodness.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine? And,
I just love dressing and gravy.
Well,
I mean, we don't get that.
So tell me again what you like.
The sweet corn.
Yeah, tell me about that. It starts with the D. Dressing. You're talking about the key, the one we love to eat on for days.
Yes.
So
I'm still eating.
So Sherry and I, we're in charge of the turkey, and since her mother passed, we're now
Giblet gravy on toast ain't bad.
We're now doing the dressing as well, and then Mama brings the macaroni and cheese, and Lisa brought a hash brown casserole, a ham.
Orange cake, cayenne sugar is outstanding.
All right, so there, sweet potato casserole, all that.
Here.
So I told Sherry, I said, I'm concerned about our dressing volume. I said, I don't.
Well, Rick, nobody told me
we
that.
should have 2 pans. Sherry said, no. Last year we had so many, we ate on it for days. We don't need to do that. I said, no, I'm wanting to eat on it for days. I know my family, they going to eat all this dressing. We're not going to have any left.
Oh, you got 1 pan, it ain't going to survive.
And so everybody starts, and I'm just watching it. And I can't even enjoy myself because I'm worried about it, because I want to have that next day heat up or let's face it, sometimes it's later in the day. Sometimes it's turned, because we do Thanksgiving at lunch.
Yeah,
so then you don't watch us, we'll have it again for dinner.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure.
Well, you got to watch a Lions game, lay on the floor, take a nap, and then get up and eat again.
And the next day, it's better than it was the day before.
So I was watching, and I could tell it wasn't going to happen. And so I said, there ain't going to be any left. Ain't going to be any left. And so we're sitting down. Now it's time for everybody's so full.
Did you see the last square and nobody wanted to be the one to take it?
Yeah.
It was just sat there.
I did.
We were all eyeballing it.
Eventually somebody got over it.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, so that's never a problem at our house. Usually you're fighting to get the last
Somebody
piece.
eventually got over it.
Yeah.
And so
Get it while you can.
So I'm talking to Greg's wife, Lisa, or as her grandkids call her, Lily. And all of a sudden, I hear, oh, my goodness, I should have brought that other pan of dressing. And I said, excuse me? She goes, I made dressing off one of her relatives' old recipes.
Her sister Pat, her mother-in-law's recipe. And they did it last year, and they did it this year. They just get together and make some, and then we keep and eat on it.
So I looked at her and I said, wait a minute, you have
Rick, you didn't require it. You should have
you
said
have a
bring it.
pan of dressing that you just left in Jacksonville? What is it for? I said, here's Thanksgiving. What is it for?
Well, good thing she did, or I wouldn't have had none the next day, because you didn't have enough.
And she was like, well, I should have brought that. Sherry, I should have brought that. And I start chiming in. Yes, you should have. Yes, you should have. I said, that would have been, we'd all have leftovers now. Well, I just, I forgot. And, of course, Sherry starts telling me, leave her alone and quit about this dressing. And so I finally give it up. Well, the entire weekend, all I start getting are pictures of Greg eating that dressing.
I kept sending pictures of the dressing.
All weekend long. Greg's like, it sure is good.
At one point, I told him I ate so much I got sick. I had to sit down.
How much of that dressing? Because it was a whole pan.
I ate it 3 days in a row.
How much dressing do you think you ate?
Oh, pounds. I don't know how many pounds of dressing.
One of them.
I did, but I spread it out so it didn't all,
Guys,
I spread mine out too and put the gravy on it.
Guys, one time
I had a lot of that ham too. And it was
one
good.
time there was a piece. I'm doing my hands as big as a plate.
Yeah,
the plate wasn't anything but dressing. I mean, it was just.
I said, Lacey, get a picture of this and Rick.
Well, that other
I think
stuff
you did
we
it on
have,
purpose.
I tell you, it was good.
We have some of the other stuff, with the exception maybe of turkey, but we just don't get that much. And you throw that in a little cream corn on there.
Yeah. Who don't love cream
good
corn?
mashed potatoes with cheese on it.
We had a big old turkey. We had a big old
Are y'all
turkey.
with me?
I'm with you, brother.
I did get it.
Adler, I'm gonna send you a picture of my plate.
Yeah, please do. I got it. I did get one turkey sandwich. I did get one turkey sandwich next day. And I never ate any of the macaroni and cheese because I know that's what the kids like. So I didn't eat any of that.
The next day.
And and there was a little bit of that left. So I decided that all the kids are gone now.
It was a good spread.
It was a great spread.
I didn't know, Rick. Then again, I probably would have talked her out of it because I knew that I needed to have. I didn't want to bring it and haul leftovers back because I had to travel.
You're telling me that never in their time leaving, Greg never thought of, we might want to take out other. I don't know why he thinks he just needs a pan of dressing for himself.
There was a big pan.
Because I know Lisa didn't eat it.
No, she ate a little bit of it.
Yeah, but Lisa's not going to eat a whole lot. She eats like a little. She eats like a little Lee bird.
I did. I ate the whole pan.
You ate the whole pan.
Didn't even have it. Didn't cut it in squares or nothing.
It's just out of the pan.
Straight out the pan. No plate.
I'd like to see everybody's picture of their Thanksgiving plate. I know a lot of you took pictures of.
Oh man.
Yeah,
it was a work of art.
I emailed you mine, and that was just my warm-up.
It was a work of art.
It was.
Oh yeah, you're just getting started.
Now that Daddy,
I don't even really get serious till. I mean, the warm-up plate's like the one you have with the prayer.
Oh yeah,
and then I get serious second time back.
Yeah,
that's when I go ahead and get.
If you would have maybe threw out something like, "Hey man, if you happen to have some extra, dress and bring it."
What is it for? I don't understand what it was for.
Well, I assumed you had two there.
But
why would we need three?
Why do you need one?
I look at that.
There's my warm-up.
Do you see where he dug
that ain't
in
your
there?
plate. That ain't your plate.
That is.
That ain't your
That's my
plate.
warm-up plate.
How about this? If I asked that plate to identify you, he wouldn't know you.
That's way. What's in 2 pieces?
Rick, I had like 4 of them, though. I mean, come on.
2 pieces of turkey. Did you come out of the gate trying to just show everybody?
I wanted to lay the carbs down before I got to the meat.
You know how sometimes you see a gay person with a woman and they call it a beard? That plate right there.
It ain't real. That ain't real.
That's the one he posts. That's the one. That's that fake plate.
Oh, Bubba's doing a little better.
Hello, Mr. Plate. We'd like to ask you that.
Oh, that was so
Bill
good.
Bussey, I don't know him.
I know him. Is he new?
I've never seen him.
Yeah, I cut him back, Rick.
Did you hear across the room? I'm over here.
Rick, you don't understand those plates, though. They're like a hubcap. They're giant.
Yeah.
I mean, you don't have a good point of reference on
the
that
2
thing.
pieces of meat was what threw it off.
I thought you went a little heavy on the cream corn and a little light on the dressing.
That's no way.
So much gravy.
No way.
That was good.
So much gravy.
Rick, I'm over here. Betty, take a picture of this plate. Take a picture of this plate. We're going to post this one.
See, I didn't even post it because I knew
Give me one of the kids' plates.
That ain't his sport. Yeah, I'm his sport. I tell you one thing, hey, you and Lily we're gonna bring a pan next year.
Well, all you got to do is
I'll have a
suggest
pan,
it.
you bring a pan.
That's fine. Of course, I'm not bringing it all, but yeah.
I still don't understand what that pan was for.
They just like making it, and we eat on it during the
But Greg, if you just like making it, bring it to Thanksgiving dinner.
I didn't know you
for
needed
others.
Rick, I assumed you'd have more than one pan. I'm sorry, I did. I assumed that.
How quick does it take to text somebody?
I didn't know I'd need to help you out. I mean, I would have. I had a ham. You act like I showed up with nothing.
Well, you did bring a ham, and I appreciate
No,
that.
I will admit, I rubbed it in.
Of course, ham's not dressing.
Listen, I rubbed it in. You wouldn't have been as bothered if I'd quit sending pictures.
Yeah, if you'd maybe, how about this? Stopped at one picture. Once that third one came in, I said, "No, this is just."
I was having fun at that point. I will say this: at one point, I ate so much. You remember that big shot I gave you? I was a little miserable for about an hour, but then I got over it.
Oh, is that when you had that? We call that eater's regret.
Yeah.
But all of a sudden it hit you. Ooh.
Yeah, I was trying to show off for the picture and went a little too far.
Ooh, eater's regret.
Yeah.
Then went after the fudge.
Oh yeah. Orange cake.
Oh yeah.
Good.
Man, we'll be bottom of the hour.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
I would drop the bikes and say these need to be fully serviced, probably need new tires, etc. And y'all holler at me when they're done. I just need them before August 15th. Okay. And it'd be fine with me if I never saw them again until I was ready to take them from you and put them in the truck to go to Auburn. Okay. Oh no, these don't look too bad at all. I really don't believe you need to leave them. All we need to do is just do a little quick service. Can you wait? Oh, What kind of time are we talking? These things look great. I mean, you've kept them indoors, so the tires look fine. I said, I don't feel good about the tires. No, they just, they lose air if they just sit around like that. The tires they look fine.
And Rick, the word dry rot.
And I said, I don't feel good about the tires.
Sam.
No. Tires.
Sam.
Hey, kind of got a little bit of a, hey, I'm a bike expert. Excuse me. Now, if you don't leave them outside, they don't dry rot. Oh, okay. All right. So you feel good about that? I feel great about them. All righty. So they work and they adjust tires and get that. One kickstand was kind of broke now. We got a new kickstand on it, and I need a chain, because you can't leave a bike anywhere anymore. Somebody steal it. Mm-hmm. I've already sent one off with a kid to college. It was stolen in one day. Okay, so
okay,
called that. But anyway, so I said, so these are good. You know what? These are. I have to hear the history of the townie.
Oh yeah.
I have to hear what kind of sherry's it's from some other country or something. And I said, yeah, I really, and then I didn't want to say I don't really care about box enough to hear the conversation. I joined in.
Yeah.
I participated. You know what I mean? I talked about all this, and all I could think about is must leave. Please let me leave with bikes that work, and I'll never hear about these bikes again until I don't know where they're going to go when we're trying to get everything down to college. So anyway, no way we can get the shelf that Sherry says we got to have and this bike in one truck. Not possible. But anyway, so she still thinks it can. But anyway, so I. Before I know it, I've got 2 bikes. He said, "Hey, these are actually in pretty good condition. I think they're fine." So we're done. We're done. Here you go. Little done. Let them have a chain. We're gone. I thought, and I felt good. I felt efficient because I got the chain I needed. The lock. You know what I mean?
Yes.
I felt like I got all that in one run. Didn't have to do another stop.
Yeah. Okay.
And he didn't have it 2, and I was in good shape, and I'm feeling good. So as soon as I get home, I go to grab the townie. All the tires are flat.
Sure.
What?
And then I put Sherry's bike in there, and then it's flat now. So the tire tubes were dry rotted, even though the rubber was fine. And that's why I brought it to a bike place, so you'd look for things like that. And you know who discovered the problem? Frenchie. So I go home, and a kid from France finds it, but the bike shop couldn't find it. The kid from France walks out in broken English and finds the problem. And now he's taking tires off. He's pulling gets in there and grabs that tube and pulls it out and points at the hole in it.
Yeah.
And the tubes are dry rotted. You know, when I brought it in, I said, this thing's been sitting in the garage, I'm telling you, for probably 8 years.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way it doesn't need new tires.
Gotta have them.
And
don't feel good about the tires.
And I said, Dad, gotta tell you, I don't feel good about the tires.
That's why you carried it to a bike.
No, they're fine. They're fine. Yeah, well, the tube wasn't though. And that's part of the. When I say tires, I'm just including the tube.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I don't know what kind of tires are on it. I have no idea.
And I'm assuming your bike window has closed.
Oh yeah, yeah.
You've moved on.
Yeah. See, I've moved on now.
Wow, can't get it back either.
And now, so really, the time I went and everything I did. All right. Let me cling to this. Does the fact that I was able to get a lock for the bike, did I accomplish something?
Yeah, you did.
That helps. That helps.
Rick,
there's your 10 minutes.
Rick, who's going to steal a bike with flat tires?
Right. but hey, you know what? Hey,
did anything else get put on there?
Hey, Burge, you going back to another bike shop? Now I won't go back to that one.
Right.
Because
so that's the only thing you accomplished was getting a lock?
That's it. I mean, the tire, they were straight, and then we moved the brake around a little bit. Of course, Frenchie, before I knew it, he broke the whole thing down, had it in pieces. But, and
so all that time was wasted. Okay.
Right. And he can't even wrap his mind around that we're just not going to fix it ourselves at home. You know what I mean? That's not how we operate. It's
really?
Yeah, we don't turn the garage into a bike shop. You know what I mean? I'm not going to get a tube that I can put the tube in. And I'm like, yeah, I know you can, Frenchie. I just can't see me doing all that. I want to drop.
You got something to blow it up?
Well, but it's over. I mean, if I don't, I got to have a patch or something.
Yeah, I know. But if you had the tube,
you have a pump.
It's called blow it up.
Yeah. But I mean, you got to go get a tube. You got to put it in the tire, and then now, see, I still don't believe in that rubber on the outside.
Right.
They keep telling me it's good, but they also told me
by the time you get that
I was
tube,
good to go.
It'll come apart.
The same people told me I was good to go said that the rubber on the tire is fine.
I have a feeling you're gonna get new everything.
I tell you what I got. I got 4 flat tires and a lock. That's all I got.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Thanks for being with us today. So, Don Juan Demarco Williams visiting today as we wind down the final 10 shows as far as new shows in Rick and Bubba history. The good news is there's 31 years of archives and best of moments that will live forever. Now, with the holidays, sometimes debt is part of that.
Ooh, debt.
Oh, my goodness. And you don't have to have that hanging over you.
Right here on Cyber Monday.
Right here on Cyber Monday. Go ahead and get a game plan, or if you're already in debt, get some of that off of you by going to pdsdebt.com/bigbox. PDS Debt is there to help you. They've got all kinds of things going on with Cyber Monday, and of course you got travel deals coming tomorrow, which I didn't even know about that. Did you know Tuesday's kind of Travel Tuesday or something? But anyway, if you're stacking up debt, you need a game plan to get it off of you. It's not too early to start planning to get out of debt. And the team at pdsdebt.com/bigbox is ready to personalize a solution just for you. If you're $10,000 or more are going to go in debt or you're already in debt, then you qualify. Doesn't matter if you have bad credit. Doesn't matter if you have credit. They can help you. Okay, so go to pdsdebt.com/bigbox free debt analysis right now, or just look for the link at rickandbubba.com under the sponsors. If you're going to have to go into a little debt to make the holidays happen, go ahead and get a plan to get it off of you as soon as possible, and don't let that interest eat you up. All right, so Bubba, we do want to say happy birthday today to Speedy's grandson, River.
Yes, he is 4 today. Can y'all believe it?
4 years old.
Wow. Yeah, it's River and
4.
Pops. We have a little song, River and Pops, and we'll just go. You never know. I could be laying on the floor and him throwing an elbow into my ribs, or we could be out running around doing something. But,
Sure.
He is a mess, but a joy. He don't give you any problems. He just don't stop.
Yeah.
Right.
And I told Tyler he gets that honest.
It lasts forever.
He is Tyler made over.
And you said he's trying to skip to 5?
He did say that. I said, well, man, hold up your 4s. Like in a football game when it's fourth quarter. He goes, no, I just want to be 5. I said, but it's easy to hold up 4. And he goes, yeah, but look at 5. He didn't say it like that, but he goes, yeah, look at 5. And I'm like,
5 is easier.
This is him with his with my mom and Terry's mom.
How about that?
This over the Thanksgiving. But yeah, he's a mess, man. Fun. Good night. And if you follow me on Instagram, you see him on my stories. We're always up to something.
Oh, some great footage if you've never seen any of that, by the way. You need to. So happy birthday, River.
Look at that bear.
I had to talk him into that. He thought the bear was going to get him.
Let's put a 4 up.
That is a scary bear.
Let's get a 4 up.
Hold up your 4s.
Let's get a 4 up.
Scary bear.
Last night also, or over the weekend, we did have NFL play as well. I started thinking about, before we had the playoff, the NFL would go to Saturdays when college football wrapped up or had that big gap. Now with the playoffs, there's not going to be a gap hardly at all or any.
Yeah.
So they're going to have to some TV planning going to have to happen too.
Well, it was one of those snow games. We get a few of those every year, but they're always fun to watch when they try to do that. Speedy, you were saying that they paid the Buffalo fans to come and clear the field before the game.
Yeah, and we have that in the story about the game, and that is that this lake effect snow had hit them, I guess maybe a day or two ago, and just been snow and 2 feet of snow on the field. And so they paid the fans $20 an hour to come shovel snow, and they got it off the field and presentable. And even in pregame, the players came out. Now it was cold. Don't get me wrong. It's 20 degrees with wind, but they were able to go out and get on the field and go through pregame. But then right before kickoff, another snowstorm hit. And y'all, it snowed. It was like, how sometimes it'll rain sideways. It was snowing sideways. And they said that the field was playable, but in the stadium they couldn't do really anything about the snow there. And so people were like sitting on snow.
Look at this. Of course, this guy's got his shirt on.
Yeah. But you couldn't even sit down. I asked Terry, I said, how much to go to a game and be that miserable?
How about there was a pretty big crowd there?
Oh, yes. The atmosphere was great.
And the snow did not run them off.
And they're building a new stadium right beside this one. And it's kind of, some of the seating is going to be covered like you see
no dome.
So these soccer stadiums and stuff like that. But no, it's open.
So the Bills fans now have a bunch of snowballs at their,
oh boy,
yeah. And when they score, they throw it in the air.
Yeah,
that's kind of their thing. But sometimes they'll use the snowballs for other
But now they were
reasons.
trying to knock down a field goal to
here's a field goal attempt by the 49ers. And look at all the snowballs.
That's funny.
That's not a bad
One
throw.
like to got it.
By the way, that was not a bad throw. Look at the snowball right there.
That dang net.
That's not bad.
What if it hit it, knocked it out?
That would have been
What
great.
would they have done?
So, and then we have Josh Allen throws a pass and scores a touchdown on the same play. What?
Yeah, I think he was the first, since the merger, he was the first quarterback for Buffalo to throw for a pass, run for a pass, and catch a pass.
So he completed the pass, they pitched it back.
Yeah, right, and he gets in.
And he got in, yep.
How much fun did he have diving in the end zone in the snow? God, you remember anytime it snowed in the neighborhood and you get out there and snowboat till Big Nard breaks something?
Don't you know the 49ers are thinking, man, I'd like to be back in San Fran.
Don't you know
it?
Man.
It was funny because some of the players are like, now he played here, but anytime he was a Southern college, they were miserable. But this is some of the folks that were hired to to clear way, and
They ain't doing a lot. They're gonna have to have a little more help, I think, to do that.
Yeah,
surely we got some type of piece of equipment that can handle that. Besides that,
see
shovel.
that right there, I would be like, "That's
Where are you gonna throw it?
That'll
though?
never be done." I just walk back out of the stadium.
Yeah.
I mean, there's no way. I wouldn't feel like I was making progress.
Keep your
at all.
$20 an hour.
man.
And also over the weekend, the late hit on Trevor Lawrence, big story. Over
Did
the
you see
weekend.
this, Rick?
Yeah, I went out on the highlights. I wasn't watching it, but I've seen it everywhere after it happened because everybody's posting it.
Of course,
And-
another fight.
Yeah, and of course a fight breaks out.
Yeah.
So
I understand this one.
Trevor represents that well. Oh my! That'll be
And there's that arm.
Oh, look at
There's the arms.
Yeah, that was not good.
And they're stomping on him. The referee tries to get over there and protect him.
Nobody. Okay, finally somebody's addressing him.
Yes.
Yeah, and it took about 15 minutes to clear the field from the fight, and he was able to get in the cart and sit up, and he was conscious, and says he's now doing well, recovering at home. But
boy,
it
you
was
said-
it was obvious he was sliding, and the slow-mo shows the elbow right to the face mask.
Oh yeah.
And then his head hits the ground.
Yeah,
That's
and so
not-
everybody's already
That's what
mad.
knocks you out.
Everybody's already mad at the Houston Texans player that hit him. But then now photos of the cleats he wears. It's Free Palestine and Allah and all this, and so everybody's now they're double mad now for his Bush League
D'Amico
play.
Ryans is the coach, and he had a comment. Can we see his comment, Eddie?
Yeah, 7B.
7B.
Yeah. So, this is one of those things that really, I thought all the rules we've done, this is exactly what we're trying to avoid.
Yeah, this is a classic.
Exactly. Yeah.
So here it is.
That's not what we're coaching. It's just want to be smart in everything we do and not hurt the team, get a penalty there. We just have to be smarter when the quarterback is going down. Just an unfortunate play, not representative of who Aziz is. Like, Aziz is a smart player, really great leader for us, and we felt his presence not being there, not his loss. It really affected us on the defensive side.
Yeah, so he was kicked out of the game. So was
Yeah,
a
yeah.
Jaguar for fighting too.
Unfortunately, we have highlights of Aziz doing lots of dirty plays. So it kind of
I think he's got a problem going there. Now, D'Amico Ryans is a class act. He was a great player. We've had him on the show a few times. He's really done a good job coaching too, and I know he's trying to put the best spin he can on it.
Right.
He handled that about as politically correct as you could, but this guy does have a history, and he's going to cost you in big game.
Yep.
Yeah,
No matter how good he is.
Right, and so and with the political stuff, he
Look at that. He hit that guy. He was almost out of the water.
Yeah,
I know.
You know how they can personalize their cleats, and
Yeah.
so the pictures, and y'all have a story on it. Just the picture of what it says,
Yeah.
it's got everybody upset.
Yeah, well, it's again, he doesn't know biblical history very well, but anyway, so that's he has a right to that, I guess, if he wants to make that. But people have a right to be upset about it as well.
Yep.
Yeah.
But you can't hit quarterbacks sliding.
No, you can't do that.
Try to hurt him.
Get you kicked out of the game. So
Yeah, Trevor did the whole fencing response, which we've talked about a lot
Oh, yeah.
recently.
See the hands go up.
Yeah, it's not good. He'll be out for a while.
Yeah,
that's my opinion. We don't want another Tua kind of situation.
He came in with that elbow with the pad on it, too.
Yeah,
He really
sure he
did.
that's old school. That's what you did in the 70s.
That looked like the Raiders playing
Yeah,
there.
it did.
Jack Tatum.
We'll be back. Phone calls are next. 866-WE-BE-BIG. We'll chat with you. Here's the number, 629-WE-BE-BIG. 629-WE-BE-BIG. That is our number for the rest of the year due to the onslaught for the 12 working days of Christmas, but also for you to call us, 629-WE-BE-BIG. We chat next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. The views and opinions expressed by the show are not necessarily those of the staff and management of this radio station, but they should be.
To be part of the Rick and Bubba family.
Bubba, we need an update on your groin. Bubba was injured.
Do we need theme music for this?
Well, I had one, but I thought
Ricky gave a disturbing update in the kitchen.
Yes, he did. Yes,
sure
he did. And it was visual.
It was tough.
I want to say this. Those of you who do not know, I really think there's a couple things we need to address. Bubba was injured of course, playing pickleball. I'm calling for a ban on pickleball. Pickleball is dangerous. It's very dangerous, and it's the paddles are annoying. They're loud.
Certain ones.
And I think we have to ask the question: Is pickleball a detriment to society?
Yeah.
Hey,
Look what it did to Bubba.
I'll say this.
Look what it did to Bubba.
I've had a torn ACL, and this hurts worse. You know, I mean, this is ridiculous,
and
it won't let up. This is a week today, as a matter of fact. Yeah. 7 days ago.
Well, you've been unfortunately updating us the whole way with pictures to go with it.
Yeah, how about that?
And what's happened now, since you've pulled the muscle, torn the muscle, whatever you've done, it's in a very unfortunate location.
Yeah,
and now as the bruising and all of this begins to work its way,
I'm leaking tar.
Yeah, to work its way down the leg, we've got ourselves a pretty nasty, purpley leg.
Well, I've already talked to our doc, and I'm headed there today. So we get done.
What are they going to do today?
Well,
Greg thinks he knows.
What?
It goes back to our conversation this morning we first got here about the mesh.
Yeah, the mesh.
Yeah.
I think I know what they're going to do.
Get him down.
Watch it.
So there's a lawsuit on that.
So Rick, we are going to go to the doctor today, and I was told they'll probably have to do an ultrasound.
Excuse me?
What? An ultrasound on the area.
Yeah.
Help me. Which that's always exciting, right
that's
there.
That's going to involve jelly.
Yeah, you get the old jelly and the old transducer, Rick.
When you going to do the reveal?
What if they were like actually doing that, and you looked up and you saw a hot dog in there, and you saw a biscuit? You know, you're like, well,
I think
pizza.
Well.
Rick, that's a lot of growth because you looked over here. You looked over here at us too.
You know what that's like. Look, here's the quarterback. This is me.
Yeah.
Don't hit him, Rick. Don't hit him. Try not
Rick,
to hit
you
him.
know, I'm very ticklish anyway. So you know, when I had to have my other procedure done, I started laughing so much. People were coming down the hall to be sure I was okay.
Injun Joe.
So, is there some concern here? I mean, what are we after?
Well, we got to figure out what's going on here. So. We got to get a handle on that.
Doggone pickleball.
Rick, and you saw. That is precious.
Those you were watching on YouTube, you saw it somehow Adler or Speedy One found a picture of an ultrasound that showed a big old cheeseburger. Man, that's good.
Print that out. I'm going to carry it into the doc. I'm going to tell him I had one done for him.
Yeah, I think I found the problem.
He'll love that. He'll love that. But hey, it's just hurting. Good.
All kinds of food.
It ain't getting no better, Rick. Oh, that's a good one, too.
Yeah.
That's good.
It's not getting any better, is it, buddy?
No, it ain't.
Well, it just happened.
It's aggravating.
It is very.
You know, I'll be fine if they go, hey, it's just going to be that way. You got to tough it out. But, you know, right now you think, hey, what, did I tear something?
The visual is pretty rough.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah,
those pictures.
It's like I sat in tar.
No, I mean,
it's not good.
No,
I know
not
why
good.
too. You always, and it's just not you, but when people just want to show you.
Oh,
you know,
anytime you got an injury or had surgery, everybody wants you to
like
look
a hair,
like a hair. And they don't say
well,
that,
there's only so much. There's only so much of this one you can show.
Well, this goes back to this. I'd like to almost. You know,
icing's fun too.
Whoa, let's go.
Hey now, sensitive.
Hey now, hey.
Where's the crow?
The thing that is about this, I'd like to hand out a list to everybody. Okay, if you've hurt anything from your chest up, you can show us.
Yeah.
Anything from the
including
chest.
surgeries.
So I don't want to see it. I don't want to look at it. I don't want you to pull your shorts back.
No.
Yeah,
You know,
these surgery people.
I know.
Rick, then when you say Rick, they pull out your look.
I know.
Look at that. I don't want to look at it. I don't like that.
Does that mean I shouldn't show this picture from our group chat?
Huh?
From our. And the lines are open, and Speedy is taking calls. Don Juan Demarco Williams hanging out with us today. If you want to say hello to D, he's here. Lines are available. Fire up and join us. Of the year. We did have an issue with gift number 3 today, so there will be no Christmas gift today. We'll do 2 tomorrow. Had a little issue there. So Lines right now 629 We Be Big. 629 We Be Big. Boy, I'll tell you, it's hard for me to remember that. 629 We Be Big. Let's start with Jason and Phil Campbell. Lines are available if you want to join us now. Jason, go ahead.
Good morning, fellas. How are y'all?
Good.
Great.
Hey, it's great to have you back, D. I just wanted to reminisce for a moment. One of my favorite D moments was when he cleared out the studio when he broke wind.
Oh, wow. What a memory. What a memory it was.
That's how you remember me, man.
Well, you know, it's
that's something to be proud of.
it was a classic, and honestly, when you clear this studio out, it's almost like winning the SEC. It's a strong conference. You got a lot of opponents in here that are willing to fire their own shot. Mm-hmm. You know, and when you are the dominant shot of the day, that's difficult in here. That's not easy.
Oh my gosh.
Yeah. Well,
I'll never live that one down.
No. David and Pelham, ZZK. Go ahead, David. Welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Hey, good morning, gentlemen. Hey, first-time caller. Been listening to y'all forever.
Thank you.
First-time caller.
Thank you very much.
Absolutely. Hey, Bubba, this is a question for you.
Yes, sir.
I used to coach youth football at Pelham, and we traveled to Cava Heights, and we were warming up, and y'all were playing a game before us. And all of a sudden, I heard a high-pitched voice. Apparently, two coaches were arguing. Kept on hearing, "Okay, Bear Bryant. Okay, Bear Bryant." And I said that was Bubba yelling at the other coach. Do you remember that?
Wasn't me. May have been Rick.
I don't know now. Are you sure?
I didn't coach football at Cahaba Heights. I didn't coach any football.
Did you say football?
It sounded like he's doing Cassie.
Did you say football or baseball?
It was football. But somebody told me that's Bubba on Rick and Bubba yelling at that coach.
No, it was probably me if it was football. Now I will tell you this:
yelling at the coach.
Yeah,
all I did was flag.
And if it was the coach, I think it was. That was absolutely me. But the
okay, it was you. Okay, I thought it was Bubba. Okay.
Well, we have that all. You know, we're interchangeable. I can't tell you the number of things that are attributed to Bubba that are me, things that are attributed to me that are Bubba, and we just have learned to go. You know, we're interchangeable. I've heard it.
Well, that's awesome.
Yeah, I can't tell you the number of times someone said, "Hey, come over, Bubba, get a picture made with us." I'm like, and then people talk to me about tennis.
I've done the same thing.
Yeah,
and I've turned down participation trophies also. I got in trouble with my team. All the parents wanted to buy the kids trophies taller than themselves, and I said no. They get a baseball after every game. We won one game that year, but they still got trophies taller than the players. It killed me.
Yeah.
Absolutely killed me.
Yeah. I've been there. Yeah. That is, if you remember, and we used to laugh about this all the time, is when you had those coaches in youth sports, and if it was football, you take whoever the legendary person is of the sport, and you can tell this is their time to be Bear Bryant.
Yeah,
and this is their opportunity. They're treating this like they've just won the Super Bowl,
right?
You know, because they were able to fool some fifth graders or something like that, or run the score up on them or whatever.
Yeah.
And you're like, okay, come on, Bear Bryant.
Yeah.
We continue. Let's go to.
Trust us, Alabama's not going to hire you from the Cahaba Heights anything. Okay, you don't make that jump,
even with your outstanding record.
Yeah. I mean, granted, you scored 55 on that team, hadn't won one, but probably not going to bring you up.
And they're probably going to ask you to cut that rat tail.
Yeah.
All right, so let's go to former softball team mom Emily. Emily, welcome to Rick and Bubba.
Good morning, guys. I just had
Emily.
to call and just relive some softball team mom moments. My goodness. And Don Juan, so glad to hear your voice.
Hey,
oh, my
Emily.
goodness. The laugh in the background, fabulous. Just fabulous.
It's, when you think about you working with the softball team, I mean, you could talk all day. And D, I remember you being part of it, but you didn't play a whole lot.
I was Bubba's base runner.
That's right. You would run for.
I had the speed. I just couldn't make contact. I got the speed though.
Let somebody else make contact and let you go.
And we all expect you to be better at basketball.
I know, right?
I wasted the first pick on that.
Y'all were fighting over me that time.
I did.
No, he's on my team.
I got the first pick, and then that first shot went up, and I thought, hey. I was looking around like, what's going on here?
We were checking the boxes.
Somebody reminded me he was in the band.
That's right. Well, Emily, I hope you and your family are doing great, and thanks for all those many years working with the team. Yeah.
And I don't know if y'all remember, but I was also the ghostwriter for the letters you all would get from people who were in prison.
Oh, that's funny.
That's right. I do remember that.
Who even writes letters anymore? And how about things have changed a lot over the last 30 years?
How are you doing, Emily?
Just great. Family's good. We're just grandkidding and just doing great. So
I got a few more letters that needs to be replied to.
We got a few more.
I've got some time if we need to get together.
Well, tell the whole family hello. Y'all have a Merry Christmas, and thanks for all you did for the show and the softball team. We had to have a team mom or it would have been chaos.
Yep. Do you remember where we were going after that basketball game at my house? We went to Camp Cataquilla up on the mountain.
Really?
Yep.
Did we?
Yep. We went over to get a drink out of the spring over there, slightly after dark.
D, why did you?
Well, we were looking to see if we could see the one-armed Girl Scout.
I mean, did you?
I had a lot of firsts here, so I tried everything. Right?
Denise in Lexington, Alabama. Denise, go ahead.
Good morning.
Hey, Denise.
Hey, I just want to tell Don Juan how much I have missed that laugh. It is just contagious. Just makes me smile.
Get you in trouble.
Yeah. Don Juan, are you Alabama, Auburn, or have you become a Georgia Dog fan?
Not a Dogs fan. Not a Dogs fan.
Dude, I get a lot of that.
I grew up, with my granddad, forcing me to be a Bama fan. So I just wore whatever jersey they gave me, and he gave me a Bama jersey. So I've been rolling Bama for my whole life.
There you go. Roll Tide.
Roll Tide.
Is it amazing when you get out of the area to a place like Atlanta where nobody cares about the Tide?
Yeah, I know.
Because they see the Georgia
I'm in
there.
Bulldogs Nation over WSB. It's like, hey, it's all about the Dogs.
And you got Georgia Tech right under you.
Exactly. It's right down the street.
8 overtimes this past weekend.
Wow.
We didn't talk about
I stayed up and watched that. By the way.
8 overtimes. Wow. That is crazy. Jason in Alabama. Jason, go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba. First time calling. Been listening to you guys since I was a senior in high school. And
Thank you.
I don't think I've missed a show, maybe pieces of it.
Thank you.
Anyway, just wanted to call in and, like I said, first time calling. Rick, I met you over 25 years ago at a concert in the bath. I think it was Oak Mountain Amphitheater.
Oh, wow.
Bubba, I've never met you before, but Bubba, I never met you before. I did meet your parents, and I actually ended up buying your old Yard King lawnmower from them at a yard sale.
How about that?
From Ed? Did you get that from Ed?
Hey, I was a king riding that thing for about 5 weeks till the transmission went out. I didn't want to sell it, but I had to. But I was so proud to be riding Bill Bubba Busty's old lawnmower. But listen, thank you guys for all you guys are doing through the years. I've been with you guys through a lot, and thanks for all you've done for the kingdom, and really enjoyed the show. And I hate that it's coming to an end.
Well, thank you so much. It means the world to us, and we have so much to be thankful for. And the devotion, like what you just described, we never fully understood it, but we certainly are thankful for it. And that we made a connection with any of you. Top of the hour, if you're leaving us, enjoy the day. Catch the Rick and Bubba replay today, later on our podcast archives, or watch our YouTube archives. If you've missed Don Juan DeMarco, we've been reminiscing all day. So go back and grab that later on your own time.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Our group chat.
Yes. Oh, no. Yeah. I mean, don't show this picture.
Oh, the one I sent y'all.
No.
Well, see, there was
not all that.
There was some comedy. There was some comedy in that because we're going, hey, that pickleball caused that.
You know what that looks like? Somebody saying, "Ham's ready." I think that was the shank. Shank.
Shank cut. You got that one side that's burned. You know?
Oh, what was that?
That's good.
Bubba, I got to tell you,
I don't think that's ever going to be normal.
It's like
it's worse than that now.
He's been at the beach, got flesh-eating bacteria.
Hey, it's worse than that now.
Oh, I know. Believe me, he showed us.
Yeah.
Sure did.
So now, did you mention something about a hernia too? What's going on there?
I think Rick, he's adding a bunch of stuff.
I'm just
get it all looked at.
He claims a lot of it's because that's where they went in with that calf.
maybe some of that tore loose. I don't know. Something.
That's been a year ago, hasn't it?
I know, but if you tore something else, I've had something that's been there 50 years and it tore.
You got you some mesh. You ready?
He is so hung on that. He started early today, Rick, when I first got here.
Well, I will tell you.
Did you think about it on the way over today?
You're in for an uncomfortable ultrasound. Let me just tell you that right now, because I had to have one in lower track, and it's a very
got to get in there and get a shot.
Hey, it's a bizarre situation you find yourself in.
Yep. Keep your pride in the car.
Because you know what they do. They'll cover everything up just to get the air out they need to work on, which, in my opinion, that makes it worse.
Yeah.
Because then it's like saying, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome. Here it is.
Yeah. Now
And
it's
in the center ring.
Now it's in a frame with a spotlight.
Yeah.
On the main stage.
And now our headliner.
But you know what?
And the guest you've all been waiting for.
Here he is.
You know,
get your cell phones ready.
Only us would have documentation of how you hurt yourself. But it just doesn't look like the activity equals the injury.
What I saw
it was pickleball, Bubba.
on that, and
it
then
was
you showed me
doggone
that.
pickleball.
Right.
It's pickleball.
I know.
Like I said this morning, I said, it's not like you just got back from Everest.
No,
and we're all like, man, you made it to the peak.
Yeah.
Hey, it cost you.
Survived the skydive.
Hey, it cost you, but you made it.
Or if he'd have just been running when it happened. He was like semi-walking.
I ain't even got up to speed yet, have I?
It ain't like he was running.
Speedy's impression when he kept going by.
That big racket.
trying to catch up with your upper half.
What was funny is the giant racket going with it.
I know.
You're trying your lower half to get back under you, and you can't do it. You're like, dadgummit.
Oh, my gosh.
There it comes. But right now, you're fine, and now you're in trouble.
It's like if somebody could have just pushed your butt.
His arms coming back like a ski jumper.
The wide world of sports.
And there's the look. And when you're dealing with an injury in this area, in this muscle pull, tear, whatever we're going to find out it is, see, my thought is, because I know what it's going to be like, my first thought is, I will not be right for a very long time. This is going to look at that
And
face.
see, look, if it is, and he just says, look, you got to ride it out, that's fine. At least you know what you're up against there,
Yep.
you know?
Yep.
Don't have something else going on.
Yeah, you don't want that.
It's really, I mean, when you
Brought them all.
when someone says what happened, I mean, it's not a great story.
It's not.
Well, I was looking across the net at a middle-aged woman over at church.
Yeah.
Hey,
let me tell you what happened.
Hey, she had quite a volley.
Part of me thinks you should have just gone ahead and fell and rolled over.
I think you should just dove.
Just dove. Yeah.
But I think
Almost did.
So we'll get an update. There's Bubba's update.
Tried to save it.
It's ridiculous. I'm embarrassed by it. Really.
Well, I mean,
I'm embarrassed.
it's live. 16 minutes past. More Rick and Bubba next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba. Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
6 minutes now past the hour. Thanks for being with us today. A brand new hour. Speedy is here. The real Greg Burgess. Adler is here. And special guest today, Juan Demarco Williams. Been hanging out with us. Welcome back, Bill Bubba Bussey.
Rick, glad to be here, and we only ask for 5 hours each and every day. Doesn't seem like too much, and, good night. We just need it for another few weeks.
We need. That's it.
Huh?
My goodness. Come on. So, Don Juan, welcome back today, buddy.
Yes.
It's been
Speedy
fun.
won't let me screen. I wanted to jump in there and screen some phone calls,
Well,
and Speedy was like, no, you're
Do you
a
really
guest.
want to do that again?
Yeah, well,
I missed it.
You're the guest, and people want to talk to you.
Yeah,
Half of them had questions for you.
We Barnes and Noble thought she wanted to do that too. You should have seen her face.
Oh yeah,
she went
She
back
get
in.
overwhelmed a little bit?
I look over here.
Barnes and Stumble.
There's just what I say.
Barnes and Noble.
Barnes and Stumble. You look over here, and it was just the calls were just a mess. I mean, they were just people's names were all kinds of different lines. You ain't never worked that system.
Well, I mean, I didn't say they were going to get through because that was my thing. I wanted to make sure we had a perfect call for the show. So,
You did.
yeah.
You know, Blair and Karen is visiting
Some things are
Thursday,
hard to come by.
and her request is she does want to screen.
Well, absolutely.
Yeah, the person that I
Yeah,
think
man.
screened out Sean Hannity.
She
at
screened
one
Sean
point.
Hannity. Come on.
Oh,
man.
that was
That was Peaches, wasn't it?
I think it was Blair and
Karen.
Karen.
I think it was, he told us, he said, some girl named Peaches
Well,
would
maybe
let
it
me on
was
there.
it? Okay.
And then one of them made Montgomery Gentry guy. Man.
Oh, yeah.
Maybe that was
Yeah.
Blair.
Maybe that was Karen.
No,
Maybe that was Karen.
No, because I was here when this. I was here.
okay.
heck.
But of course, the guy's no longer with us. But
Yeah, Dave. Sorry, didn't mean to bring up Peaches. All right, so
Stop it.
So, Bubba, over the weekend, there were some things that we needed to see, and you said you saw some.
Well,
of it?
we done several stories on some of these series coming out and updates on them. So, of course, I sit down and watch the entire D.B. Cooper.
Oh, my
Okay. Still the only skyjacking unsolved in American history.
look, this latest information, I'm going to. So he does the same thing and gets caught for it. It never dawned on him that maybe he did the first one. That's the part I don't get.
That was one of the more confusing things to me. That if you have and this goes into the John Benet Ramsey thing too. If you have a crime committed, let's back up to 50,000 foot and see, are there other crimes in this area that fit the same motive?
Oh, yeah. And the sketch looked
and
like
this
it.
guy was, and his kids knew or had long suspected he was involved with it.
Right.
And they really didn't even go into a lot
That
of
makes
that.
no sense.
It was really kind of up to that point.
Okay.
Now, the John Benet Ramsey.
Oh, boy.
Rick, if you watch that one, it'll make you mad. I mean, it will make you mad because you realize how bad this thing has been fumbled. Love law enforcement, love our folks that work in that. God knows they're special cut. But I'm going to tell you, the Boulder, Colorado people absolutely blew this. I mean, 6 ways to Sunday. And then when they decided they had to really get on top of it, they assigned a guy to handle this murder case who was a narcotics agent. And I'm like, what? Yeah. He didn't have the expertise. They didn't have the expertise. That was the only murder they had that year. So they didn't have the people who dealt with this kind of thing. And once there appeared to be a ongoing process to make the family look like they did it. And they were putting out information that just wasn't true.
Right.
And the one that I remember, because I remember us talking about it on the air, was, this window was open in the basement. First off, they said nobody could get through there. Several people went and demonstrated you could, but they said, well, there was no tracks in the snow by the window. Well, guess what? There wasn't any snow on that side of the house.
Right.
It was just a dusting, and it drifted on the other side of the house. There wasn't anything there.
Right.
So, no, there wasn't any footprints in the snow, but they didn't tell you there wasn't any snow.
Yeah.
So, it was kind of like this thing where they kept trying to ratchet up public opinion on the Ramseys, hoping one of them would confess to it, but it never happened. And
and the smear campaign worked so well. I brought up this new documentary. And you know what people were saying that? I thought the brother did.
Yeah.
And I'm like, no, he actually he sued everybody for defamation of character and won. People don't know that. They're like, what?
Yeah.
DNA was found at the crime scene in some of the clothing. Okay. It matched none of the family. The family is cleared of this. They had nothing to do with it. And the fact that the police immediately assumed they did, and that's all they focused on, they probably let a lot of it get away. Plus the fact they let the Ramseys stay in the house. They should have cleared them out immediately. First off, the police swept the house and never found the body.
Right.
It was the dad that ended up finding her later on after they went to the basement again. But how do you have somebody missing and you call in law enforcement and they sweep the house and they don't find a body in the basement?
Yeah, that doesn't even make sense. We have a story today, and they're saying just what you said. The guy saying, look, I'm going to say what word to use, but he said, we messed this case up from the start, and now hopefully we can fix it.
You know what I noticed? I watched the first 2 parts. I ain't finished. This guy, he made pretty good money and all. That house sure was nasty. I mean, like hoarders.
Greg, why would you say that?
It did. It was surprising when they were going out and showing different parts. It looked like a darn hoarder.
Well, it was cut up.
Not that you got to have money to clean up.
It was kind of a complicated floor plan.
Yeah, a lot of junk thrown around.
Here's one of the things, too, they brought out in this documentary about, I want to say they said it was 2 months, 90 days, somewhere in there after this. About 2 or 3 miles from their house, another girl, a guy broke into their house in the middle of the night and tried to abduct a 14-year-old girl. That girl fought him off, and he got away. But there also was other instances of that happening prior to the John Benet Ramsey. There was somebody in that area who was doing that. There was a serial guy going around doing this, and they just never looked at it. And this is another thing. Patsy Ramsey, one of the first interviews she did, she got on TV and said, there is a killer loose in Boulder. And it infuriated the mayor and the police, and they immediately went, there's no threat to the public, which meant the Ramseys did it.
Right.
And we just can't prove it. Because they were trying to CYA. They had a problem. How about this? There's still a killer on the loose who committed that crime, and we don't know who it is.
No, it sounds like the Jaws thing, where they're like, no, there's no threat to whatever, all that. And
look, there's 2 sides to every story. I got that. We lived through the PR. All of this went on when we were on the air. We talked about it ad nauseum. But this thing was messed up. And, Rick, they even brought in a guy, and they called him the Sherlock Holmes of our time because he had solved several cold cases. Mm-hmm. And he immediately, after he looked at all the facts in the case, cleared the Ramsey family. And the police didn't like that, so they tried to cut him off and discredit him and didn't want him making statements to the public when this guy was the best that we had. And he said they didn't do it. They didn't do it. Somebody broke into their house, waited for them to go to bed, and then attacked and did this. And the facts were all showing to that, and they just didn't follow it because they thought the Ramseys did it. And to this day, they can't prove it. They had one documentary, as you said, tried to hang it on the little brother.
Yep.
That didn't hold up.
That was remember the pineapple thing?
Yeah,
and all that?
he sued them for a ton of money, and they had to pay him.
Yeah. So I just hope who's even alive now? The mom's gone. She's passed. The dad's still alive. I guess the brother's still alive, right?
Yeah, the dad is on up in age now. And with this group, I saw an interview with a producer. He said, when we go in to do these things, most people are very concerned about the imaging and what we say, and they won't like the final rights in saying what we go to air with. He said, John Ramsey waived all that. He said, find the killer of my little girl. That's all I want you to do.
Yeah. And they need, that's what they need.
And they had, their family has had issues. Of course, Patsy died. But they had a daughter that was killed in a car wreck a couple of years before the John Benet thing. So they've had a lot of issues over the years. I really felt sorry for him.
So it made you mad?
Yeah, we still don't know. He could have, I guess, but the evidence just doesn't point to that. It points to somebody broke in, hid, waited, and attacked, and went right back out the window they came in. There was a suitcase there so they could step on it to go back out the window.
Yeah. We'll be right back.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
Pearl's Family Foundation, who raises a ton of money for some really good causes, is having his golf tournament today it's down at Willow Point Country Club and Golf Course. And they had their little dinner last night for the event today. So everybody's heading out today. Everybody's fired up. And golfers have come from far and wide to play there at beautiful Willow Point, which has a very, very beautiful and challenging course, I might add. If you're afraid of water, that's not the place to play.
Hazards everywhere.
Or if you like to roll it up there like I do, look out. So we have the little dinner last night, and they put on a great event. And, of course, when you have Bruce Pearl there, it's going to be entertaining. That's to say
no doubt about it.
But, Rick, I had no idea. They have raised so much money. And over the past 4 years, it was either 4 or 5 years that he's been involved with this, they've raised almost $1 million for Children's Harbor there at Lake Martin, which is a great place, and they support a lot of children's ministries. And then on top of that, they also gave checks out to 4 other children's charities, including Children's Hospital and some others. And last year it was $7,500. This year it was $10,000. He says next year they're going to make it more. So Bruce and his family, Brandy, they've done a great job with this. But it was one of those almost comical moments last night, and you know when they have these live auctions. You know how this is. Because there's really some really cool prizes they've got up there, you know. And they're auctioning off, and a lot of them are things you just can't normally buy, like access. You know, you get to go to dinner, you get this, you get that, and you get these game day experiences, you know, behind the scene you normally don't get. So we're sitting there, and I had told Betty, I said, now, Betty, when they start this, don't make any funny motions.
Oh, no.
Because, you know, they'll think you're bidding, and you know.
Yeah.
This is some big dollar stuff.
Can I ask you this, because I don't want to collide into the story. I just want to know so I can get the scene. There's a certain group that everyone I've gone to that people hire out and they get whistles in their mouth and stand all over.
I've seen that.
Was it that much?
No. This is not. This is some of the local folks doing it.
Oh, that's even better. All right, go ahead.
So
you ever seen that crew?
Yeah.
They get it done.
They're really serious about it. So you have the stage here, and then you got to understand where we're set up, and there's a wall that runs along the stage, and then everybody's in front of the stage.
Okay.
And then you have the water back behind it. So it's at the cabana there at the country club. So just a beautiful venue. And you have the people on stage. Well, we had come around to sit on the rock wall. I mean, everybody's standing up, but, you know, if you're, you know, a little portly like me, you kind of look for somewhere to sit down if you can, because, you know, these things can run on us.
Chubbalicious has got to get off his feet.
Them old dogs get barking.
Yes, they do. Yes, they do.
So we sit down on the wall, and I sit down next to Chris Bodine, who's a new friend that we met when we went to Minneapolis.
Is that Jethro's family?
Sure, they're probably related somewhere down the line.
Granny Bodine.
And his lovely wife, Tina, who we call Tara. Now, that's a whole nother story. I just refer to her now as Tina Tara.
Okay.
All right.
I was calling her Tara, even though her name was Tina.
I see.
But she kept answering to
Right.
me, and nobody told me different.
That doesn't help us if you answer to the wrong name we call you.
And then when somebody said, you know, her name is Tina, I even defended. I said, no, it's Tara, because I've been calling her Tara.
And she's not corrected.
And so now she's just lovingly known as Tina Tara.
I got it. That makes sense.
So we sit on the wall, and Chris sits down, and then I sit down kind of in front of him, and then another guy sits down. And Betty doesn't sit next to me. She actually sits back on the other side of Tina, which is behind Chris. So we're on the wall, and, you know, they have a little program. It's very entertaining. Meet some of the families that have been helped through the charity, and it's just some amazing stories of kindness and how people have donated to help these people. And so then they get to the bidding. And I know that Chris is going to bid for the big prize. You know, I know that.
What is the big prize?
The big prize was dinner with Bruce and Brandy, his wife, and 20 friends at the Collegiate Hotel in Auburn, and they have a rooftop area where you can go out and dine at sunset. So it's this really cool deal where you get to bring 20 friends and sit down with Bruce Pearl, which you know is going to be entertaining.
Right.
All right, here we go. 20 minutes now past the hour. Ladies and gentlemen, you've been asking for it. Juan Demarco Williams is here today so we can actually do a version of it that we thought was gone forever. I now tell you that we're about to do good old boy, homeboy theater. The number is 629-WE-BE-BIG if you would like to play. And now, how does this work? Well, it's just like this is, as far as Good Old Boy Theater, this is the segment that formed the Rick and Bubba Show.
Yep.
This is
Believe it or not.
This is it. So this is terra firma, Bubba. Classification point A.
Yep.
It all began when Bubba was informed me as the engineer that he was a connoisseur of the works of William Shakespeare. It didn't surprise me because of his culture. But what I didn't know is he's able to just recall it from memory.
Right.
If he,
I don't read this stuff.
Yeah, he didn't read it at all. So when Juan Demarco Williams became part of the
Especially
show,
on the radio.
right, we started coming up with another version of Good Old Boy Theater called Good Old Boy / Homeboy Theater. Now, what's going to happen is one Bill Bubba Bussy will quote from one of his favorite. He won't read it. He'll quote from one of his favorite Shakespearean works. Then Juan DeMarco will then translate that into more of an urban street lingo, giving you the homeboy version of that for those of you that might make it better for you. And then what you have to do is identify what Shakespearean work that Bubba and Dee are quoting from. Now, today, if you are the one who pulls this off, you will receive the last ever Rick and Bubba CD, Run Me a Z and Shut Her Down. Here is this CD. I mean,
the very last copy we've got. This is it.
It might as well be made of gold bullion. I mean, people are trying to get hard copies of this. They're hard to find. You can still get them at our store. We've already gone through the first order. The second order is almost gone. But right now, you'll be guaranteed a copy if you can pull this off. So, Bubba, I think that I've explained what we're doing, but people may not know why we do it.
You know, Rick, and I'll have to think about this for a minute.
I bet
to
you
get
will.
the verbiage just right. But, you know, we live in a cultured area.
Yes, we do.
And if you don't believe me, Rick,
Yeah.
just check out who the president just pardoned. And when you have that much culture in any one area, you can't just leave it lying around. No. You got to pick it up and spread it out.
What happened?
So
it's up to Rick Burgess and me to feed the beast, feed the beast, feed the beast.
Because the beast must be fed.
Like somebody just cut him off.
Man, that's enough. And then follow that look like that's it, isn't it?
Remember,
ladies and gentlemen, what Shakespearean work is Bill Bubba Bussy and Juan DeMarco Williams quoting from in today's edition of Good Old Boy / Homeboy? Phones we go, looking for a winner in Good Old Boy Homeboy Theater. Melanie out of Boaz. Melanie, do you have the answer in Good Old Boy Homeboy Theater?
Well, I believe that would be Henry IV, the nursing favorite.
Bubba, is that right?
That is correct.
That's correct. Melanie in the land of culture, Boaz, Alabama. There it says, Henry IV.
Amen.
Great. Congratulations.
I think this is Melanie who has won more prizes. Correct me, am I right? Melanie Painter?
Yes.
She's won more prizes than anybody.
Oh,
congratulations.
How fitting.
One more to go with that.
How fitting that the one who's won more prizes than any other listener wins Good Old Boy Homeboy Theater. All right, so you got the new CD, Melanie. If you don't already have it, if you do, you can have another one.
No, I don't have that one.
Run, Lizzie.
I appreciate it.
Shut her down. Let me put you on hold. Give Speedy all your information, and they'll ship it right to you, okay?
All right, thanks, guys. Love y'all.
I love you too,
Thank
Melanie.
you, Melanie.
She's got such a collection of prizes that she has won over the past, just since I've been here. It's unreal. I don't know how she does it.
Museum
She
up
wins
there.
all the time.
Speed dial.
I thought we recalled it pretty well.
Yeah,
spread it around was a little bit.
I got to thinking. I think.
Spread it around.
I was ready to say somebody will pick it up. Whatever you go, spread it around.
Clearly,
I'm like, how do we get to feed the beast from this?
Yeah, clearly, we didn't practice this ahead of time.
Oh, Bubba, when's the last time we ever practiced anything? Come on.
I was thinking. I thought
We've
we're
done
going
30
to play that intro with Amy on it, but that's for country song.
Yeah, that's a whole different
That's
contest.
a whole different one.
And it's on the list, so people want it before the
we'll
13th
do that
as well.
too, sure.
Oh gosh,
That's good. Spread it around.
Spread it around. All right, Bubba, you told me you also saw Reagan over the weekend.
I did.
I did.
I
Did you cry your eyes out?
Well, I'm gonna tell you. I thought, I lived through the Reagan days, so I thought, even though I like the actor and all, I thought,
Dennis Quaid,
yeah,
yep.
Dennis Quaid, that this I can't. I lowered my expectations, because sometimes when you see these docudramas like this, you're like, well, it didn't really look like that or whatever. But you know what? He did an excellent job.
He really did.
And it was good. And I thought they covered the good, the bad, the ugly pretty well on all this. Some of the scenes we knew that there was problems with this, when he gave the speech at the Berlin Wall and Secretary of State was saying, if you do this, you're going to set our relationship back. We've come this far with the Russians and everything. And of course, Reagan went for it.
Wasn't it great how they gave the background on it?
Yeah.
Did
You saw
you
the speechwriters going, please.
Did you squall during the horse scene?
Oh, yeah.
I warned you about the horse
I
scene.
didn't squall, but I did.
What if I'd never warned you about it? What if I had not warned you?
I just got a little misty thinking, what great leaders we've had in the past and then what we've had to endure.
Oh, boy.
And it's just, it's not even close. I mean, Reagan went in knowing that we had to stop the spread of communism around the globe, and he played a high-stakes poker game with them and won.
I tell you what I didn't know is
I like the way they told it from the Russian side. I thought that was interesting.
And, of course, we love that actor, too. Angie called me. But anyway, I also did not know he had always had a passion to stamp out communism, even when he was an actor. That had been part of it.
That wasn't the Angie Called Me guy, was it?
Oh, yeah. The playing the Russian spy? Yeah. Oh, well, what's his Voight? John Voight. Yeah.
Was it Voight?
Yeah, John Voight. Playing the Russian. There was a young spy and there was an old one. He was the older guy.
Okay. I was thinking it was Silence of the Lambs guy.
No, John Voight.
You sure?
Positive.
I'll have to look that up.
Angie, call me. Bottom of the hour.
Call me, Angie.
We'll be back. 866 We Be Big's our number. More Rick and Bubba coming up right after this.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
So, they start the bidding, and the way the setup is, and because of the speakers and all that stuff, I don't know that everybody can see Chris real good. I think that I'm kind of blocking their view to him just a little bit. So everybody's kind of looking at me. And he's...
Well, now, if anybody's behind you, you're kind of blocking the view.
Well, that's what I'm saying. I kind of had an eclipse thing going,
Right,
And I'm sure they're looking at Chris, but I feel like they're looking at me.
They're looking through you.
You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Right. And so, when the bidding's going on and I'm looking behind and, I'm making sure, Betty, don't be moving.
Don't move.
Don't scratch your head. Nothing.
Because this is the big prize, Rick. And it's up to about $10,000. And then it goes to 12, and then it goes to 15.
You scream 20.
And, and people are looking around. And I see people doing, they're doing that prairie dog thing where they're stretching because they're trying to see who this person is bidding over here. But I feel like they're looking at me.
Well, probably.
And I didn't want them to think it's me when it's actually Chris Bodine doing the bidding.
Right.
So, and the auctioneer's looking, and he's taught 15 to have. I got 18 over here, and he's looking this way, and people are looking at me, and and I point to Chris.
No, you did not.
Oh,
No, you
I
did
did
not.
like this.
No, you did not.
No.
No, you
And the auctioneer says, I got 20 right
Yeah, Bubba, you got to be kidding me. You got to be kidding me.
here. And I thought, uh-oh, was that me?
Oh, no.
Was that me?
No, you did
What'd
not.
you do?
No, you did not.
And then you got to tell everybody, no.
No. And I'm looking, I go, surely Chris put his hand up. That's what he started.
Please, somebody else bid, please.
All I went was like that. That's not like.
Yeah. But
It's
any
not like
movement.
here.
Look, have you ever been to these things?
Bubba, I would have been
Movement.
like this, and I'm.
You just told Betty not to move, then you moved.
But everybody was looking, and I wanted them to know that it was Chris.
You can't nod, you can't scratch.
That was being,
You can't move.
that Chris was being extremely generous, not Bubba.
Right.
It was
I bought
Chris.
an Alabama guitar
I'm
one
not
time
that
doing
generous.
And so
I get to eat with Bruce all the time.
So I hear, I hear $20,000 going once.
No, you know it. No.
And
I hope it's you.
I'm looking around, and he says sold, and he says to Chris, and I'm like,
Oh,
Bubba.
Oh, God.
and once again, then I point again.
No,
That's him
my
right there.
God.
What if he said, Bill, Bubba Buster? Come on up, Bill.
Big-hearted Bubba.
So Chris, thank you for helping the children last night and
boy.
possibly getting me off the hook for an errant movement there.
Oh, my
Let me tell you
goodness.
something. That ain't nothing. Well, that was really bad.
I thought, wow, that was great for the kids.
And you don't want to be the guy to stand up and go, that's not me. You don't want to do
Oh,
right.
I know. And then I'm start thinking, hey, how much? What if I got on my credit
'Cause-
card
hey,
here to
well,
get
look,
out of this?
Greg, because don't miss. Remember what he said before, because that makes it even worse. They've already had people come up here that have benefited from this great foundation.
No, the
so
family.
they're watching you.
No,
So you can't look at them and go,
Rick,
I would help them.
Rick, the family that spoke is 10 foot
Oh
from
my
me.
gosh, that
and
makes
their
it
daughters,
Bubba.
their daughters
That's-
playing in the grass right in front of me.
Oh no.
Yeah, beautiful young lady,
Yeah.
and amazing story, and it was a great evening. It worked out. They probably raised, I don't know, $40,000 or so right there, on the bidding. No, and they'll make a lot more on the golf tournament today, but hey, it was for the kids. Way to go, Bruce.
Oh, my goodness. That wasn't me. Part of me wishes so
I
bad.
want to thank Chris Bodine for doing a great job, and Tina Terra. Great job.
The
they
good
did.
news is, Bubba,
Sold to Bill Buster.
sold to the person sitting near Bubba.
Big-hearted Bubba. Come on up.
But Rick, there's a big difference in doing that and going.
No, I'm just telling you. And when so that's why.
But see, I'd already told Betty, and I thought, what? I just looked at my left arm like, what was you doing?
I know.
Why was you up in the air
I know.
pointing?
Pointing.
That was
I
dangerous.
got 20.
Hey, I felt like I just got my hand out of a wood chip. You know what I mean? And I made it.
You said you looked at your arm and
Hey,
talked
I'm
to
like,
it?
what are you doing? Why did you do that? What is wrong with you?
don't go off on your own like that.
It's a great cause, but you can't cover. You're so bad. You're not there.
You ain't got that kind of job.
No. Just sit still. I'm struggling. Don't do it.
No, you're wrong. Your arm's not attached to Chris Bodine.
Get out of there, arm. I know you're the left hand. You're not used to getting to do everything. Come on. Pipe down.
This is the moment no lefty wanted to have his time.
There's a stranger in the house.
Who is this?
Everybody could see it was him. They were staring at him.
You thinking? That's a scary moment right there.
Oh, boy.
Because really, honestly, I don't know that you have the option to say I didn't really want to be
I
there.
left there last night feeling like I made $20,000.
Yeah.
You're up 20. I'm up 20.
Because for a second, you thought you had to pay it.
Left arm, you got bailed out. Surely that was not you that did.
We're down to, after this show ends, 9 more shows. So the Rick and Bubba stuff that's available, when it's gone, it's gone. So grab it at the store, especially if you want it for this Christmas season. Also, when you think about security, we're talking about, there's scams out there. This is that time of year when people, they love to break in because they think you got, a lot of stuff in your home, getting ready for the holidays. SimplySafe.com/bigbox. We're going to save 50%. 50%. Because the FBI will tell us the holidays see a sharp rise in break-ins and theft. So right now, save 50% on a new Simply Safe system. Now, unlike the traditional security systems that only kick in after someone is already inside the property, or your office, your apartment, your home. With Simply Safe, their Active Guard outdoor protection, monitoring agents can prevent crime before it even starts, seeing and speaking to suspicious individuals in real time, and then they'll call 911 if they need to. Hey, what are you doing here? They'll cut on floodlights. They'll sound a siren, whatever. And right now, to be monitored 24/7, 7 days a week, that's what 7 means, Rick, about $1 a day, about $1 a day. So it's no wonder Simply Safe was named Best Home Security Systems by the U.S. News and World Report 5 years in a row. So get yours right now by going to simplysafe.com/bigbox. Save 50% on a new system when you use one of their professional monitoring plans, and you got to have that anyway. You want that because they're so far ahead of everybody else in the industry, and boy, it shows. All right, so Don Juan Demarco Williams with us today. Dia has been so good to hang out. How does it feel to be back? I know you didn't come back, so you worked. You were with us, the Gadsden studio.
Gaston, yeah.
First Birmingham studio, right?
Yes.
Were you in the one
Red Velvet Lounge?
Yeah,
That
so
was
you went all
one.
the way through Red Velvet Lounge and had time in the Broadcast Plaza and Teleport, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Well, you went. There was a cut. Let's see. You had Gadsden, then we had 94.5, then Red Velvet Lounge. I mean, it was the same station, but we had different studio.
Mm-hmm.
Then the over to ZZK.
And you were only there for months because 2008 is when we were in. Somewhere later in that year, or maybe we didn't get there till 2009. We might have been still stuck at that in between studio.
No, 2008, y'all were in the new studio
the whole time.
Well, by August you were.
Okay, that's what I'm saying, because that may.
Yeah.
So you might have got a little bit of that. I know we weren't there at the beginning of the year because I remember where we were, but I think you're right. We got in before the year was over.
Yeah, because I came in August and you was the
yeah, that's right. And so you really went through every studio except this one.
Except this one, yeah. This is a beautiful place.
And you didn't get a lot of Broadcast Plaza, but you were there when it kind of started.
Getting it started.
Yeah. So
and that all that experience that Bubba was teaching me about the ISDN lines and stuff, I never knew that that was going to be part of my life later. Like
Isn't that weird?
all the technical stuff behind the scenes.
And now it's obsolete.
Yeah, it's like, wow, I learned this from Rick and Bubba.
Yeah, you're right. Now we've moved on to the other stuff, and it just keeps on going.
Yeah,
it's a little bit.
Look at that kid right there. Who's that guy?
Look at him.
Look at that kid
that
right there.
That was getting ready for Fat Fest, I guess.
Don Juan and Casio.
Fat Fest, wow.
That brings up a story that I wanted to ask you about meeting Justin Timberlake.
Yes, wow.
So we had a guy that listened to the show who was his bus driver, and he invited us to come to the show. Was it in Atlanta? Was that
no? This was the one he invited me to come to was in Memphis.
Okay,
and that was Justin Timberlake's hometown.
Oh wow! So you did get to meet him then?
I did get a chance to meet him, and it was one of those I had to keep down home because I didn't want anybody to know because it may not come through.
Right,
that's right. And when I hit the interstate to go there to see him. And we get to the actual, arena, and we round the corner, and I see a line of buses. One of them says like "Justified" on the side of it. I'm like, well, hey, this is real.
This is happening.
This is real. I'll call our contact guy, and he made it happen. That was awesome.
Yeah. Did he give you a lot? I mean, was it?
Justin gave us a ton. And Peaches was with me, by the way. I know you're waiting for that.
No. Boy, Speedy had his mic on.
Nah, I'm good. It's that one right there. You got watch.
But Justin gave us a ton. To me, a ton. We didn't have much time with him, but he made it seem as if we were kind of the entertainers, the stars. Mm-hmm. Have a seat. Come on, have a seat. And, making us feel like we were special. And it was a privilege for him to meet us because he, listened to
watched the show after his concerts on the bus every night. Yeah, that's what
so he just made us feel kind of special. So that was cool.
Well, I remember when the bus driver got him to call voicemail at the studio. And then I guess, Speedy, you pulled it off the voicemail. Somebody did.
Hey, this is Justin Timberlake. You're listening to Rick and Bubba, the two sexiest fat men alive.
Yeah. That's my buddy.
That's my buddy.
Yeah, we go way back.
Do you ever kind of feel that, like when you see him out there, you tell people, yeah.
That's my buddy right there. I'll claim that we're closer than we really are.
Yeah. Did you?
And strangely, right after that, he wrote "Bringing Sexy Back."
Right.
Yeah. I mean,
is that your?
There was rumors, but I don't know.
Is that your number one? I know people probably ask you that a lot. I know backstage at the Grammys you got to meet some folks too, but is that your number one on the list, or do you even?
People ask us that all the time. All the years we worked
Yeah.
together. What's the celebrity you met that you were like, wow, so okay, that's a big one.
I've met a lot. And,
George
and
Clinton?
be honest with you, being in Atlanta,
He didn't appreciate
they're everywhere.
Yeah.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
I have to ask you this. They want to ask you this for years. Did you appreciate that you met George Clinton?
And I didn't know him like I should have.
You talking about
I knew
Dr.
the music.
Frankenstein?
I knew the music, but wow. I knew the music, but when I met him, I'm like, so this is the guy, and he had like different color hair.
He sure did.
and stuff. He had a little thump to him.
He was thumping. Not big on shower. Not a lot of shower.
He brought thumping back.
He brought thumping back that day.
Right, but you didn't understand. I mean, I'm in. This is funk royalty.
And see, I didn't appreciate it as I don't know. Speedy, did you appreciate it?
I did.
Because I didn't
I couldn't believe he was. I'm like, so there he is.
Yeah.
You know.
Now we met Brian McKnight on that same trip as well.
Matter of fact, are you comparing that?
But I knew Brian McKnight's music.
Did he compliment? I remember something like. Did he compliment the watch you were wearing or something? I remember something like that.
I complimented his like I'm like the cologne. I got to get some of that. And he told me this exotic name for it, like I was going to jot it down and go get it. And
Couldn't remember that one.
Was it Limp Bizkit? No, it wasn't Limp Bizkit. Who else was it that we met that we weren't?
Slash.
I
know who it was. It was some. Oh, what were they called?
Andrew would
know them.
So they had the extensions. You remember in their hair?
Oh, Destiny's Child?
No.
Corn? Yo ho, this
Corn?
is George Dr. Funkenstein Clinton, and you're listening to Rick and Bubba, the sexiest two fat men in the world, y'all. They be giving up the funk.
How about He was nice. The whole time he stunk, but still a nice guy.
I mean, your eyes were watering.
Yeah, it smelled like B.O., but other than that.
Yeah, we met a bunch.
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
I think we have Brian McKnight in here, too.
Yeah, it should be all around there. There was the other group.
Yo, what's up? This is Brian McKnight, and you're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show, the two sexiest fat men alive.
Don Juan, here's the name of my cologne.
Yeah. What were they? It's going to
It started with an E. Was it an E?
Incubus.
Incubus?
Was that it?
Yes, it was.
Okay.
Yeah, that was it.
And we didn't. I don't think we appreciated that. Yeah, I couldn't remember. I didn't know it was Incubus till he just said it. I couldn't remember who it was.
Yeah, is that what now?
That song.
And you remember we walked everywhere. Because we didn't have a car, so we walked
I remember
everywhere.
that was also the trip that we got a chance to meet, barely. Tiffany Amber Thiessen from Saved by the Bell, and she didn't give us much.
No.
She didn't give you much.
No, and if I have this story right, you and I were. Well, she didn't. We were walking, and we passed a record store, and Eminem was in there, and he was doing a signing or a meet and greet.
Yes.
And we were like, "Who's that?"
Eminem.
And we kept walking.
He did
Do you remember?
a CD signing? Like that was the day a CD dropped.
Yeah, and
like,
there was a station
worldwide, and we're right there outside of the record store. He's sitting in there, and like we're like, okay, yeah.
And we just kept walking.
Eminem.
In classic Rick and Bubba form, of the three Destiny Child people, y'all get this one.
What's up? This is Latoya from Destiny's Child, and you're checking out Rick and Bubba.
The least famous.
Latoya.
Thank you for the least famous Destiny Child person. You had two shots.
Yeah, we got that one.
Well, if we had a Beyonce, that'd be huge right now.
I'll tell you. Oh yeah. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah, but you got to meet when they were all together, didn't you?
Yeah, I got a chance to meet all of them together, and like over the years of meeting celebrities and stars, it's kind of like they're just like us. you
Sure.
know?
Yeah.
And you remember this one?
Hi, everybody. This is Porter Wagoner. You're listening to Rick and Bubba. We be big and we are big.
Oh, that's good.
Well, that was huge for me to meet Porter Wagner.
And Rick, if you're a football fan, you know.
Don't do this.
My favorite one.
Ultimate favorite.
Because they didn't want to tell him he messed up.
Right.
This is Tom Landry. You're listening to the Rick and Bubba Show.
That's why, Greg. This man.
They said we'll take that.
So you're going to ask Coach Landry for another
You
one?
can't ask a legend to repeat it.
He had to know he was on.
Will we even be listening to it now?
No, we didn't even know where it be. It's the
We'll come back. Phone calls to wrap up the hour. Your chance to talk to Don Juan Demarco Williams. He's
We
with
brought
us.
Big D back.
If you want to bring in D back,
Don Juan and
talk to him next.
Rick and Bubba, Rick and Bubba.
As usual, Speedy, who is the head producer of the Rick and Bubba Show, which means unless we bring in stories on our own, Speedy's the one who prints out stories for us to consider every day, and it is without fail. He now has received a perfect 100% score that any story involving being overweight he's going to print out.
Rick,
every single one of them.
or an animal attack.
Right, every single one
or
of them.
any giant snakes.
Right.
Snakes, any animal attack, and anything that talks about being overweight.
Well, I mean, that's just at the top of these websites, Rick, that I go to. I can't help that.
Yeah.
So I had to print it for you guys. But I thought it was an interesting article, to say the least.
Here's
just
what
the headline will grab you.
Look, here's what he said. So I literally was picking up into my hands the article, LeBron James among California wildfire evacuees.
Yeah.
And I was going to talk about LeBron's having to run from California wildfires. And you know what Speedy said? Have you seen that other story?
Yeah.
And I said, what story? He goes, that one about people being overweight. I'm like, all right, well, I guess I'll put LeBron's story down.
I heard LeBron might move to China. He thinks it's such a good place to live.
Are people exaggerating this thing?
No
with him?
fires over there.
Are people exaggerating this thing?
Completely made up.
Okay,
Yes,
okay.
yes.
I saw the thing where he started getting fired up before the national anthem was over. And, But then people went further saying he was going to quit if we don't stop playing the national anthem. That's not a true story.
No, it's not. No.
Is
Fake
him,
news, Rick.
Is him fleeing?
He may eventually get there. He hasn't said that yet.
Is him fleeing wildfires? Is that a real story?
That is a real
Yes,
story.
yes.
All right.
he's part
Well,
of that.
but let's skip it and get on to. Do you tell people whether they're fat or not?
Well, I mean, that's just a headline that will grab you.
Here's the headline.
It's a dilemma, Rick. We've all been through. Some of us on both sides.
Should you tell a loved one they're fat? Expert claims there is no benefit in voicing your concerns and warns it could even prevent people from losing weight. Now, I don't know what that means.
Wait a minute.
That it triggers more eating.
Well, the stress of the situation may cause them to eat. Here is, I think, really the line of the whole story, and it's a long story. They cover a lot in it. And the expert says, I think it's highly unlikely anyone who is struggling with their weight doesn't know it.
Well, and I want to believe that too. I've seen some of our heavy brothers and sisters out in public, and I'm like,
some of the clothes they pick.
Right. Did you look? I mean, you looked in the mirror and said, that's it. This is what I want.
Are they delusional or do they just not care? Because it could be either one.
Yeah, true.
Some people wear things and go, I know this
and
is.
it could be both, and that's real dangerous.
I know this is obnoxious, but I don't care.
Yeah.
And, because we want to try to put our best foot forward if we can and kind of downplay the struggles that we have, not put them right on display here at Walmart. But, look, for some of us, I mean, let's just call it, the yoga type pants are just out.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just not an option for us.
It is the irony.
Lululemon is no place for me.
Leave that shelf alone.
It seems that people go to Walmart to show off. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
I mean, there's other places.
They're almost like, I hate to use the analogy. You remember we've laughed really, really, really hard about how when it comes to our canine friends, privacy is not an issue for them.
Right.
And it just things that should be private to them, they're on public display.
As a matter of fact, the median of a highway seems to fire them up.
Right. I mean, yeah. I mean, it's almost like they're all Representative Katie Hill. Right. But anyway, so we.
Well, I know that the Good Time
just
gang.
Just to say wow to that.
The Good Time gang for sure, and I think it's understood. We've made a pact where we are going to be honest with each other in certain areas. This being one of them.
I wouldn't have made that pact.
Well, I mean, we're going to be that friend, that cold shower friend. But Greg has no issue being cold shower because he's cold shower and everything.
I was telling the guys in the break, I've struggled with my weight, just really most of my life to some degree, and I do not recall my dad being very soft about it. At all, and I mean, would he be arrested today? I mean, he would literally take
by the hurt feeling police. Yes,
he would literally take words that are.
Are you calling fat shaming?
Yeah, my dad was the inventor of fat shaming, and my dad would use any catchphrase, someone we can't say here,
right?
Because one which has the first word "lard" in it,
right?
And then the second word is a word for a beast of burden.
Yeah,
and
that seemed to be his favorite.
That was his favorite. But my dad would just say things like, "Get your LA up off the couch and go take the trash out."
Yeah,
and then he would refer to me to get my attention. Hey, LA. Yeah. Hey, LA, come here a minute. I need to talk to you about something. And and then I mean, so
you loved it.
Well, he would go after Greg too.
Yeah,
my dad would look for. I'm just thankful I didn't have a lazy eye because my dad would have said, "Hey, lazy eye, come here a minute."
Yeah.
Let's chat. If you want to talk to Don Juan Demarco Williams, some of the veterans, he's here. Or any question to any of us. If you're new to the program, you might have missed the Don Juan years. We reminisce quite a bit today, so don't forget those daily archives. Phone calls now, 629. Remember, that has been changed for the rest of the year because of the 12 working days of Christmas. We did not get gift number 3 in today. We'll now do 2 gifts tomorrow. So we'll find out whether this new number really can handle it or not. 629 We Be Big is the number for you to join us right now. Things you need to know, West Mobile Baptist Church this Saturday morning, December the 7th, Todd Jones speaking there for their next man church, and they'll get you plugged into one of our curriculum in the small group. So if you want to hear Todd, if you never heard him before, you heard him on the show not long ago, you're in for a treat. So, and if you are starting to look for next year, you can see all those dates at themanchurch.com too, including all 3 conferences. The early bird ticket price on all 3 conferences in 2025, that price does go up as of Thursday. So December 4th is the cutoff. Don't miss that opportunity. Go ahead and get your tickets now. Let's start. Jonathan is in Alabama. Jonathan, go ahead.
Hey, I just wanted to say, appreciate the show. 30 years, can't believe it's gone 30 years.
Thank you.
It's awesome. And Don Juan, I wish you guys could come up with one more segment, do good old boy, homeboy theater.
Where you been, Jonathan? We just did it.
Just missed it.
We just did it.
Gosh, man.
I just missed it.
How did you?
I missed
You
it.
can't miss a minute.
20 minutes ago we did.
Tuned in too late.
20
the bottom of the
minutes.
hour.
Everybody needs to go back and listen to all the things they missed on the show for the past 30 years.
There you go.
Right. That's correct.
Jonathan, go back and grab it in the archives today. It'll be in the archives. How did you miss that? Randy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, Rick and Bubba.
Hey.
A first-time caller, and sad to see you going. I just found y'all this year when I've been driving through Alabama and Georgia. But that culture you were talking about earlier, instead of spreading it around, we need to muck it out.
Spread it around. He's spreading it over. You see him spreading it.
Just spread it around.
I mean, you can't even have a spread around culture.
No.
Let's go to Eddie out of Huntsville. Eddie, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Good morning, guys. How are y'all?
Good,
We're
Eddie.
great.
Hope you're well.
I'm doing fantastic. Hey, I just wanted to say, like everyone else, I appreciate you guys. I love you. I started with y'all on the second day of Turner South, and I've been with you ever since.
Oh, thank you.
And D, it is so heartwarming to hear that laugh again. It just tells me how much I miss you, man. And I want to know what's going on with hijinks, because those charter members are probably getting up there, and I just like to have what is up with those girls?
Well, look, the hijinks, they on Medicare now.
They had to stand down. Many of them never recovered. They just got them a cat and just hung out.
Got a cat. They all just shifted from AARP over to AMAC. What if they had a group picture that all got together? Hijinks. If you're new to the show, that means I had a crush on Speedy.
That's funny.
Look, Speedy, he was a stumbling block for a lot of people.
It was quite a long,
We'll be turning
distinguished
56
list.
Friday.
56 on Friday.
Oh, hello.
But once Terry got him corralled and
Kidding me?
took him off the market, there's a lot of heartache out there. We continue. Let's
That
go.
guy owns me, by the way.
Which one? Oh, yeah, funny.
The countdown guy.
He said he's
I'm good for at least 8.
Right. The count. He's got a new countdown going saying, will we have a gift tomorrow?
Yeah. How many days of Christmas will it be?
You know what? It ain't as easy as it sounds.
Chris in Florence. Chris, go ahead. Welcome to the show.
Good morning, guys. Hope you had a good Thanksgiving, and it's good to have Don Juan back, man. We missed it.
Thanks, man. Thanks.
I got a question. Did we ever find out if that woman was still cuckoo for Coco?
Oh gosh, that was our version of. I remember that. Yeah, that's. I gotta ask.
I don't remember. What are we talking about?
Well, remember we had somebody that was into D the way Hijinks was in Speedy. We said she was cuckoo for Coco.
I do remember
because of his creamy cocoa skin.
Who was it? I don't remember.
Didn't she mail something in? Or
Yeah,
something?
yeah.
We didn't have email then.
That's right. I think it was actually the Cocoa Puffs. She just sent a box in.
I think she tried to mail herself in.
Right, she
that?
did.
Yeah.
God.
I didn't expect the phone number on it in Sharpie. Have you? I know you don't catch the show daily or all the time. Did you hear this particular call right here?
Bubba, he's a sexy big peacock of meat.
Did you ever hear that one?
I love this on the high keys, though.
Yeah. Sure
Went right to it.
We continue. Let's go to Cindy. Cindy, welcome to Rick and Bubba. Go ahead.
Hey, guys. How are y'all doing?
We're good.
Hey, I wanted to ask, talk a little bit about the Shoney's Big Boy and y'all traveling up to wherever it was to go get it.
Michigan.
But why did y'all even talk about Shoney's Big Boy in the first place? Do anybody remember that?
Oh, yeah. Cindy, what it was when Bubba and I grew up, and Greg said he had the same experience, and is that when our parents would take us to Shoney's,
you know, when it was a Friday night, we want to go out on the town.
Yeah,
there you go.
We would see that big boy statue, and of course, you know, I was a little chubby kid, and I mean, all I could think about was, you know, that big boy hamburger.
Oh yeah.
And I would stand out there and look at that big boy, and I thought, how can life be this good?
Yeah.
And the one we saw, he had the hamburger in his other hand on the tray.
On the tray, yeah.
And so where we were from in the South, Shoney's used this. Now I know across the country, other restaurants have used Big Boy. And it originally was something Big Boy. I can't remember. I never can remember it.
Big Bob's or
Fraser, something fish, something. Anyway, but in our culture, Shoney's
Big Robert. I don't know.
And let me tell you, when Shoney's left Big Boy or lost the rights to him and went to that bear, it was never the same.
No, you're right.
But they had them out in front of all the restaurants, so it would just bring us joy. So one day we just wanted that joy again. And Speedy and Don Juan went and got us one.
Yeah, and the golden arches wouldn't fit in the studio.
No, they wouldn't.
Meeting y'all at the state line.
Hey, that was a trip, by the way,
Boy,
with a stranger. And
it was.
I don't know how I got
Big
talked
boy
into
Roy.
that.
I know. Yes.
I think Speedy said it's for the show.
That's always my thing.
It's for the show. It's for the show, man. Come on.
You put yourself in so much danger just for
I
that
know.
show.
It's for the show. All right, I'll go.
Morristown, Tennessee. Sherry, go ahead.
Hey, good morning, everybody. Just wanted to tell you how much I appreciate you guys, what you stand for.
Thank you.
You have certainly been a blessing to me. I went through a really dark time back in 2016, and you guys really helped keep me going. And it's just a blessing. And this format will definitely be missed. It's hard to find something you can listen to where there's not a lot of cursing, you know, a lot of just down, dark. And you all are certainly a lot, and I appreciate you.
Thank you.
So you listened before Greg got here?
I was about to say.
Yes, I did.
Right.
I did.
Right. Look, I'll tell you now, off the record, D likes a little yuck, but we just
Only in stand-up comedy
clean it
shows.
up. We made him clean it up.
Yeah, get to laugh.
It's one of my favorite days with D. One time he went to see some guy with her. I said, hey, so it was good. I said, did Jesus like it? He looked at me and said, no, Jesus didn't care for it. Jesus didn't enjoy the show, did he?
No, not that one.
Don Juan, love you, buddy. So good to see
you guys. It's been awesome. It's been amazing. Thank you guys for everything.
Thank you. We love you, buddy.
Guys.
Love you, buddy.
Yeah.
All right. Hey, don't forget, too, the last podcast ever this week, Letters from the Audience. So get those to Speedy at rickandbubba.com.
Rick and Bubba.
This is the Rick and Bubba Show. Watch more at blazetv.com/Rick and Bubba.